The NACE Starleague
and
Grand
welcome
Finals are
back
brought to you
to
in part
Philadelphia.
by
We're here at local host The Block, and it's day 2 of the NACE Starleague Fall Semester 2022 Grand Finals hosted by Villanova University. Here on day 2, we have 2 more exciting teams coming up against each other. It's going to be Northwood University versus St. Clair College for our first matchup of the day. It's Call of Duty, and everybody is getting ready for this amazing matchup. I'm excited because I'm wondering, is Northwood going to take their 4th tournament victory here at the NACE Starleague, or will there be an upset? Will the St. Clairs hit them with that Griff diff? Exciting stuff to find out, and we're going to hand it over to the caster desk to see if this is going to be a upset for a dynasty in collegiate esports. Talking to you, McCormill and Cash. Let's get some insight.
Well, folks, it's been a great morning here so far, and Los, you're looking as dashing as ever. Northwood, St. Clair, 2 names that come to the top of the board when you're talking about collegiate Call of Duty. Northwood coming off of a CCL championship just a few short months ago, but that is, of course, up to challenge now from St. Clair. But before we start talking about everything, Cash, my duo, of course, it's great to be back with you here on LAN.
It absolutely is. I mean, this is our first huge, kind of LAN appearance as a duo, and so I'm excited to get into the action tonight. But yeah, I'm feeling really good. I mean, we've had a lot of insight in talking to players yesterday and coaches and things, so we've got a lot to chat about, but feeling really good about today. Yeah,
absolutely. Before we jump into the teams and introduce all the players that are going to be fighting for our Best of 9 championship, let's kind of just talk about the format and the prizing that is going to be taking place here for our finale for the Call of Duty championship. So overall, there's a $4,000 prize pool that's going to be coming up for these players, but as we look at our schedule here, of course, throughout the day, we've got ourselves starting off with Call of Duty, as you can probably tell at this point, going up towards Rainbow Six Siege a little bit later on. That should be about a 1 Eastern start time. Of course, times are subject to change here and there, but that's what we're looking at for that. And then later on, to finish out the day here on Championship Sunday, it's CSGO with Davenport taking on Northwood University. And of course, there's a common trend that you're seeing here throughout the entire weekend. Northwood is an extremely talented school, and their esports program is really second to none this year. In 2022, they have won so many esports, and well, they've done such great things.
The NACE Starleague Grand Finals are brought to you
so many
in
titles
part by
here this weekend. Same for St. Clair as well, but Northwood definitely so many talking points when we get to them, and really just the impact that they have specifically in the college scene as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at the prizing for the entire tournament overall, though, $4,000 on the line, as I was kind of mentioning up beforehand. For the first place team, if you win this Best of 9 series, you're going to be taking home $2,000 for your team. $1,000 goes to the second place team, and for the third and fourth place teams that aren't here this weekend, both of those teams are already taking home $500 a piece. But tons of money on the line. Again, this is a $1,000 Best of 9 prize match. And in Cash, we kind of, I guess, can start talking about these 2 teams now in a little bit more depth. Northwood, again, coming off of not only a championship in Call of Duty in the CCL earlier on in the year, but, you know, they took a championship home this weekend for Rocket League. They also took a championship home for Smash Bros. Ultimate. Yep. So there is nothing short, again, of talented players at this school, but when it's Call of Duty, it's really second to none, as we've already seen this year. Problem is, though, is that it's a little bit of a switch of a roster. You lose 2 incredible players on that Northwood roster coming into this tournament, but it's still going to be the same old kind of Northwood feel that we have with this team.
Yeah, it definitely is, and that's because they've built such a strong program from the ground up, right? Though you're going to lose the talent that they had in Fame and in Radio, you look to sub that in with, permissible talent, right? People that can step up and come to the plate. To play at Northwood is such an honor. So these players know, kind of what this title, what representing this university means to them, and what it means to Call of Duty. So they're willing to step up to the challenge. I mean, we'll break down the rosters, and even then, we're going to have a change on top of those 2 players being gone. So we'll dive into that and what that means for Northwood. But for them, expectations are still very high, regardless of who is playing for them.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take a look at St. Clair first and foremost. I feel like we haven't mentioned them just enough just yet. So starting first and foremost, you've got Priestley paired with Brandon, Sino, and Bendy. Again, this is a team that was competing in CCL. They competed in NACE all year. They have been fantastic, undefeated through the regular season, and now find themselves fighting for a championship up against Northwood. When you think of St. Clair, immediately you think of the 6-man rotation that they've had throughout the year. A lot of players that have been extremely talented and can come in at any given time. But really, it just boils down to kind of the core part of that roster at times. And at least for myself, and I'm sure yourself included, Priestley and Brandon are just at the top of that order when it comes to the players that you think about first.
They definitely are. Priestley is someone who is kind of getting to the end of his tenure as a collegiate player, and so the leadership that he's also been able to provide throughout these years has been second to none for this team, right? right? It's kind of the core and backbone, like you were saying, of what they're able to provide.
For the side of Northwood, you have Bink, K-Top, Dak, and Nando as well. And if you are kind of wondering where Infinite is in that picture, unfortunately, Infinite is not going to be playing inside of the series, at least for the time being. So that's the information that we do have given to us. So other than that, folks, we're going to send it back to Los over on the stage. Walkouts for the players and the introductions for the teams facing off in our best of 9 grand final. Los, hand it over, baby.
Thank you so much, and now it's time to check out our first team competing. They are such a strong program over from Michigan. It's the final time that these two squads will be stepping inside of Vanguard before we head to MW2 for the spring semester. But first, without further ado, it's Northwood University, and representing this squad, we've got Bink, K-Top, Dak, and Nando. And I'm not sure who's sitting at that table, but that's a nice little PS5, custom PS5 with the cherry blossom skin? Oh my, oh my. We'll see if that actually, if skins are going to secure the win. We'll find out in just a moment, but on the other side of this stage of the arena, we've got the St. Clair Saints, and joining us today, it will be Seno, Bendy, Brandon, and Priestley. Hey, what up? We got a lot of Saints fans. A lot of Saints fans in the arena and maybe in the chat. We'll find out. Not seeing any really standout P5 controller skins, but hey, sometimes hit them with the basics. That's all you. Nice little P4. I appreciate that. Sometimes you don't want to change. You don't need the dual sense as long as you got the game sense. Now that is absolute truth. Now, enough talking. I know you like hanging out with me, but it's time to go back to McCorn, Meal, and Cash. Let's get this game underway.
Thank you, Lois. The players are looking fantastic, and they're reared up for what should be an exciting grand final here for the NACE Starleague. Really, Cash, I think it's kind of important to talk about here now where we'll be going for our map set here in this Best of 9 series. If you're familiar with the CDL formatting throughout the entirety of the 2022 season, you'll be kind of keen to exactly what you're going to be seeing throughout this this kind of map set. But we'll start off with the Best of 5 that you've normally seen: the Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, Control, Hardpoint, and S&D. That'll be the first 5 maps. When we go to the back half of that Best of 9, we'll start with a Control for map number 6. For map 7, we'll go to an S&D, a Hardpoint for map 8, and for what would be the finale, if we need to go the distance to that final map number 9, it will be a Search and Destroy to completely end us off. Cash, I don't know exactly just yet, you know, what your thoughts on this map set are, but we do have the overall map set in front of us, and we're going to be starting out on Tuscan.
Yeah, starting off on Tuscan is going to be interesting. I know, talking to Coach Aaron for St. Clair, it was important to him to know that the team is ready for anything, right?
Sure.
Tuscan is going to be one that they can really toe up and get an early gauge. It's one of the cleanest maps that we were able to play on Vanguard as far as 3 lanes go, and really just giving teams a good look at how they're willing to perform off of an opening break in a series. So for Tuscan, a really good one to start off for St. Clair to get a gauge of how they're feeling, what Northwood's looking like with their sub. And then the Bacage S&D is one that I'm excited for, because that's one that St. Clair, of course, specializes in Search and Destroy, but that map specifically they're really excited to get on and challenge on. And they were able to push the Gabatu that Northwood is oh so dangerous on to map 4. So I really think these first 3 maps are going to be so telling of the series for St. Clair and how they're able to come out early and get some firepower going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the biggest thing that you kind of have to think about when you look at these two teams is which team is going to be able to take the cake in Respawn versus your Search and Destroy game modes. Because, you know, all throughout the year when we talked through CCL through NACE, everything that kind of came together was Northwood's firepower when it comes to Respawn is second to none. Their hardpoint and their control is incredible, and that is something that they have rode on all the way throughout the entirety of the 2022 Vanguard year. And even inside of the Open that we saw in Modern Warfare 2, it was more of the exact same. They put this St. Clair roster in the 50-point club in one of the maps that they played inside of the Modern Warfare 2 Open. And although, yes, maybe that doesn't have as much precedence here inside of the series, that was the first time we got to see both of these two new rosters at full strength in the new year of Call of Duty. That it can only translates into good things when you're talking about a previous game, but Vanguard does play at least a little bit different opposed to Modern Warfare 2, and the teams that have been grinding this game for, you know, a couple months now, it's going to be kind of a rear change and a gear change going back to it because, well, it's a lot faster paced in Vanguard than it is in Modern Warfare 2.
It absolutely is, and it's going to be something to see who, again, has been getting those reps in the last couple of weeks. With MW2 out, it can be a challenge to want to get back on an old title and really grind it out. So we'll see if we put in that time, and I think that'll show early on, but here on screen for you, just having a look at, our roadmap of where we'll be headed. We're guaranteed map 5, so we'll get all the way to our Berlin Search and Destroy guaranteed. Anything beyond that is really just a cherry on top between these two teams. I mean, I know you're thinking the same thing. I would love for this to go the distance.
Oh, we'd love for it to go to the distance, and, just kind of talking back and forth between us, especially when, we got the confirmation that Nando would be stepping in for Infinite beforehand. This was kind of a, maybe lucky go 7 at the end of the day, and Northwood would probably take it in that regard, because Northwood is favored coming into this. There's a reason that they've won, already 2 championships this weekend here at the Starleague Grand Finals. But, going to 7 games in and of itself is something that is going to be extremely difficult to do for St. Clair, but it all starts with their search and destroy gameplay, because I can sit here and I can compliment Northwood all day when it comes to hardpoint, but S&D is really where St. Clair kicks it into that next game.
It is, and that's where they need to take advantage early on. Bocage is one of their preferred S&D maps, so I really think the front half of the series caters to St. Clair and what they're able to do. It's just a matter of execution. I mean, having talked to Coach Theron last night, there's nothing left to teach these players, right? If you have any kind of background in sports or competition, at this stage in the season, at this stage in the title of Call of Duty, there's nothing left you can teach anyone. It's a matter of, can you go out and execute on what we've been doing all year, what our game plan is, and stay true to that. So on a big stage, bright lights, it can definitely be nerve-wracking for some of these players to, though you have familiarity with it can be something that really can get that adrenaline going, survive those first 5 minutes, execute on the game plan that you guys have established all year, and they'll be just fine. But I think for St. Clair, it is of the utmost importance for them to take advantage of these first few maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that kind of goes into a conversation. We can talk about this map number 1 here for the Tuscan hardpoint as well. Going into the series, we, at the top of the show, we kind of alluded to this roster not being exactly the same as it was, just a few months ago in the Vanguard year. You lose Fame. You also lose Radial as well. Both of those 2 players, not only incredible Call of Duty players, but top challenger level players, and now for Fame inside of the Call of Duty League as a substitute on the Minnesota Rocker. You saw Assault put a little bit of blame on him for the Optic series the other day. I don't know if you guys caught that on Twitter or not, but it was pretty funny. His mentions were completely full of fans who were not too pleased with the ruling in the Call of Duty League the other day. But their importance on that roster can't be understated. Fame being that IGL, that main AR, he was kind of a mainstay part of that Northwood roster, and why every single series they had a chance. What does this team lack without those 2 players?
That's definitely something we'll come to figure out. You lack that presence in game, of course, that your main AR brings, but I think for them it feels like it can feel like for some of these players that you're living under a shadow in a sense. I mean, for Northwood, of course, you're not surprised. You know that you're one of the most well-established programs in the collegiate scene. But for Call of Duty, these players, I can't help but think that they're feeling a little bit of that a shadow's cast, right? When you have players that are that good leading the program, and at the end of the day, you're going to be compared to them. It's going to be shoes to fill. It's going to be how you can step into a main AR role and supplement the team the same way Fame did, or that aggressive SMG the same way that Chris Radio did. So you have to find a way to make your own name for yourself, right? That is going to be important. But also not let the weight of the moment get to you in a sense. You know that you're Northwood University. You know that you have 4 teammates around you that are very fond of success and know what to do to get the job done. It's just a matter of settling into your role, not thinking too much about, okay, what were we? Let's focus on the foundation of what we will be going forward. Because, I mean, being honest, they're never going to come back, right? You're out Fame forever. You're out Chris Radio forever. So, people say, like, well, you're not playing the same. They'll never play the same. So what kind of new program can you establish with this new core, with these 4 players going forward?
Yeah, it'll be an interesting question that we'll have to answer here in just a moment. But before we get into that, it's time for a giveaway. That's right. If you guys want to win yourself not only a beautiful watch, but this one right here, the Garmin Instinct Esports Edition smartwatch, the official watch of the NACE Starleague. You can go ahead and enter it into the chat at the moment. ! Garmin is going to be how you were able to enter into that giveaway. And Cash, you were talking about the watch to me actually just yesterday when we got into the venue. This is a gorgeous watch, and especially being the Esports Edition, what person wouldn't want to be able to walk around with a digital watch where you don't have to tell the time?
It is such a nice watch. It actually tracks how many hours you play video games as well. And I know my wife was telling me that she wants me to keep it on all the time so that I can also see how much I'm on Call of Duty. So I think she's going to use it as more of a hindrance for me. But it is a gorgeous watch, and I would definitely try to get your hands on that if you can.
Yeah, so again, if you do want to enter that giveaway, exclamation mark Garmin inside of the chat, that's G-A-R-M-I-N, and you can go ahead and find yourself an opportunity to win a beautiful esports edition instinct level watch. So map number 1, Tuscan. We talked about it, we've loaded up into it here. I'm hearing in the background, which means that this is going to be where the conversation is completely directed to. There's not really much that we can say to kind of rewrite the books here and find different types of strategic abilities inside of this game at this point. We know what we're going to get out of a Tuscan. Something that's probably going to go down to the wire and maybe get back around towards that P1 area on the 3rd set of rotation. So as we finally get into our first game here inside of the Grand Finals for the NACE Starleague 2022 fall season, Northwood going up against St. Clair, the first map in a best-of-9 series that will crown yet again another champion for the first time here, at least today, on Championship Sunday.
I'm so excited to get into this one. I mean, you have 2 Titan programs in the collegiate scene duking it out. If you're St. Clair Saints, you are trying to take down the all-encompassing Titan of Northwood University. And if you're Northwood, you're trying to make a new name for yourself with a new roster, losing your star-studded players. So we'll see who can come out on top, but this P1 break going to play Scrappy to start.
Yeah, Fink's just going to sit on back, but it's going to be Bendy who opens things up for the side of St. Clair. Nate over the top, unfortunately, won't be able to go out just yet, but it's been a nice little opening break here for Northwood as they've gotten themselves the first 10 seconds here on P1. K-Top with the MP40 looking to march forward, maybe play out towards those P2 spawns, but at least for the time being, it's a nice little opening here from Northwood that's going to put them up about 20, and it's going to continue to climb.
Having spawns for that right side is going to be so important as P2 looks to pop. And sure, if you're St. Clair, you're garnering most of this time, and you're going to take that. But again, you want to push through and get those spawns here off the break. I mean, they're going to get 30, 40 seconds off of this if it's all said and done, and if Northwood can't contest, which it definitely is going to make Northwood have to answer earlier on with a solid P2 hold. You don't want to give a break early beyond that. But 3 players for St. Clair already making that rotation, and it's going to be K-Top Ben finding the kill early.
Bendy down the staircase. Nice little kill here in towards the top of radio. Looks down over and towards that P2 hill. A fresh 60 seconds of time here available for the side of St. Clair to be able to ingest upon themselves. 10 seconds of time come through, but it's really the break that we're going to be looking here for Northwood as they start to go ahead around through this backside. Making this push in is going to be the single-handed most important thing, and you can see this kind of snake sarcophagus starting to push around this hill. Here comes the pinch in. Infinite going to be the first one through the back lines. 2 players go down for both of these 2 teams. Unfortunately, you won't be able to get the movement around the corner, so that will leave the side of St. Clair still in control of the hill for the time being, but it is going to be those close spawns all the way in the back that are going to make this just a little bit more difficult to deal with.
And you're holding on for the time being. If you are Northwood, you got in and got the break and only give up about 20 seconds for, but Priestley's going to get in and find 3 huge kills to get them what is a substantial amount of scrap time, right? About 15 to 20 seconds of time. It's going to put them really close here and already flying around on rotation. You have a players filling a couple of lanes. Sure, you get chopped down, but at least that pressure will be there for Northwood. They're not going to get as clean of a setup as they would like, but again, if you're Northwood, they'll take whatever they can get. They're so used to playing in positions like this where they can just put together whatever they need, and they find 2 kills on transition as the hill pops. Now, pressure on St. Clair to find a way to get an opening, find a soft spot, and get into this hill.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I forgot to mention this at the start of the hard point. If you are looking at the top of the screen, the names are flipped around, so we do apologize for that. But, again, we'll make it as smooth and as seamless transition as humanly possible. Seno kill there onto Infinite. Dak will fall in the background as well. This is giving the side of Northwood a bit of trouble here as they start to make this push on forward. And as Brandon has found his way in towards the hill, it's just going to be a pinstripe kill feed here in towards the back of the Fountain Hill by P3. Very, very closely contested hill. This has been so far, Cash, but for the most part in this game, it's pretty much fallen in the way that we thought it was going to this far forward. Northwood seems to have that first step ahead pretty much everywhere they go.
That's exactly what I was going to say for St. Clair. What we need to see out of them is we've seen them get broken early on, and we've seen them unable to break into a hill where the time is worthwhile. So they need to find a way, if they're winning the rotation, to get a hold here, lock down a bit of time, and find a way to get an early break where Northwood have this rotation to P4. They need an early break. The back 30 isn't going to do it at this point because you just have any kind of deficit. Going 30 for 30 is not good enough. We need to see a big play. We need to see a big break out of that.
Well, inside of the church, this can be a money hill, especially for a team that is going to be SMG heavy. And Asino is trying to find his way on forward. It's going to be the side of Northwood who's able to hold on here towards the bottom of the church. And you can see those spawns all the way out over towards P1 on the portion of that mini-map. And that was those green arrows. They're just going to hold down here inside of the hill. Brandon trying to make a push all the way through the back line. It just won't be enough. Unfortunately, it's just shut down yet again. So everything right now that St. Clair is trying to throw at Northwood on this hill just isn't enough. And I just hope that this isn't going to be a continuous trend on these money hills, these very close quarter hills, because if it is, you know, Tuscan is a close quarter map, and that can just completely devastate your entire game plan.
It really can. Now a 70-point lead garnered for the side of Northwood. Northwood, and once again, winning rotations. I mean, for the side of St. Clair, they haven't looked comfortable on this map. They haven't gotten a clean break to really get themselves going here. They've found a few kills in succession, but again, until you can find a way to shut down players like K-Top on a 4 streak, sitting at 15 and 8, it's definitely going to be hard fights to get into these hills here. It just seems like for Northwood, they are ready at every turn. It seems like you don't get a clean lane for the side of St. Clair to even get a look at a hill. Finally, you'll get in with 40 seconds left, but you know that another break is going to be coming. Yeah,
that's unfortunate. I mean, if you're Brandon there, you're lucky that you're able to get away with K-Top falling and you're yourself being able to push back in towards the hill. You know, that's best case scenario. You shut down the opportunity for streaks as well on the side of Northwood. So for now, you can breathe a little bit easier, but you are down by over double the points that you have currently for yourselves at the moment. So, Cash, you know, we talk about it all the time. That 200-point mark is that scary point that you don't want to allow your opponent to get past. Right now, Northwood's quite clearly very much on their way.
They're cruising for certain, and now for St. Clair, the question is, can you get an early break on P1 while maintaining right side of the spawn map control? It's something where for St. Clair, we've seen it time and time again, you're playing against the best respawn team in the game, so it is going to be a challenge, but we need to see it's that point of the game where we've got to start to see some of that multitasking, right? Can you fight for P1 and get a substantial amount of time, as well as find a way to hold on to the map control that you need in order to get yourself back in this game? They are out of it by any means. A good hold would get them here, but P1 is definitely not a great one you want to start with.
Absolutely not, but Bink going to toss an 8 over towards that right side. Got a couple players playing the head glitches, and it's Priestley who goes ahead and pops himself a nice double. Great entry kill is going to allow the side of St. Clair to get a little opening towards that P1 hill, and as you have player number 5, Nintendo just trying to hold himself hostage here and towards the point. You've got 4 players from St. Clair, or excuse me, Northwood, who have just spawned up and are now starting to surround this player. NACE going to be out from both teams, trying to force each other back. K-Top going to be the aggressor yet again, gets that first kill, and allows everybody else to be able to find themselves forward. So as Infinite and Dak have now found themselves another 2 kills, at least for the time being. St. Clair will be able to hold on to the scraps, but this is that kind of desperation move where you have to make the decision of, hey, do we want to go for the scraps here, or do we want to allow the other team to get out there?
St. Clair going to try to fill a couple of lanes, mainly on that top side of the map, getting in through Church and trying to work their way around to get a break on P2, but the setup's so clean from Northwood. The map spread that they have, they trust their players to win their 1v1s where they need to, and you have Bink with an AR running around Church, which is a little uncommon, but hey, it's getting the job done for now. No one able to get close. The push coming in through top radio, but the comms way too clean for the side of Northwood. They're in such good positioning that, again, a green kill feed is all we have seen here, and it is more than go time for the side of St. Clair if they want to try to rally back.
Seno, team kill, unfortunate there onto Priestley. That's going to, at least for the time being, slow that push down that St. Clair would have been had to get into P2. Tons of time to earn here, but now as you're past that 200-point mark, and you still have that 100-point advantage, if you are Northwood, you have been in the driver's seat throughout the entire game, but now you are in the closing stages of this first hard point. The opportunity to get yourselves that first win in a best-of-9 series, at least right now it doesn't seem like all that much, but as we get deeper into it, especially talking about the hard point versus the S&D comparison, Cash, this means the world for Northwood to be able to take the first map.
It really does, and it adds pressure to St. Clair. Sure, St. Clair is what we're looking at for them in their S&D, but again, this hardpoint performance to start is definitely one that they're just going to try to forget and move on in the rest of the series. There's still plenty of time left for them to get back in it, but that time is very quickly dwindling. As for the side of Northwood, you just need 35 or so seconds. Sure, you have some control if you are St. Clair now, but again, some control is not going to be good enough. You're going to need full control of the hill at some point here, and this collapse quickly coming in for the side of Northwood.
Yeah, and this is your pick and choose moment, right? If you are Northwood, you know, you have a lot of time to play with here. You don't have to necessarily throw everything in the kitchen sink into making sure you lock down this hill. They're doing a great job of being able to do so, but you still do have Bendy with the automaton all the way back and towards that spawn side of the hill, so you know, that is going to cause a bit of a ruckus, but you know, you can get these kills if you are the side of St. Clair. Northwood is still racking up the hill time, and they forced you all the way into your spawn side throughout the entirety of it, and now we're going to have free rotations towards the opposite side of the map. So sure, you might have fought for those spawns, you might have had the spawns for yourself, but it didn't equate to hill time, and that's something we've seen time and time again here from St. Clair.
And Bink winning that gunfight in the back. He has one more if he's ready for it. You know, this could really decide the game for them, but you have 3 players in the hill for Northwood. 20 seconds left, ticking off the clock. These gunfights have to simply be won by St. Clair.
Last 15 seconds. Northwood trying to close it out. Dak, first kill there around the corner on Seno. Brandon in the top of the Church, trying to hold off this initial push here from the Northwood roster. Dak, another double kill. It's going to be good for him, but is it going to be enough for Northwood to be able to close this game out? Just 10 more seconds. Bendy in the back line. Infinite's going to put him down like a sick dog, and now with just 4 seconds left here in the game remaining, it's going to be that 250 to 128 scoreline to finish and wrap up this Tuscan hardpoint. Northwood looking good as ever in the hardpoint. We had questions about it, but they just answered.
They came and delivered just as we expected them to here, and the respawn sub not even looking to phase them in the slightest here. I mean, K-Top, that three-piece was huge, 25 and 18 to finish it out, and more so looking at the scoreboard, what stands out to me is how balanced that slaying approach is. I mean, just looking at Senno at 9 and 19, that's definitely a performance you don't want to have to kick off a series like this. It's one that we know that Senno can improve on and not make that a mistake again, but whenever you have the workload as evenly distributed as Northwood is able to do, it definitely bodes for an easier series. No one is playing substantially slow or too quick. They had all of the timings, they had all of the map control, and well, that's going to turn into a map win.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, before the series even started, we did have kind of the worry about a substitution there from the side of Northwood, but it seems like everything has been figured out. Infinite back in the game, obviously, and well, you saw the impact that he made throughout the entirety of that first map. It's just, he's one of those players that can completely turn a game in a series on its head, and it's very reminiscent of what we saw from that old Northwood roster. You know, even though they're missing those two key parts of the championship that they won earlier on in this Vanguard season. So overall, I think that, you know, going forward in this series, not only is the question how do we shut down Bink and Infinite, who have been kind of that long-standing duo on this roster, but now after K-Top has gotten into the mix here in Respawns, how are we going to stop 3 different players from being able to run around the map and just go on killing sprees throughout the entire time? And quite frankly, I don't have the answer to that. That's something that St. Clair is going to have to go back to the drawing board for. And yeah, you might be going into an S&D now where, yes, you know, this is your preferred map. This is where we expect you to be able to come out and at least tie the series up 1 apiece. But this is a very dangerous Northwood roster, as they have been throughout the whole year.
It absolutely is, and I think for St. Clair, it's less the question of how do we stop these 3 players, right? Because you expect those Northwood players to get activated, to get hot. It's a matter of getting yourselves hot in return, because you have just as much talent to be able to go toe-to-toe with the likes of Infinite and Bink and anyone on this roster. So it's a matter of getting your own camp in the right headspace for this. It's, you know, less countering them, more so getting yourself good to go. And I think for them, again, it's Senno, right? That's their 18-year-old talent who they picked up, couldn't wait to get on this roster. And again, had a slower performance in map 1, but hey, you can't win every single one of those maps, can't win every single one of those gunfights. So I expect Senno to turn around, have a big S&D performance here, and get the rest of the players rallied behind it. Priestley's who I'm looking at to get everyone back on board and back in shape. Hey, we took a tough hard point loss. We know what Northwood brings to the table in that regard. This is our map and mode combo. Let's go out, let's get it done, and let's strike back 1-1 in the series. Yeah,
I think kind of where we should almost steer the ship of this conversation is to the aggression that Northwood has already shown inside of this series. That hard point kind of just put the cherry on top of something that was in the back of my mind coming into the series of, you know, St. Clair is going to be in a real tricky spot if they aren't able to shut down a very uptight aggression that Northwood will try to show face of, and that's what they did in map number 1. You allow yourself out to get those entry frags. You allow your team to play extremely well together going in towards a hard point, and if you don't have an answer to be able to slow down that first aggressive player, you're going to be stuck looking for answers and wondering how somebody got to a specific position. It's always going to be a 4 versus 3 gunfight when you're at the hill, unless maybe somebody gets that first blood on the side of St. Clair. But it just felt like they were fighting from behind the entire time, not able to deal with any sort of game plan that Northwood was throwing at them. And we definitely have to see them able to play those respawn score lines closer, because we expect coming into this that that's going to be their given mode, right? Search and destroy, they should walk away with if you're the St. Clair Saints. And now those respawns, seeing a scoreline where it's a 100-point margin for you losing, we need to see that tighten up to know that they're going to have to take respawns off of this team if they want to stay alive in the series. S&D won't get it done. Sure, it wins championships at the end of the day, but you've got to find a way to get to that last final map where you're facing that search and destroy. And yeah, for them, it's more map control. It's playing around the importance of map pressure. You can counter aggression by being in good positioning, right? Without overextending on search and destroy and giving away your life for free. Playing as a team, I'd like to see if they find themselves in 1v odd situations. You know how aggressive Northwood like to play. Even if you have to slow those players down by buddying up, right? Bully out a lane with 2 people and be able to play the trade. If that's just to get someone warm and get someone good to go, I expect them to be able to do that and be willing to do that. But it's definitely not getting over aggressive. Sit back, let them come to you, hold some pre-aims for a little bit, and don't try to do anything overzealous. That'll end up costing you, because if you let them get free kills and then get aggressive behind that. You said it would be a 4v3 on the site, but it can very quickly turn into much worse than that. Yeah, and you know, talking about Bacage specifically, you know, a little bit more in depth in this S&D style, that defensive side, traditionally throughout the year has played so passive, and it's just making sure that you hold down Grandma's, you don't allow them to get that A site for free, because if you let them waltz into A, I mean, your round of S&D is pretty much over. Sure, there's the retake potential on every site, but that just gives them so much positioning on the map, and once they infest the bottom of Grandma's house, if they send 2 up the staircase and they take down the person that's hiding in top Grandma's, you're looking at a round that should have been yours to win that just completely gets thrown out the window. So, you know, the one thing I have seen from St. Clair is that defensive passiveness that they have on Bocage this season. I think that's going to play a factor into the game plan for Northwood, because if they do sit back a little bit more and they are a lot more willing to play for that first pick opposed to it being a let's just balls to the wall, just run into a site, it's going to make that a lot easier of a search and destroy to play for Northwood. So there's a lot of counter kind of arguments to use for both of these two teams, but I mean, at least in your mind, you know, for St. Clair, what is the kind of motive that you need to have in this game? What's the game plan for yourselves in order to win search and destroy here?
Yeah, the game plan for yourself is executing on what you've done so well, right? Like you said, that slower gameplay, you know, Northwood will play aggressive behind it. Be ready for that. You can play passive and still not, you know, give up a ton of the map. You know, you can still get to your spots and find a way to lock down lanes without losing portions of the map that you need. So for them to rally back and win the search and destroy, it's just executing on their playstyle that we know they do so well. Winning in the first blood column is going to be critical against this team because, well, they definitely bring a lot of firepower for the side of Northwood. So the more you can win in that first blood column, the easier this map's going to pan out for you. And again, the objective is your friend. I think a lot of people in search and destroy want to run around, find those kills, and even at this high level, you'll sometimes see teams ego challenge, try to get around and just get kills on the board. Use the objective offensively as your friend. Put the pressure on the defense to have to come out of those pre-games, have to come out of those power positions and get the bomb defused, and really put yourself in a good position to take rounds behind that first blood. So again, don't panic when you get down in the situation. Use the objective and use those first bloods to your advantage for St. Clair, and you'll be just fine.
Yeah, if you guys are wondering, you know, what the holdup is here, we did have to restart a PC. So while you're enjoying the vamp that myself and Cash are providing, I guess we can kind of provide a little bit more context of the entirety of the series here and how these teams were able to get to this point inside of the tournament. As we take a look back kind of at the graphic from, you know, our map set here, you know, we started with that first map of Tuscan 250 to 128. It never really got all that close. And that's, again, what we said to expect in this series. Don't expect close respawns, and if it is a close respawn, it might be a Bocage. So, you know, you look to that for map number 8, but you have to get there first in order for that to happen. And I do have faith in the St. Clair team. It's not that I don't. There has been many times throughout the year where they have proven me wrong, specifically on broadcast. Back when we were doing CCL, like even when I'm, you know, a spectator for NACE, I have sat there and said, there's just no way St. Clair's going to win in this situation, and then they do, and then everything is just kind of switched in my mind. I'm hoping that's going to be the situation here for the side of St. Clair. I hope it was maybe just those first map jitters, being able to play on land for the first time in quite some time. This roster is star-studded, and I don't want anybody to think that that's not the case, because they are. Priestley and Brandon, as I mentioned at the top of the show, are a phenomenal duo and have been for years, but you add Bendy and Cena together, the world is their oyster going forward for this Modern Warfare 2 year and here even in the Vanguard final.
It definitely is. It's something where they're trying to build something that you don't see a lot of, not only collegiate programs, but teams in general do. And what I like so much about the St. Clair team is, you know, they're a 6-man roster, and that's even what Coach Zarin will say to us, and what he told his guys is that it's a St. Clair team that's a 6-man roster, not a 4-man roster. Any of their players can sub in at any time, and their game plan doesn't change. Where when you think subs in an esport, you think, oh, the game plan's got to change. This is a completely different series. That's not the case for them. They're not even playing with the roster they intended to come with. They ended up having an issue with the player getting across the border, and so for they had someone come in that they weren't originally having on the docket. That doesn't matter to them because they have the game plan set. They know what they need to go do, and the fact that these 4 players can play without having the egos in it, right? It's such a team-first mentality. They're not playing for their own stats or to get their own chance to play. They're playing because when the team wins, everyone wins, and that's what that mentality is. So I think that's really special for St. Clair, and that can give them that mental edge if the series, if they can find a way to push it the distance. It's one where, again, that mentality can keep you in it, right? Like, we're made for this. You know, we've been prepping for this all year. We have a deeper roster than them. We've worked through so many more strats and have so many different things in the back pocket. We just need to be able to see them see those and make those adjustments before it's too late. You don't want to let the series get to 3 or 4-0 before you start making adjustments. So I think this map will be a great testament of if their head's in the right space, if these rosters, given that they do have a technical sub in today, if it's something that's shaking them.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are just joining us, 1-0 up in the series is Northwood. They were able to take that first Tuscan hardpoint. We are going to a Bacage search and destroy here for map number 2. As Cash and I have kind of already dragged out the talk about the map long enough. You know, I do think it's important to kind of at least have some backstory on this Northwood team already. You know, they come into this weekend with, you know, 3 or 4 opportunities to win championships here just for the NACE Starleague Fall 2020 Grand Finals weekend. And they've already come true on 2 of those. The Rocket League team was unstoppable, phenomenal. They played incredibly well. And then when they went to the Smash Bros. Grand Final as well, it was also just great dominant performances there too. So there have been so much good from the weekend from Northwood that it would be a shame not to be able to come true and finally hope on their last opportunity here. But at least for starting right now, it's looking good. I did just get the announcement from Prod that we are going to be heading into the match here in just a moment. So I know you're probably tired of myself and Cash just kind of vamping here and talking. So we apologize for the short delay here. But you know, Cash, as we get ready for this Bacage, we've already kind of you know, hit up and said what the teams need to do. One player in your mind for St. Clair who you think is going to be a difference maker in this game?
Really, I have 2. I can't say one without the other. Of course, I got to say Seno just because of the sheer slaying performance. I've seen what Seno can do around the map. Sure. I know that he's going to be their slaying X factor as far as getting kills on the board goes and just the volume and onslaught he can bring with that. But it's got to come down to Priestley, right? This time of year, it comes down to your leaders and how they can keep a team squared away and ready to go after an early map 1 loss. So Priestley, as far as keeping them mentally in check, and then Seno, I'm looking to have a takeover S&D here to really get some win back in this player sales.
Pretty little S&D here on Bacage. Map number 2 underway. Northwood on the left. St. Clair going to be on the right side of your screen. Infinite going to be the first one here pushed up. Bottom of Grandma's right past the barn there. Bomb in the hand of Bink at the bottom of the staircase, at least for the moment. There's Bendy. He's looking around all the way on top of the Dak. Dak is going to get some great information that a player is towards the top of Grandma's. Set at the top, this is what St. Clair loves to do. They love to play passive here on the defensive side. It's exactly what they've shown here at the beginning. Nobody from Northwood wanting to show any sort of face just yet, though.
And I love the position that Brandon is in. It's passive, but again, you have your mid-map cross covered. Player does slip in. There's noise going to be made. He's going to get it. Dak's going to ring out for the first blood. Going to see shots fire back, but you do win the first blood if you are Northwood. Now the aggression, now you're in A. It's a matter of working around that. One more pick would be great. All 4 players are pulling through mid-map. Brandon finds the kill and gets the trade, but just a quick swing over to B that I don't think St. Clair are going to be ready for.
Yeah, and this is hard from Priestley, too. You want to be able to trade that out, but you give away your positioning for free. So now it's a 3 versus 2, and now a 1 versus 3. Bendy, the last one alive here. He's all the way towards the backside of his spawn. That's just a difficult round to win if you are St. Clair. Northwood plays slow, steady. They're able to win that first pick here all the way over towards that A building. They wrap back over towards B, and again, unfortunately, it just came down almost to Priestley not being able to conserve himself. The trigger discipline just wasn't there. Couldn't walk away with the kill, and what could have easily equalized into a 2v2 and maybe even prevented the bomb from going down. Unfortunately, he isn't able to win the gunfight, and it doesn't go his way.
You get an early offense on the board if you're Northwood for St. Clair. We're going to see what you have in the bag of tricks for Bacage Search and Destroy. I mean, out of Northwood, they baited out the defense to pull over towards that A side, made a quick transition back over to B, and by then it was just a little too late. Here, all out aggression towards the A side mid-map.
Seno helps out Brandon, is able to find the first blood, but just as quickly as the first kill goes their way, they're automatically just traded out in the other way. So Bendy, once again, in another 1 versus 3 situation, isn't able to find the second player, and Northwood steamrolls back-to-back rounds. A quick, very quick defensive round there from the side of Northwood counters the aggression that St. Clair had. You know, that's not exactly what I thought we'd see out of St. Clair, but it works.
It is something that for Northwood you were able to just take advantage of through aggression, right? It was that first blood that got traded out, but again, all of their players sit so close together and play in such proximity that the next 2 or 3 kills came in such an onslaught that for St. Clair, by the time the dust settles, you have 1 player left in a 1v3 situation. So it's definitely something for St. Clair already. You lose a round where you win the first blood. Here, it's just more so that mid-round and finding and not dropping those kills in succession, right? Finding the first blood is great. Don't drop 2 in return for it. So we'll see what adjustment they make here, but it's a little more aggressive. It's a little more stacked over on this A site.
First blood not off the table just yet. Infinite tries to back off in towards the bottom of the barn. The destructible barrier is proving to be insufficient for himself. Bendy and Priestley going to go ahead and open the round here for St. Clair. So finally, what is going to be a consistent glimpse of hope here for St. Clair on their way to potentially what might be their first round win. Bink on 4 kills in a row, though, could have an answer for what would be a 1 versus 3 here. If he's able to get 2 more kills, at least you'll have the fighter pilot to work with. Unfortunately, you know, as Vanguard has went, that's really not of any use anymore. But as he finds that first kill there, there's a high possibility that he might be able to take this round away here. Very split out across the map. Bomb down over and towards the bottom of the barn. He's in a precarious spot, but again, if there's anybody that can do it on this Northwood roster, it would be Bink.
No bombs down for the side of St. Clair. He finds the first kill to snap the staircase. Ooh. I thought for a second.
That was an Eagle Chow if I've ever seen one.
Second that he could have walked away with that one. But hey, for St. Clair, it was quite the messy. It was a 3v1. You get it done at the end of the day. It doesn't matter who's left up. And again, Seno sitting at 2-2. Nothing crazy, but just you can tell the way he's moving around the map, the way he's playing, feeling a bit more comfortable here in the search and destroy. They get a good round win on the board. We'd like to see them kind of get that momentum continuing on and going more and more as the series goes on. But for Northwood, sitting in a good position, of course, behind Bink at 6-2. That's definitely something that it feels good going into this round number 4.
Well, Brandon going to be the one carrying the bomb here out towards the middle of the map. Nade out. Setnay going to be at least there for the black car, but unfortunately it's Bendy who gets picked off directly off the rip. So another Northwood first blood here on the Bacage. 20 seconds have ticked off the clock. Bomb recuperated, but it's still a 3 versus 4, and this is kind of the hole that we didn't want St. Clair to get into in the first place. It's, you know, you're down a man, and now Northwood can just post up and play defensively.
Priestley gonna fire some shots at the top grandmas, nothing's gonna stick, and you just don't have information on where these players are. And would you look at that, Bink and Infinite already wrapping through the back. They're gonna be shooting players back here momentarily. Brandon does snap to 1, but Infinite is able to quickly trade it out, and you have 2 players in your back lines. You're basically pinched here, trying to work towards this ace site. I don't see this boding well for them unless they find 1 more pick, but I think now they know someone's in the back.
They know somebody's in the back. They don't know that the player's in immediate position to be able to trade that anyways. Bink uses the head glitch to his favor. Automaton in hand, going to be able to walk away from it. And as K-Top finds that kill as well, it's another Northwood University round where they just play slow, steady, grab that first blood for themselves, and then work the map throughout afterwards. And, you know, Cash, I guess the kind of thing I want to talk about here for the set of Northwood is something that St. Clair really hasn't had or at least showed here in the S&D so far. It's the availability to find trades no matter where on the map you are.
That is the bigger problem. They've shown that they can get some first bloods on the board, but the trading in the mid map, or excuse me, in the mid game is just not there for them. 2 are going down in succession, and that puts you from a 4v3 to a 2v3, and now all of a sudden you lost your main advantage in a matter of 1 sequence of events. So for me in St. Clair, it's surviving this mid game a little bit longer. They haven't even been alive long enough to get the bomb down at either site, so they have to find a way to stay up. Get the objective in the mix as well, and that's surviving that mid round onslaught. I thought the first bloods were going to mean more than they do. It's more so this mid-game and how that plays out.
Oh, and if you're Priestley, you have to call out that Dak is in your back line there, because Bendy just gets completely read out on the back tank, and that shuts down everything that they had for the defensive hold. So now you allow Infinite in towards the top of Grandma's, and now everything has turned on its head here if you're St. Clair, because you're just cooped up into a hole. So now they can start pushing out. Door's going to open. Infinite gets the raid on the player, shuts down Brandon, and once again, you're in the same situation you've been in all game, fighting from behind, 2 versus 3, Northwood the man advantage.
And for St. Clair, they just look lost. I mean, completely candid. It's just people are slipping the line before they're even, you know, having the recognition of it. Comms don't appear to be as clean as they could be at times. Seno finds a great one to make it a 2v2, but bomb is down, and you've got to work quickly. They have an idea that you're on this bottom side of the map. Priestley is going to be the one to open things up if he can get eyes on players here. Seno's got to find a way to stay up, and unfortunately just can't.
Priestley, last one alive, 25 seconds to work both of these 2 kills onto the Northwood players and get the defuse as well. If you're new to Call of Duty, it takes 7.5 seconds to get that full defuse here if you are the team that's trying to push back over towards the site. Priestley starting to make his way forward. Unfortunately, just has no clue or any idea where these players are, and the worst timing comes through. Pistol shots out of Northwood, and this train just continues to roll forward. The steam is not stopped. There's no sign of breaks in sight either. St. Clair needs to find an answer, and unfortunately it's going to have to come from slaying, and that's not something that you can just teach in a round.
And I would love to, you know, say some magic sequence of if St. Clair does X, you know, Y will happen.
Sure.
And for them, it's just, you know, a lack of execution, sure, on strategies and things. And that's not to take away from how well Northwood is executing on the opposite side, right? They have earned the rounds that they have won, of course. But for St. Clair, with this being their given mode, sitting down 4-1 in map 2, already being down one map in the after the hard point. For St. Clair, you've got to find a way to stop playing so one-dimensional. Throw a different look at Northwood. Get them to switch up their pacing. Don't just sit and take what they're throwing at you. Find a way to put some pressure on them. Even if it ends up costing you rounds as a whole, make them think about someone hitting a route. Make them think about something like that. And, well, K-Top, nothing but headshots on the mind for him.
See, he's already on 5 in a row again. Streaks continuing to build up for Northwood. And this just continues to be the problem. You're putting yourselves in a position where you want to get aggressive. You want to find round wins. And the only way to do that is to kickstart with a catalyst. What's that catalyst? Get aggressive and try to find a first blood. You haven't been able to do that all game, and you continuously walk into a position where you're traded immediately after the fact. Look at where Northwood plays on the map. Their spread is always 2-2, but if they play anything where it's a 3-1, the one person that's spread out on the map has the availability for somebody to rotate quickly and pick up that second player for a trade. That is something that St. Clair do not have, and they never are looking for that second player to hit, ever. They're never turning for another gunfight.
Well, they've got one round here if Northwood takes it to be ready and try to make the adaptation. They would have to win 5 straight to take it themselves, but match point, I mean, the way that Northwood have come out here in map number 2, quite the stunner for St. Clair College. I mean, again, kills sure are a problem, I guess. Bink is sitting at 9-3, K-Top at 7-1, but it's just so flat, like you were saying. There's no second loker making reads for what Northwood is doing, and now Northwood's sitting back for a second, seeing if they can bait some aggression out of St. Clair, and you can't finish that kill, and that just feels like how this map 2 has gone for you.
And, you know, you try to cook the nade to try and finish off Infinite, who was already weak up on the tank, and you start getting shot from Bink, who was already in the top of the barn. So you have 2 players who have lined of sight on you. You just throw the nade wide and completely waste the utility in the process. So now it's K-Top who's on 5 in a row. Brandon hears the audio cue from the left. Stun check is going to be there, so you have information on where that player might be. Infinite pushes forward, pounces on Seno, traded out instantaneously. Finally, for the first time, it seems like St. Clair has found out how to trade the player from Northwood, but it's a little too late. You're still down 1-5. It's a 3 versus 2. You have the man advantage, but Dax and Infinite are playing together, and you pick off Priestley, who's all the way in your pack line. So now, both of these players completely split across the map. It could be an artificial pinch play that comes in here, but you have to be very careful, because if Northwood is able to get out of this top, or at least find one of these players, you're spelling a GG for map 2.
It's simple. Your win condition is set for Northwood. For St. Clair, I mean, they're playing, trying to lock down different rotations, but because they've rotated to B, you have to respect it. If you're Brandon, you're trying to see someone splits the net to the back line, and yeah, they do, but the timing just not going your way. It's so similar of map 1, where, again, you don't have the pressure on the map, you don't have the timings. Oof. It is all Northwood. The bomb's going to go down. The kill should come in here momentarily, barring any bendy magic. And this should be Northwood's map number 2, but again, completely
and there it is.
unaware here in map number 2 of what adaptations they wanted to make.
Yeah, Bendy, that was the 4th 1 versus something situation. There was 3 1v3s and finally a 1v2 there at the end of the game. It's just something you can't do. You cannot allow yourselves to trail every round and always having to be fighting from behind. So that's a dominant search and destroy right there. And, you know, what we have already kind of prophesized is, you know, St. Clair's best opportunity to be able to take a map off of Northwood in this series. You've already lost 2 straight, a hard point to start things off, 250 to 128, and now a loss 6-1 on Bakaj. You know, throughout the entirety of the Vanguard season, Cash, yes, Control has been that swing mode that has forced Game 5s and Best of 5 series. This is a Best of 9 series, though. This isn't a swing map in the sorts of things. Sure, you could still maybe classify it as such, but you're going to Berlin, another close SMG-heavy map where already Northwood has shown that they can beat you on Tuscan and Bocage.
Yeah, it's one where, again, we said it coming into it for St. Clair. These first 3 maps were critical for their success in this series. They've dropped the ball on the first 2, and it doesn't get easier for them from here on out. You know, we're guaranteed 5, like we said, so even if you can play the Berlin close, like I said, even if you can maybe give it the excuse of, oh, it's a swing mode, we're going to try to pull it in our favor, you go to a Gavitu hard point next, where that is perhaps Northwood's most comfortable map. It gives shades of LA Thieves, where it's like, don't chalice on Gavitu. Well, it's in the series, it's the best of 9. You know it's going to find its way in. You've got to find a way. You know, I hate saying after 2 maps, you know, a statement like this in a sense, but it really does feel like this Berlin is a must-win for them. Yeah. And I hate saying that because, you know, you want to, there's 9 maps in the series. How could you say that after 2? But they only need 5 to win, and the way Northwood have come out, it's been dominant. It hasn't been close. The S&D was a 150 point win for them. The Search and Destroy was a 5-round margin here. So if they were playing closer, I maybe wouldn't feel like already putting out this statement. But because it is as dominant performances as Northwood, I do feel like this is a must-win in a sense for St. Clair because of the Gabitude that's facing map 4.
And you know, you might have some reserves about that. I really don't think that's a bold claim, because coming into this, we already had said if you don't take that S&D, you're kind of chalked anyways. And again, we talk about COD in best of 5 sense every single time, except for the very tail end of like CDL majors or here on land for the NACE Starleague Grand Final. And when you talk about best of 5 series, how many maps do you need to win? 3. It's always a must win in that third map if you lose the first 2. And if you go down 0-3, there's only seldom been very, very small comebacks where you've been down either, you know, 1-3, 1-4. You think back to, you know, the Minnesota Rocker versus Toronto Ultra series. That was one of those bizarre, once in maybe a generation type feeling plays where it's not going to happen again for a long, long time. And even then, nobody was sitting there writing the cards of, hey, there's a comeback brewing here for this team. So if you are St. Clair, you're down 0-2. We know this. You're going into a control. We know this. You're going into Berlin. If there's any map that you can turn this series around, it's on Berlin. But this is your last chance, because I don't feel any sort of comfortability giving the Gavutu hardpoint away from Northwood. Yeah. And if you lose the control, you're already going down 4-0.
Exactly. You'd have to turn it around, a reverse sweep on map 5. So again, to kind of pivot and talk about Northwood and what they've been able to do, right? We've talked about St. Clair and how kind of that map 2 is a stunner with them losing that search and destroy, but let's talk about how well Northwood has been executing. It seems like, of course, the hard point, like you've said, we expect them to come in with a game plan, come in knowing what they want to do, and in the S&D, it was clear-cut what they wanted to do. I mean, off the opening play they had offensively in round 1, it was bait out the aggression towards A defensively, swing a quick rotation through mid-map over to the B-bomb site and get it down, and from there they also won a majority of the first bloods. That helps, but I mean, they checked all of the boxes. They won more gunfights, they won more first bloods, they used the objective more. Again, everything was going their way. Tempo, timing, pressure around the map, they were having their way, and that's what you are rewarded whenever you do the hard work of getting a team to second guess. Do we have someone hitting a row? Are the 2 players playing for a trade if we find a kill? Whenever you get the second team guessing and what exactly your strategy is going to be, that's when you can open up the playbook and have some fun with it.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, there's no shortage of a better time now. You know, if you've saved anything from the Vanguard season for, you know, maybe something you need to pull out of your back pocket, this is the time to do so. You don't have any more opportunities. You know, seldom did you probably think you were going to be playing Vanguard in December anyways, but here we are for a best of 9. Going into this Berlin control, though, there are a few things that kind of come into the back of my mind. Northwood was kind of notorious for being extremely good on control Berlin for, you know, the back half of the season once Berlin was added into the control rotation. They've been a good control team in general, but this has been historically where teams have been able to sneak a game off of them, especially late in the series where they've already got themselves an advantage, or hell, maybe they've only been tied at 1-1 for a good bit of time. But either way, as we hop into game number 3 here, St. Clair on the left, Northwood on the right. And again, this is feeling like a must-win situation if you are the St. Clair Saints within this best of 9 series. Although it's only 2 games in, Northwood have looked so good to break things off.
And off the break, St. Clair, you're just looking to get time on the board. I like this play from, it's a quick stack, 9 seconds, tick off the clock. You're able to just to work this A site. And I do like that because mentally, as a defensive team holding, it is hard to play perfect defense for, you know, 2.5 minutes. You have to find a way to lapse and not lapse and not give up any mistakes or errors to find an opening for the offensive side. So for St. Clair, I like the B strategy. It lets you work, try to find an opening in towards A, and that's what they're looking to do now. Already through mid-map is Seno. Can you find a couple of kills behind it and start to soft with defense?
Yeah, Priestley is going to be kind of the difference maker here. If you're able to get into the back lines here of this Northwood roster, this allows everybody else on the team to start making that pinch back over towards the site. But as quickly as I say that, it is player number 5 in Infinite who's able to shut him down. Now, as you look back over towards the train station side, St. Clair kind of getting funneled all the way in towards the back side of their spawn by P4. This is where the spawns can really start to hinder you if you're on the offensive side, because with Northwood now making their push up here on defense, they've gotten all the way into the control of your spawn. Sure, you've got the B site and an extra minute to work with, but if you can't take anybody off of the power positions, and we know how good Northwood are with their ARs, you're looking at, you know, a desperation push at best.
And you can just control and funnel what lane you want these St. Clair players to come through. They're trying to get them through that bottom ticket side of the map where they're simply walking into grenades. The crosses are covered, and unfortunate grenade's going to land to get Dak off of his spot. Brandon will find a kill behind it. So you're winning the numbers game for now, but K-Top still shooting players in the back, getting through and getting in tickets. Whenever they don't have a route running through fire, no one is taking a route off break through fire. Bendy, hopefully here, is going to try to do that. But again, Bink is ready for it. They've been ready for everything that St. Clair has tried to do, though it has been minimal at times. And for St. Clair, you're simply stunned. You still have 45 seconds to make a play, but there are just no kills coming behind it.
I was going to say, there's tons of times, and you have only a 3-life separation between these two teams, so a couple good kills going your way can absolutely equalize this round out a bit. But again, Cash, the problem that you allude to is nobody wanted to take that route out, and now that you have the route being taken out, Bendy's already able to find one on the flank, and now you're starting to make this pinch play, and this gives the room for the offense to breathe in their spawn side and start to make their push up the map. So here comes Brandon, left side, first kill, going to be in. Contestion now going to be on, going to stop the clock for just a minute, but now as it's Bink around the corner, as quickly as they came, they fell as well. And now back to the respawn block. It is going to be Northwood looking for this opportunity to completely close this round out. Bendy gives away his position, tries to get the shots through the window and can't walk away with a kill. This is going to be a Northwood University who looks strong and stout here in the first round of the Berlin Control. Defense starts things off here, 1-0 up in the map.
The route just came in too late, and even then, Bendy sitting outside of fire. The only line of sight he was really able to watch, at least from the Northwood spawn, was just them crossing plat. And I don't think that's as effective as it could have been. Bendy should have been in fire, running around, trying to chop players down off spawn. And if they weren't falling, make that pinch happen faster. I mean, they had 45 seconds when he was in position. You've got to find a way to play with a little more tempo and get yourself and get your team in a better position offensively. Just played a little too slow. The idea was there. I would like to see the execution of it sooner, but now defensively, it's their turn to try and hold. And, well, they only got 3 ticks on the board offensively, so they need a big response here.
Well, you're going to send 3 on offense here if you are Northwood in towards this B bottom mail building. And as Dak walks up the staircase, he's on 4 in a row, looking for number 5 out the window. Bink going to be able to hold things off from Bendy, who is looking to force the issue and try to force those spawns of Northwood a little bit further up and towards that north side by the B zone. First tick of progress hasn't come in over by B. It's been a very trade-heavy first portion of the round here for both of these two teams. But now as Northwood has decided to hop on towards that B point, they're looking for that first bit of progress. Bink will lay back down, still on 4 in a row. Beautiful shots there onto Priestley, are going to give that 5 2 more kills, and he's got himself streaks to work with and utility in the back pocket. First progress over at the zone B. 3 lives now separating the two teams, with Northwood having the advantage here. 1 minute and 3 seconds left to work with. Yet an extra minute onto that clock. This is a dangerous offensive round.
I mean, I'm seeing kills in the kill feed for St. Clair, but every POV we hop on for St. Clair, they're taking damage. I'm, 1, excited to see that stat at the end of this, and 2, it's just a testament to what we were talking about at map 2, where Northwood is so good at getting eyes on player and dealing damage for the trade or for whatever they need to do. For St. Clair, you're getting no clean looks at anyone around the map. Priestley in a good position here, needs to try and stay alive and play his life, bleed more of this time. If you can, lives are about even. So you're sitting in about as good of a position as you can be, but now this is that question mark of, do we get over aggressive and give a few more lives here to Northwood, or do we just try to get a really good defensive hold? We'll see what they're able to do here, but it is rather aggressive out of them, and now a ticket lane open for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is like, you know, if you want to fight that aggression with aggression, if you are St. Clair, it hasn't historically worked out in the series just yet for you. So if you are Northwood, you are just that bit closer to being able to fully capture that B zone, and all it's going to take is one person to stagger around, hold on for the late push, and be able to complete that. So now 1 minute and 30 seconds to work with. 3 lives once again in the favor of Northwood here. And as Bink is already pushed up to the staircase, he's behind 1. Slides around the corner for the first. Sees the second player around the corner, can take his time. It's going to have some help here from the flank as well. Playing ring around the rows, they're finally going to be able to knock that player down. 2 players still alive inside of that A zone, but unfortunately, it is going to be the last player here from the side of Brandon, who's going to need to make the big play in towards the spawn side, and will. So that will shut down the Northwood push, but still with tons of time, a full 60 seconds to work with. Northwood has tons of lives to throw at this hill and plenty of opportunity to do so.
Dak gonna open up with an opening from top. Fire, Brandon gonna take care of things, take it side, but 2 players coming on the flank. We'll see if they're ready for 2 players. That's been the question, right? There's always been 1 and then another. So you have to be ready for player 6, and K-Top gonna slip through the back stairs. Gunfights being 1 on the point for the time being, but still 40 seconds left to go. If you can find a couple more 4 downs, they don't have many team pushes left. It's just a matter of simply holding on for St. Clair. Any momentum you can get, you'll take. Doesn't matter how clean or sloppy it is, you're just gonna try to get the round win.
Here comes the push. K-Top, first kill. Bink gonna be the second. Priestley lines up, but it's a costly team kill here. That's going to force things to be a 2 versus 2 on the site. Dak now trying to make his way in towards the zone. Looks over towards the left. They've spotted him out. He's going to try and get his little line of sight there through the window. Unfortunately, won't be able to do anything. anything except wait for the back blinds to push up here from Northwood. 15 seconds left. No ticks on this A zone. They're going to either have to kill everybody from St. Clair or get inside of the zone to get it all the way completed up. 3 lives separate the two teams, only 4 remaining. No respawns here from St. Clair. 3 versus 6, now make it 2. Infinite trying to push to the back, 1.1 seconds. You've got to win these kills here if you are St. Clair, but this is going to give them so much time to work with, and as Northwood dwindles the lives down to the final straw, they're able to snap it in half and take that offensive round. Beautiful work there from Northwood to force the issue and push this control to match point.
Both teams took a route there at the end to try to secure the round for their team. Bendy got through top third and tried to find a kill, but again, Northwood was ready for it. They sniffed it out, they found the kill. Bendy was instantly made ineffective, and then Infinite slipped out secret, wrapped around through plat stairs, got up, shot 2 players in the back, and it was a 1v1 against Priestley that he had to take. So again, Infinite ended up winning the round. That's simply what Northwood is doing. I know it's a simple statement, but Northwood is winning. Look at any category, they are winning. And again, it's business as usual for them here. Just 1 round needed to close out this control.
1 through 3. They've gone all the way through with Infinite being the top dog on the side of Northwood. He has played so well throughout the series thus far. A big reason why this team is in a position to win their 3rd straight map here in this best of 9 grand final. Bendy, nade out around the corner, won't be able to find the gunfight on Dak. Dak will stay alive. Challenge up towards Brandon. 3 players here from the side of St. Clair. Already 2 ticks almost all the way through as well. K-Top will push over towards the point. And the dirty work has been done here from St. Clair. That is exactly what we wanted to see. An offensive hit towards the off-angled site that is going to allow you to be in a position to once again take command of a round on offense. They've got a 5 life advantage right now. They've got to get back over towards B. It seems like, yes, maybe the harder portion of the battle is done by getting that A zone, but this B site is no beast to be tamed.
And it's not as close offensively as some people would make it out to be. If you have a good defensive setup like Northwood is trying to implement, you can spawn them bottom train, and that is quite the hike. It's the same hike as hiking down B Street defensively, so it is a near 50-50 foot race to get back to this hill. You find a couple kills for St. Clair, and you're starting to stack the point, but when is this pension break coming? It's coming now, and it's behind Dak.
Dak, all the way through the back line. Gonna be through. Find the first shots, around to the corner, can't win the gunfight, but it is there for a trade. Bink is able to find himself in towards the zone, and that shuts down what St. Clair was looking for potentially to be the nail in the coffin to get their first round on the board here inside of the control. Brandon, SMG, gunfight, win onto Bink. Pinstripe kill feed trades back and forth, going to allow the side of Northwood to at least have a bit of breathing room, but they're still down by 8 lives in total. Dak just trying to play from the top ropes here, waiting for one of the St. Clair players to start making their way forward. Still an opportunity to lose this round here if you are St. Clair, especially if you allow Northwood to continue to get these kills and push the map forward. You're not trading out, which again has been the biggest struggle throughout the entirety of the first 2 maps, and even here inside of the control. And once again, you're putting yourselves in a difficult situation, even only needing a tick left to progress on B.
They still have 5 life advantage. St. Clair have looked better this round because they're simply finding more kills. It looks good when they are trading effectively and when they are winning these 1v1s. They're looking good. They need this fire to continue to burn and get started for them. A couple kills go down. You just need to find a couple more, stack the point, and this one is over. You got to find a way to close it out here against Northwood.
Dak's done over the top, Infinite on the staircase, just trying to pair these 2 players together, forcing St. Clair to have to force the issue up top and down low, split the defenses as best of their abilities. Priestley's shots are going to be there, and that should be the round win for St. Clair. So finally, something to smile about here for the Griffins. But it's got to go for another round here if you want to force a 5th and final round here in the control.
It looked good. They came out with a strategy. They executed it well over at the A site and then just had the life advantage to chip away and keep throwing lives over at B. Finally, the defense broke and they were able to get in. So that's the St. Clair that we're used to seeing. Unfortunately, we've only seen 1 round glimpse of it. We have to see them continuously execute it for the rest of the night, essentially. Sure. So again, you've dug yourself a little hole, not only in the control, but in the series. If you keep playing and showing flashes like that, now that the gunny looks to be a bit warmer for you, hopefully things can start to go their way if they want to stay alive in the series. Northwood, you bend and then you broke. Now you can offensively, you strike back and close this one out.
Hey, that's a good pick there from Priestley. You had 3 players from Northwood go over towards that B zone to try and pick it off, very similar to what they did on their last offensive attempt. And now as they start to make their way and march forward, you could at least try to stop the second bit of progress. Unfortunately, though, you're just throwing lives away as you're pushing 1 by 1 into the hill, just trying to pick something off for yourselves. And Cash, that's something that this team has fallen into a lot, is after 1 or 2 players go down, they just want a consolation kill and they can't get it.
That's a great way to put it. And for St. Clair, simply you aren't in a position as well to play the trade. Not only are you not in a position to get the trade, but that consolation kill, not winning that, put you down 3 lives, put you down 3 kills, and put you back at the starting block. Now defensively, you are playing aggressive and trained, but again, Priestley, it's just, for St. Clair, you have to have your head on a swivel all the time playing against this team because they are everywhere you think that they aren't. And that's a very hard position to cover and find players in, but heads have to be on a swivel knowing that they can strike from anywhere at any moment. Infinite doesn't have the trigger, just playing the sit plat. Stairs lines up almost 2. Priestley ends up getting the team kill, but does get the trade at that. So you hold on for now, but can you get some defensive fortification? We'll see if this route for Bendy works, but Northwood, they sniffed it out last time, and maybe we'll see if there's something different here.
It's not the worst situation to be in if you are St. Clair, forcing Northwood to have to use these 2 minutes all in towards effect of getting this A zone. 2 lives separating the 2 teams. Infinite in a corner here inside of the train station, looking for Bendy. Bendy's going to get some shots there to the player sitting in the corner, but won't be able to walk away with a kill. Good information either way for both of these 2 teams. 26 and 18 leading the way is Priestley, as he now finds himself to 27 on 3 in a row. St. Clair have started to push themselves forward and might even find themselves some streaks if they can pair a few more kills together. It's overzealous to think about, at least at the moment, but as Priestley now finds 4, he's 3 away from getting that glide bomb and maybe making some utility and use out of it. Brandon pushing the issue up the map. Nice 2 kills from him there. Pops a double and can now help back the rest of his team as Northwood continue to spawn deeper and deeper into their zone. 2 lives now to the defensive side of St. Clair, which is the first bit of hope that they've had since that last win on offense.
Priestley on a 5 streak. Your leader is finally on fire here. 29 and 18 in this control. This is the performance we need to see from him to really rally the troops and get everyone on board. Get 6 before getting taken down. Hopefully he has done enough for the rest of his team to be able to hold as he comes up off spawn. You don't want to let Northwood run straight at you. Keep throwing routes at him. Keep giving them something else to look at apart from this A zone. And I think if they do that, they'll be able to find success. But now we're starting to see these wrap backs. These routes come in with 35 seconds left. Dak opens up with a big kill.
He needs to go big. Isn't able to find 2. So Brandon's able to keep things at bay for the moment for the defensive side. 30 seconds left. Northwood have not used their time effectively, had the life advantage, now down by 4, and with just 20 more seconds to work a push over here towards the A site. Brandon has started to turn up. He's heated up, and so has the St. Clair roster. Infinite in the window, though. Think there as well. Trying to turn all the way back to the spawn side. Cena with the AR can pop Dak down, and now you look to Bink and Dak as they start to push to the staircase. Everybody shut down. No respawns remaining here from the side of Northwood, and it's all down to K-Top, who's on a little bit of a sneaky flank here, but guess who's watching for it? It's Priestley. 31 kills here in map number 3. They're going to force a round number 5. We've gone 2-2 back and forth between St. Clair and Northwood.
You can hear the crowd getting in it. You hear the players on the stage starting to get excited as well. For St. Clair, they're starting to piece it together. And again, that's something I think St. Clair would have given up in map 1 or 2. We saw them give up routes and get shot from their back lines. They are ready for it. They have made the adjustment. So for Northwood, they threw a few things at them. Nothing seemed to stick there. You lose 2 straight rounds as well. And now you're forced on offense for round number 5. I mean, all of the momentum is on the side of St. Clair to close out this control if they can simply hold defensively. We'll see how they execute here. But I would definitely say these gunnies are more than hot for them, and they've arrived on this map.
Sino out the double doors. Bink and Dak able to get a nice 2 kills there. So we go 2 and 2 back and forth. Teams are able to stay at bay for just a moment. This offense here for the side of Northwood looking good thus far over towards the B zone. They're just trying to work a few more kills. That way they can at least give themselves a little bit of an opportunity to play back over towards A when they choose to later on in the round. It's been very, very concise for what Northwood have wanted to do. They don't want to diverge away from their plan of getting that B zone first and then having to work that late zone all the way in towards the end portions of the round. Infinite, a nice little double. Going to help everybody get off the spawn side here for Northwood back over towards the B side building. 4 in a row. 3 more kills here from Infinite, and we can start talking about some deadly streaks here from the side of Northwood that might just be able to give them some help over towards that A zone in just a minute. With St. Clair deciding to give this up and just allowing that extra minute to be added to the clock here for Northwood. It's a 2 life advantage. We saw how quickly that turned around the last time they were on offense in the previous round. St. Clair, this is their opportunity to be able to take their first map in this best of 9 series.
And they're ready for everything Bendy watching the B Street cross. You have Priestley already chopping players down from Warehouse as well, but Infinite going to be in the back lines. Priestley may or may not be aware of it here. We'll see how this gunfight goes down. It'll at least keep you having defensive pressure. Infinite going to win it at this one, and player 6 and K-Top has slipped the line. You got over aggressive. You got to be willing to snip out players that maybe slip the net here before they make too much of an impact.
And here we go. This is where they flipped the script the last time around. The tables have turned to where St. Clair now has the life advantage yet again, and this is the moment that could define this series and turn everything around. St. Clair moments away from being able to take their first map win. 1:20 is all that stands between them and getting on the board for the first time here in this grand final. Bink now trying to push his way up. Bendy with the AR trying to go ahead and hold everybody back, but as the respawns now start to come up, it's just taking a little too long here for the side of Northwood to make their pinch. You can hear the players starting to get a little bit more happy on the side of St. Clair. There's information that Northwood is still getting up close on the map, but they're able to shut down all the pressure that was made, and there's some alleviation and a lot of tents that has just gone out the window here in the last couple of seconds from the side of St. Clair. Northwood, an opportunity to attack here, but you see player number 8 in Bink Cash all the way on the flank, might be able to make it happen.
Gets the kill on center, that forces the turnaround. Brandon finds the kill on the backside of it. Priestley still not able to find that kill, but off spawn here, able to get it. You have pressure here for Infinite, but again, it keeps getting chopped down. I mean, for St. Clair, you are finding the kills. We hadn't seen them arrive in the slaying column like this entire series. To see them going toe-to-toe with the likes of Northwood, if they continue executing to this extent, we could see a long series. If they're able to pull off this control, they've just got to hold on for 20 more seconds.
K-Top was lucky to get out with his life previously, and that rewards him with 2 good kills. Now they're inside of the A zone, 6 versus 6. St. Clair, the man advantage by 1 singular kill. We're close to no respawns remaining from either of these 2 teams as the first zone of A trying to be captured here by the offensive team. 5 versus 4, Northwood the advantage. Inside of the zone, they have to fight back. Priestley in the back lines with the AR. Dak now for a trade, and as Bendy is there, it's the side of St. Clair who are winning the gunfights. 3-2 now. Just 1 player remaining here for Infinite, and it's all it's going to come down to. 11 seconds to get into the zone. Depleting it, and there it is. St. Clair will get the final kill that they needed, and for the first time here in this best of 9 series, a much-needed map win goes the way of St. Clair. 2-1, Northwood still leads.
And it feels like the energy has shifted in a sense after that map, and they get a map win early on. There is still so much of this series left for them to battle back in, so they were only down 0-2. I know we made it sound like it was a dramatic map win that they needed to take, but it really was. And now you're at 2-1. This is a this is a much better position for them to be in versus being down 0-3 at the end of that. So you're going to go to a gap 2 hard point where you're feeling yourself and feeling a bit better, but again, a much-needed map for St. Clair to take, and guess what? They answer the call.
Yeah, the savvy veteran for the side of St. Clair goes big in map number 3. Priestley, the man to watch for here throughout the rest of the series. It's very evident that the St. Clair roster is starting to heat up here in map number 3, but inside of this grand final here for the NACE Fall 2022 Star League finale. Cash, it's been a fun series thus far, and it's not going to be heating or slowing down anytime soon. So we're going to step aside, throw things to a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about GVU 2 Hardpoint and what that'll mean for the rest of this series. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Well, after a series that just kind of meandered throughout those first 2 maps and Northwood having their dominance be shown throughout the hard point and the search and destroy, the control turned things around for us, and St. Clair has finally come to life a bit here in this grand finals for our best of 9 series. My name is McCormill. With me is Cash here on the desk, and well, at least for now, we have a little bit of life breathed into this series in general. It was getting a little slow there, as mentioned, but we go into a Gavutu hard point here for map number 4, back to the respawn where, admittedly, yes, Northwood has been very good throughout the series thus far, but they were just beaten out of the control there, which we said, well, was a must-win for the side of St. Clair.
It really was, and sure, you can look at this Gavutu hardpoint and go, whoa, that's kind of nerve-wracking for the side of St. Clair to come out and win, but the ARs have arrived. I mean, Priestley had an over 30, 35 kill performance in that control, so you know that they're ready to go, and it's just a matter of continuing that momentum, taking what they can get. I know, you know, Zaren's in that team camp, kind of getting and making sure their mental state is still in check, right? Like, don't be scared of the fact that we're going to a Gavutu. We've arrived in this series. Let's continue to build upon what we have built in that map number 3 control. And if they do that, even if they lose this hard point, if it's by any closer of a margin, it's going to feel good and feel like a win for St. Clair. Of course, they would love to come out with a map win here and tie the series up 2-2. But again, if they can play this any closer than that map 1 Tuscan, I think they're sitting really well.
Sure. And you know, I think, you know, now that we've seen a little bit of something from St. Clair, this is great. I'm happy for them. I'm glad that they were able to have a good map. Priestley gets out, Seno had a good map for himself as well. Here's where it kind of turns around, though. I need to see that transition into consistency, because consistency from Northwood is something that we are going to get throughout a series that's going to be undeniable. But for St. Clair, they're a very momentum-ridden team. Once they get that first map for themselves, that's when they can truly start to push themselves forward. And now that they have that, this is the best opportunity for them to really and truly start getting back into the series. We said that they weren't going to be good in a situation where they were down 0-3, needing basically a full reverse sweep to get back to the point where, you know, you're forcing a map number 9. This is the perfect opportunity. You steal the hard point here and then take yourselves into an S&D where, again, you are technically favored. This series, at least in my opinion, completely turned itself on its head, and we can go into that map number 6 just looking with brand new eyes at this, like almost like lost puppies, just not understanding exactly what we're going to see for those final 3 maps.
It's just crazy talking about the implications that these next few maps hold, because they're all guaranteed maps, right? Everything that we get here, I mean, we get map 4 and 5, and then 6 at this point is going to be guaranteed, and yeah, the momentum for the series could completely flip on its head. So I would love to dive into about the scenarios and who could do this and that. It's just a matter of going out and seeing it done, right? Can St. Clair, like you said, ride the momentum that they favor and play so well with, or do Northwood just find a way to put their foot down? We'll find out. But the fact that the series is 2-1 makes me excited because, like you were saying, they didn't dig a hole too deep in this series. It was very much a must-win to get them life in this series early on, but now a 2-1 looks so much better than a 3-0 coming down from. So this Gavutu, it is going to be daunting. It is going to be one where you have to show that consistency, right? I'm not convinced that St. Clair is fully in this series until they can get a good respawn win off the board. I'm sorry, but they have to win another respawn for me to be fully convinced that they're here for that. So this Gavutu will be a great test to see if St. Clair have the grit to dig deep and really go for it early on in this series to show that, yeah, we're trying to get longevity going on here and guarantee us at least 6 or 7 maps. So for them, their work's cut out. For Northwood, it's a matter of you're on your comfortable map. You take a really hard round 5 loss and a control. It wasn't a blowout by any means. They had to earn every bit of it, at least on the side of St. Clair. And for Northwood, you're going to what is really your home, you know, where you are most comfortable and where your play style seems to thrive. So for them, it's business as usual. Can they come out? You know that St. Clair's shooting a bit straighter here now that they've arrived in a bit in the series. Can you find a way just to sniff out those players and keep their effect mitigated?
Yeah, I mean, when we were storyboarding, you know, even dating back to just a couple of days ago before we actually got here, one of the things that we wanted to see out of St. Clair was the ability to take control, or take the map of control in that particular swing mode inside of the series. Because here's the thing, right? You can take a hard point. We can talk about S&D. We can talk about all these maps all day long. We've kind of beat them into the ground at this point, just talking about, like, you know, who's the better team in those particular modes, and, you know, why it would be shocking. But like for control specifically, you know, where Northwood has, again, shown signs of historically faltering in that mode against some weaker opponents where they should be favored to win, and then they have a 2-0 advantage, and then they just throw it out the window and let the side of St. Clair win 3 in a row. That's where things start to turn around, and that's exactly what we see there. So now you're in a situation where you have one more control left inside of the series. I'm not going to talk about that anywhere close until we get there, but that is that map 6 if you need to extend this series any further. I kind of want to piggyback off your point you made, too. It's like, yeah, we need to see them take another respawn. I need to see them take an S&D first. We still haven't seen them play a competitive and good S&D. Because here's the thing. Sure, you played your S&D for the entirety of the Bakaj. You played 7 rounds and you lost 1-6. Yeah. So that wasn't really much of an S&D that we saw out of you. There wasn't a particular ability to see them trade many times. Every round it was a first blood that went to Northwood, and when it wasn't a first blood, it was immediately 2 that came back for Northwood and puts them down in the man advantage once again. So Dak opens things up with a double up and towards the top of the hill. Map number 4, a hard point, back to respawn yet again for a little bit of Gavutu. The first time we've seen this map here inside of our best of 9 series. Priestley will respond though. The AR starting to heat up as Cash mentioned earlier, and that's a great sign if you are the St. Clair Saints.
Getting back into P1, starting to get a bit of that time off the board, and P2 is going to go directly south of this point. So really no map positioning to fight for just yet. I mean, we could talk P3, but still so early on that we're just trying to get mid-map control under lock, at least for now. And on P1, St. Clair in the driver's seat, Priestley on a 3-0, where you want to be sitting, want him to continue on the fire that he finished that control with. And now as this battle goes down on boat for P2, Northwood, they're here with presence and numbers, but at 35 seconds of P1 already going the way of St. Clair.
Yeah, I mean, this is a complete 180 from what we saw in map number 1 and 2. You take that first hard point and you just extend that if you're St. Clair. And to be at that extension over towards the bottom of the LST ship here and being able to fight a rotation out of Northwood, this is such good ability to adapt to the new point in the game that you're at. And I'm just excited because of St. Clair.
That is who we needed to see get going. Seno had a 9-19 performance in the first Tuscan hardpoint. Is already 7-1 here. So just 2 kills off of outperforming himself in map number 1. This is the kind of phenomenal talent that Seno brings to the table. You can already hear them chirping on the stage as well. They're excited in this series. They are going toe-to-toe with this squad. And, well, it is dominant off of the start. St. Clair, they are here, and they are trying to get an early advantage in map number 4.
Priestley 6-0, by the way. One more kill for Priestley. You're talking about streaks already here on Gavutu, which, hey, by the way, that glide bomb on an open map is a match made in heaven. So as he's going to play just a bit more passive, he'll find himself in towards the bottom of the LST ship around with his teammates. He's just trying to play for scraps here and maybe the rotation back over towards P3. But this has been a perfect game for the side of St. Clair so far. You get the majority of time in P1, you rotate and break Northwood out of P2, and now you have yourself set up on P3 with streaks in tow for Priestley. He gets shut down, but it doesn't matter. You have the utility to use.
That's all you were looking for was the streak. Gets chopped down, and you have players through the back for Northwood. But again, it feels like how map 1 started, roles reversed. Northwood now fighting off the back foot. It is an all-green kill feed favoring St. Clair. You don't have much map positioning to go off of. This is not how I was expecting Northwood to come out here in this map number 4. And that's just, again, a testament to how hard St. Clair came out swinging through these first 3 hills. Already at that century mark, already looking to try to march across the map here in just a few moments. It's 103-17. If you have said this Gavutu is going to start off that way favoring St. Clair, I would have called you crazy.
Look, coming into this, I knew that St. Clair were comfortable on Gavutu. But I didn't really understand the level of comfort that they had for themselves. And sure, this is going to be a great opportunity here for Northwood to really get themselves some solid time. But, I mean, just look at that. He's pushed up all the way past player number 4. Okay, finally he's going to get spotted out. And that could have been something completely different. But, you know, a nice little 3-piece in the kill feed right there comes through. And somehow, all of a sudden, St. Clair spawned on the back line because player number 7 and Brandon pushed up. And Vanguard does it again.
Vanguard strikes again. You're in through the back, and hopefully this works out for St. Clair. You're given these spawns, but you can get pinned back here just as easily. Northwood can hold this just as easily from the front as they were the other direction, and that's what they're looking to do here. Still garnering most of this time, still set up for a full 60. St. Clair not quite able to get close enough yet. Tax and utilities raining in, and for now, this could be a win for Northwood. 20 seconds left. You have the advantage to get out and rotate to P5, so you're going to get this bit of scrap time, but Northwood are given the P5 rotation here after getting a good 30-40 seconds off the board.
I mean, you're given the rotation over to P5, sure, but I mean, if you are Northwood, you are very comfortable in your ability to break back in toward the hill, especially over by P5. Losing out on a full 60 there because of the wonky spawn that comes in because you still had player number 4 on the LST ship, and then Brandon was able to push over towards the beach. That's got to be something in the back of your mind that you're just kind of haunted with, at least for the time being. But they do have the rotation out, as mentioned beforehand. 10 seconds have gone their way already. They're trying to climb their way back into this game, and at least for the moment, they've stalled out the St. Clair push by forcing them to wait for the players to continuously spawn up. They're just not able to make a coordinated 4-man push, and you still have Infinite, who's all the way on the top of the map trying to wreak havoc. He can cause a pinch play to happen at any time.
And this is scary for St. Clair because Northwood, when they get comfortable and they're like set shooters, right? When they get their feet set, they're going to knock down the shot. If you let them get in their setup, they are going to carve away at the scoreline. You need to keep whatever advantage, as big of an advantage as you can in this hard point to feel even somewhat comfortable and not worried that Northwood can come back, because at any scoreline, Northwood can find their way back into this one. They are just down really a full hill. You do get the break if you are St. Clair. So again, you have to continue going 30 for 30 the rest of the way. Yeah, you'll find yourself a map win here. You haven't given up an explosive play yet to Northwood. Continue to let that be the case behind your leader, Priestley, once again having a field day, and Seno as well.
Big rotation back over towards this round circle on the flak tower. As Brandon hits in towards the point, the contestant is going to be there. A beautiful little pinch here for the side of St. Clair is going to allow them to get 3 quick kills, and all of a sudden, once again, you have 3 different players with opportunities to start streaking here on the side of St. Clair, and now everybody is all paired together for 8 straight kills, and Northwood have had no sign of life here to not only be able to push in towards this hill, but break any setup that St. Clair has had for themselves until K-Dob decides to come in for a little 2-piece, but it's Brandon who answers back succinctly with Bink there as well. A beautiful 4-2 trade for Northwood finally has decided to be able to show some sort of ability to break a hill.
And finally cross the century mark in this series. We are on our second set of rotations. They have only just hit 100 points, a 70-point lead. Now for St. Clair as we go to P2. They locked down P2 and it went fairly even with it with Northwood's first go-around. P3 is what I'm looking at, where St. Clair could truly put this game away. This map control going to be oh so critical. Priestley playing a most important position here at Ring. That's where players are going to try to slip the net and start to flip their spawns as this hard point ticks away, but they are taking care of business on P2 and getting this time.
Bottom of the LST ship has been so good to the side of St. Clair, and as they continue to push back forward, it's Bink who's going to have something to say about it, and he has absolutely nothing to counteract what St. Clair has thrown his way. 200 to 105, almost a 100-point mirror advantage that St. Clair has here that Northwood had on the Tuscan for map number 1. This has completely shifted what this series has had for us in terms of the set expectations going into our hard points, and this is the perfect and primed opportunity for St. Clair to take advantage of the series. Cash, this one's not over yet. There's still opportunity for Northwood to come back here, and it's something we've seen time and time again.
You have the streak in Priestley on P3. This is the hill you want to use a glide bomb on if you need an early break. I fully expect this to come out from Priestley here. This would be the most heads-up play they could make to get an early break and to really not let Northwood get any momentum back in this. I hope that they get the streak called in so that they can get the break here. And for Northwood, you are hoping to hold on for your life, expecting that streak to come out, trying to find any kind of momentum behind it, because, yeah, you hit that 200-point mark. There's the glide bomb coming in. You've got to get this perfectly. Hopefully someone's going to rotate to get back on time.
Over the top, you get the first domino down. St. Clair uses it at the perfect time as well. They have everybody in an availability option to start pushing their way throughout the map. Priestley, though, is able to find a couple of kills. Now he's looking over towards the right side. You haven't gotten to this hill just yet. You don't find just the first kill, and oh, that might just completely waste the streak for the side of St. Clair. Because you think you have the player killed, you start snapping onto the second. All of a sudden, things are turned around, and now it's only 20 seconds left, and this is where things can start to flip because they're playing for the scraps here, Cash, and you already have player number 4 on the rotation over to P4.
Bink already wins them P4 rotation where they got a near full 60 the last go around. A full 60 would put them nearly back in this, but the win condition is set. As soon as I say, you know, that they have a good setup, you cannot make many more mistakes for Northwood. Here for St. Clair, you have set the win condition. We said that they had to come out, set the win condition, and give themselves any kind of clear-cut advantage early on. You need 14 points to win this game on top of St. Clair's 110. You've got to find a way to pick and choose, get these last few seconds here at the end, and not let any kind of comeback happen.
And that's when you have to win, because now St. Clair is spawning up towards the north portion of the beach, and they can start coming down onto the players inside of the point and being able to take this over. We saw Northwood almost able to get a full 60 seconds the last time through, but now it's Northwood who now are on the outside looking in as St. Clair have taken over the point here at P4. 5 seconds left is all they need to be able to tie the series up into a piece. K-Top, the last-ditch effort to the front of the hill. You get the kills, but you can't be able to force any further here inside of map number 4 in a series that looks so good for Northwood to start things out. Has completely flipped on his head. St. Clair are steamrolling here in the last two. Respawn not in the favor of Northwood anymore.
We said they had to do it when it's coming into the series. They had to find a way to get a couple respawns on the board. They have done that here going into a search and destroy. That's still our question mark, but for St. Clair, you come out with dominance in that map, find a way to get it done, and put what I would say is a stunner on Northwood, right? Whenever Northwood dominated map number 1, it wasn't all that shocking in a sense because, well, that's just what we come to expect them to do when they dominated the S&D. That was impressive for Northwood. Here, now that we see St. Clair coming out, putting the work on them in a respawn. This is an exciting series. I'm sorry. It's to that point now where, okay, 2-2, like you said, everything's been flipped on its head. Every decision from here on out is going to be looked at under a microscope because this is when things start to really matter.
Okay, you know, we can sit here, or we can go back to when we were saying, you know, we just don't know if St. Clair is going to be able to make the proper adjustments they need to be able to win this series. It starts out with being able to have Priestley start a 7-0 split off the rip here on Gavutu, and they kept their foot on the brakes. They never let off the gas, and that's the problem that St. Clair have had a lot of the times this year. They have gotten out to good, hard-standing leads that just kind of falter, fall down, and don't allow them to keep the pressure on all the way to the end, allow for those comebacks to happen. And now Northwood, now you find yourselves for the first time tied up at 2 apiece with an opponent. And this is looking like a typical Vanguard series where the first team wins the hard point in the S&D, swing map control, map number 4 goes the opposite way, and we start talking about the S&D that's going to completely flip the table around. It's not a best of 5, it's a best of 9, so there's still quite a ways to go. But now not only are we forced that map 7, where we're going to be guaranteed to see what will be a Tuscan on Search and Destroy, it's also going to be another one of those things where we have to completely write our notes now for where we're going to be going in this series, because at this point, I don't think either of us anticipated St. Clair being able to take more than 1 respawn in the first 5 games.
Let alone back-to-back respawns. It was a hard-fought control win on Berlin, and then it was less than a hard-fought win on Gavitu, which is really, again, not what I was expecting. But I think at this point we have to throw out expectations. It just comes down to what we are seeing in front of us. We've shaped up how strong of a respawn team Northwood is and how strong of an S&D team St. Clair is. We have seen the complete opposite. We have seen them both fumble the bag on their respective modes. So again, I think the expectations and everything we had set coming into this can be thrown out the window. It's a matter of who's going to come and make the big plays for their team. Seno finally arriving there in map number 4 and finding a way to go huge for the team. Priestley as well as the AR. We said they needed to find a way to respond to match with Dak, to match with Bink, in and around the map. They felt more than fluid and comfortable, and it's cohesive, where it felt like 4 individuals on the map for St. Clair early on. They felt lost at times. This feels like all 4 of them are starting to work in unison, as, again, we've been accustomed to them seeing when St. Clair is playing well, they can go with the likes of Northwood. Now we are seeing that. The first 2 maps weren't quite that look, right? We thought that, you know, maybe Northwood were just going to come in 5-0 and get the job done, but St. Clair have arrived, showing how well they have played all of the Vanguard year, and are showing why they are worthy of, you know, a title contender.
Yeah, and I guess it's my fault for being so focused on MW2 these past couple of months, and without really realizing that all of Vanguard here was just, hey, take the notes that you have prepped for this game and toss them out once we get to the control. Because every single series throughout the Vanguard year, whether you liked it or not, went to either a map 4 or a map 5. It wasn't a matter of, yeah, this team is super, super good in this mode and they're going to be able to win this 99% of the time. It was kind of like that for only a specific amount of teams and, you know, maybe the upper echelon of the Challengers players. But when you had 2 teams that were even closely evenly matched, they were completely kind of like coin flip, up in the air head type series. So this is another one of those feelings now, because, you know, on one hand you had a complete dominant performance from the side of Northwood in those first 2 maps. You can't understate a 250 to 128 win in the first hard point, and then a back-to-back with a 6-1 search and destroy that gives you the 2-0 advantage in the series. At that point, you and I both were kind of feeling like, hey, this might just be Northwood's to take in 5 or 6 games.
Yeah, it definitely did feel like that from the start, and you can't talk about, like you said, what Northwood has done in the series, but that pendulum of momentum has started to swing. We talked about what St. Clair needed to do to rally back after losing 2 straight maps and losing their preferred mode. Now we're in a situation saying the same thing about Northwood. You lose 2 straight maps in your preferred mode and map as well. It's just a matter of finding a way to, again, not suppress these players, but get them activated. The slaying I think is the overarching generalized point I can make. Slaying has really rung true for these teams. I mean, for Northwood, it was very slow performances. Priestley and Seno going huge, and more uncharacteristic negative performances coming in from Northwood. So, you know, slaying is only half the battle as far as objective play goes in each of these modes. But for teams like this, and like St. Clair, like you said, who rides on such a momentum train, slaying is everything. Why they played so flat in those first 2 maps, they weren't finding kills. It's hard to say, you know, well, you have an objective to play around in COD. Yeah, but kills matter at the end of the day. You know, they work hand in hand. It's hard to get to a hill whenever you're not finding kills behind it, and vice versa. And so for Northwood now, your slaying has slowed down because St. Clair's has escalated. It's going to be a matter of, they're going to end up bouncing out. I know that. It's going to come down to those 1v1 gunfights on rotation to give you a map. It's going to come down to a 1v odd clutch situation for you to secure a search and destroy round. Like I said, every decision from here on out matters exponentially because both teams have gone toe-to-toe in the slaying column. who is going to go bigger and make the bigger play at the end of the day.
Yeah, and I think you make a great point there when you kind of bring in the conversation of, yes, Northwood slaying has slowed down because St. Clair has stepped up to that plate. And I kind of want to build off of that because, you know, in the first few games, St. Clair didn't necessarily look like they were in a rut. It just seemed like one or two of the players that needed to be an X factor in the series were having a slow start, and that happens.
Yeah.
You know, you get in a series where you know you're going to go at least 5 games, you have multiple opportunities to jumpstart and kickstart your entire series, and in a best of 9, that just expedites that even further. So yes, you know, you have a map or two to play with to lose in there, maybe not against this Northwood roster, but you've done enough to be able to bring yourselves back to a good point. And you know, just kind of talking about this Northwood roster, this is a team that, yes, isn't playing with their 2 top guys. This is the first time, really, that this team has truly been able to sit here and conjure things up for themselves in a Vanguard year. This was supposed to be a roster built and designed to move forward after Radio and Fame for the Modern Warfare 2 season. A slower-paced Call of Duty game that isn't going to be as fast-paced and up-tempo as Vanguard. Now you go back to a Vanguard year where you're forcing yourselves to play in a different way, where St. Clair has already had an entire year with the same guys to be able to put forth a great effort. This is what we expected out of St. Clair. Northwood maybe not as much, but you know, although there were still expectations for Northwood to win this series, I guess that's something that you can kind of go off of and say, hey, this is why it's a little bit different opposed to what we had seen previously from this Vanguard roster.
It definitely is, and we're starting to see signs of that here. Northwood bleeding within this series. St. Clair battling back down 0-2, now to strike the series up 2-2, feeling like it's 0-0 as we go into map number 5 of Search and Destroy. And if we're looking at it like a best of 5, I still think that this map carries a lot of weight, even though it is a best of 9 and we have a lot ahead of us. It's something very much where St. Clair can win back-to-back, winning 3 straight maps. No team, we're still early enough in the series that no team has done that. So if they were able to take 3 straight maps here, again, suddenly we're talking about for Northwood, them having to battle back from a deficit. And that's the kind of talent and caliber these teams bring to the table. Getting into this next map here shortly, it will be, like we were saying, a Berlin S&D. Another one where, again, of course, the mode we say St. Clair favors, but a map they also feel comfortable on. And I'd love to believe them, but again, we saw them blunder on another map pick that they enjoyed in map number 2, Bacage. So we'll see what they're able to bring to the table here. And again, with the momentum-based team like this, riding the win that they just got on Gavitu, you know they got to be feeling pretty good. You know, Zaren's in their ear, telling them to keep a level head, don't get too crazy about it, and just go out and play our game. And for Northwood, really the same conversations being had. Right now, it's that mutual respect of, okay, both teams have arrived. We know that they can come out and strike and make us bleed. We got to respect that. And vice versa. Let's just go out and who can execute better. It's going to be minimizing your mistakes around the map and who's going to play the more leveled up Call of Duty.
I mean, the thing is, right, too, you know, I looked at the Northwood side of things. This is a situation they've been in before multiple times, and it's not, you know, something that's foreign to them. They're not in a situation where they're kind of worrying about this whatsoever. They're just, you know, looking at what's ahead of them and just kind of riding the sails until they get to that next map. And going back to an S&D, you know, the first S&D you won 6-1, and it was really, really good. It's not going to be that same walk in the park here against St. Clair this time around going into this Berlin, because not only, again, as we talked about beforehand, have they arrived, but two, this is a situation where these teams are at full force now. It's a full caliber matchup, and looks like we are going to be having a reset here on our Search and Destroy. So as we continue to just kind of, you know, ramble on about, you know, what we're going to be seeing here in Berlin, we did have somebody lag out of the lobby, so we are going to be remaking this here in just a moment. You know, at least looking at this right now, this gives us some information on who is going to be on offense and who's going to be on defense here. So, you know, St. Clair, this has been a team that, you know, they are very uniform in the ways that they like to make their pushes. They are very willing to switch things up, though, on the fly, which makes them a more dangerous S&D team, which is why going into this series, we kind of had them pinned as the top dog S&D team, because they can make those daring plays and you know, kind of subtle switches in their play calls all the way up until the very last moment, which Northwood isn't able to read all the time, but it was the complete opposite of what we saw in the S&D for map 2. So again, that's just kind of one of those things that you have to throw out the window at this point and say, all right, GG's, you know, let's just kind of chalk it back up and go back to the top.
That's such a great point to make about it. Again, you can't look at what we had coming into it. All expectations have been thrown out the window, and execution just has to be paramount for the St. Clair team in the Search and Destroy. They didn't get much objective play in on Bacage. It was just a matter of sure, you won the first blood, 2 fell behind it, so you're still in a man-down situation in a matter of moments, or you started with a man disadvantage because you didn't win the first blood, and then from there it makes it that much harder to work a bomb site. It was Northwood who was playing with not only the kills going their way, but the map positioning and pressure. They made St. Clair have to play timid and reserved because they were constantly throwing different looks at them. So again, if you're St. Clair and you're able to come out and execute and implement your play style and not waver on that, you know, kind of be willing to make adjustments, like you said, to what Northwood is throwing at you, but play your game. They weren't playing their game. It looked very uncomfortable, very disconnected for them in that map number 2. But I need to see more of that objective come into play. I think the slaying is going to balance out. I really think it is going to be something.
Hey.
As we see a YMCA hit here, you know that they're feeling pretty good about it. But yeah, just to kind of conclude that point, the killing, don't think that's a problem anymore in this series. We've seen both teams show up and go big. It's a matter now of your fine moment, your fine-tuned execution of strategies and play styles. So for them, I just need to see them execute more around that objective. I think the kills will come in tow.
Yeah, and I think you can take that a step further too. Like, you know, the trading is a problem. Sure, that's kind of been the theming for St. Clair. They turned it around the last 2 maps, yes, but it was allowing Northwood to set up easily in the early portions of the game, and then being able to set, you know, a fast flank around towards the backside spawn, and then those communications not being there. You think back to the round in the Search and Destroy, specifically where Dak, you know, was able to fly all the way back around. Priestley doesn't get the call to Sinnoh in enough time. Sinnoh gets cut off of the back tank, and then all of a sudden you have a situation where, yes, you get the trade, yes, you get somebody knocked off the board, but that easily could have been a 4 versus 3 situation in your favor. And around win, that might have came on defense, and it just doesn't come to fruition because you let little things like that seep through the cracks. If you see somebody, you call that out. That's Call of Duty knowledge. That's day 101. And if you're not able to do that or let your teammates know that, hey, he's coming around the corner, and then everybody plays that back together, you're just going to be faltering through the cracks, and that's going to be something that's going to show through easily. And that was one of the very small things that we were able to even see. But there's some things that we don't see that come from communications, that don't come onto the broadcast, that we can't see as easily, that can also just falter the way that you're making a push in S&D or in Hardpoint or in Control or any facet of the Call of Duty game. So that's something that needs to be cleaned up from St. Clair across the board, but it's hard to talk bad about them after those last 2 maps.
It really is a challenge, and for Northwood, it's still, even after taking 2 map losses, it's still a challenge to talk bad about them, right? It's just been a matter of both teams finding ways to strike back in the series, as we were hoping for. We weren't quite expecting it, but we were hoping to see them strike back in some fashion. They do. For Northwood, it's just the same thing for them, the same thing we were calling for St. Clair to do. We need to see Northwood do. They were still getting on the objective. They need to get back to really dominating in the trading, right? Whenever they were getting on top of that slaying, it was just quite an onslaught of kills that you would see at times where, again, you're simply off spawn taking gunfights. That's how Vanguard opts to play, is how quickly people get around the map and can get up in your face. So for them, the same kind of thing, playing around those timings, making sure comms are staying clean and not seeing a breakdown in them. I mean, you can tell even just how arrows move around the map if comms are clean. For St. Clair, the first 2 maps, you could tell that comms weren't very clean because players were getting caught out. They were getting caught without turning around. It seemed like they were a step or 2 behind Northwood, and no one was communicating that. And then for Northwood, the same thing. You talk about that Gava 2 hard point, and they just weren't ready. Of course, you had the unfortunate spawn come in before. I don't think that changes the outcome of the map, though, as unfortunate as it is. I think St. Clair had done enough work to close it out. So it is unlucky, and it can kind of check the mental for a second, but you expect Northwood to be more resilient than, again, a couple map losses. I expect them to be able to bounce back in this series, but it comes down to comms have to be clean. You have to be now watching, again, everything at an angle, hit those timings. Timings are going to be so important to getting a flank. I mean, we've seen them on the Control won a round by winning the flank. Bendy tried one, it didn't work out. Infinite tried it, and it worked. So, again, I can't stress enough the importance of the micro plays that have the more macro impact in a map, in a round, in a series.
Yeah, and that's kind of, you know, when you talk about Call of Duty, what separates the lower players from the higher tier players is it's not just like, okay, we have a set game plan going into this. How are we going to execute upon this? It's how are we going to be able to execute upon our game plan, but expand upon that by making small, impactful decisions throughout the entirety of the game. And that's what separates the bottom teams from the best teams, the bottom players from the best players. So again, we apologize for the delay there as one player was crashed out of the lobby, but we've got things set back up here for a Search and Destroy on Berlin. 2-2 tied in the series. And hey, for the first time in what seems like forever, St. Clair get themselves a first blood on the board and have a 4-3 advantage here. Let's just hope they don't throw it away again.
The stun check rings true. They know Bink is somewhere around here. Bomb does go down behind it. It's just a matter of trying to find this last kill and not let Bink trade it out. Priestley trying to play on top third and Bink trying to get into the site, but Sinnoh, Brandon, the two SMGs, they are playing so electric here as of these last couple of maps, but K-Top gets in and suddenly this round flipped on its head.
It's a 2v2. You have the win condition of being able to sit all the way back in your spawn, but you also have Bendy now falling. It's Priestley in a 1 versus 1 now. 20 seconds left. Tons of time for both of these players to play around one another. Great information there from Priestley. He's going to jump back around the corner there onto Dak. Beautiful little jump challenge there to get him the win, and that is savvy right there, Cash. Not only just taking the gunfight, but making sure you can back off and forcing Dak to have to come back in a different manner.
Get a good win there, Priestley. Playing out of his mind right now, which is what you would expect, right? So many players, there's always the one that rises to the occasion, and that has been Priestley for St. Clair as of late. K-Top playing a good series as well behind Dak. I mean, they're the first two on the board for the team, but they are having great series as well. Priestley, the one really paving the way and getting the St. Clair team back into the series. They get a round #1 win on the board, which is huge for them. I mean, they had to respond after being down a couple rounds in map #2, so that was a very, again, confident. Like I said, the energy is shifted, the momentum shifted. You know that St. Clair is playing how they look comfortable. They're playing how they want to and executing their game plan. Defensively, but Bink able to find the first blood there.
Good shots there, long all the way on the dock side. K-Top, they're easy to pick up on Sinnoh as well. So Infinite will sneak back over towards the right side. Bendy all the way through those cracks, and the floorboard is going to get cut down. And as quickly as St. Clair had a little bit of hope for themselves, things have turned quite opposite in the other direction. Infinite is going to back all the way off. Brandon now, his location known. And this is going to be a round win here for the side of Northwood off the back end of a good defensive round.
Basically panned out the same way that the first round went. You got a first blood, you worked the B site behind it and quickly got the objective planted. It was just a bit cleaner in execution and kills for the side of Northwood. So they respond back handshake rounds through the first two, and on round number 3, we'll see what St. Clair look to do. It usually takes the first few rounds to start to shake up kind of your offensive approach. Teams try to really, especially the team that takes offense first, really tries to get that momentum going in their favor. You're going to work B until it doesn't work, and then finally, if you get enough of that tempo on your side, that's when you feel comfortable enough to switch things up and get the defense guessing. So we'll see if they can do just that, but it isn't all out hit towards B. It's going to be a 4v2, and well, this battle's going down quickly. Yeah, it's basically what we saw, picture perfect from the first round, but Infinite's going to be able to win the first gunfight here. If he snaps to the second one, oh, that's a good night there for the St. Clair Saints. Either way, Bink going to be able to trade things back. Now Northwood the advantage 3 versus 2. Very similar to what we saw in that second map in the Bocage. As Bink looks into the window, shots are going to ring out there from the Automaton. And unfortunately there for St. Clair, you do have the bomb down. But unfortunately you haven't been able to come to the site just yet. Bink there, Priestley 1 versus 2. Bomb down in the site. The rest of the team for Northwood going to be aware of that, and I don't expect them to get aggressive trying to hunt for Priestley. Sure, you hear the noise, and now you have an idea that he's going to be up here lurking around. But with player 5 Dak just watching this B cross, I anticipate the clock going to bleed out if they can't find this kill sooner than later. We'll see if Priestley's able to make magic happen. Answer quickly. Going to be no. Northwood take 2 straight here and find themselves up 2-1. And again, you know, there was magic in the air for St. Clair in that first round. I think that aggressive really does work to catch Northwood off guard, because they think you're going to be playing more of a passive search and destroy game like you did on the Bocage. But that's only going to work out once in a blue moon. You have to switch things up a little bit from round to round against this Northwood roster, because they're going to be able to adapt to what you did in that first round, shut it down, and make sure you can't do it again. So back to the offensive side here. Northwood was able to win their last 2 rounds in a row, trying to make it 3 here. And as they start to send everybody with those blue arrows over towards the top portion of your mini-map, over towards that boathouse on the B site, it is going to be Bendy who's forced to back off all the way over from the top of fire. 80 HP to his name, 20 taken off, and with 15 seconds off the board, still plenty of time for this Northwood offensive approach to work. All it's going to come down to is, of course, those first bloods, and if they can get this aggression in towards the B sites, because they at least know that one person's inside of it. We'll see what player 2 and Brandon looks to do. Maybe waiting for some movement, as it is completely silent here on Berlin. As soon as these first shots ring out and give up where this push is coming from, I would like to see if Brandon slips the line and tries to get behind him, because no one really watching. I mean, Bink maybe getting eyes on it, but that's not really the case. Dak gonna find the first blood, so now we start to see the shift, and well, when you see a shift, you start to see Northwood be ready for players to walk into their pre-games. They find a couple kills behind it. It's gonna be a 2v3. Brandon taking damage, and if he can find a kill here, great. If not, well, that bodes unfairly for Priestley in a 1v4 situation here, trying to get this bomb over B.
Yeah, look, this is one of the things where you just dolphin dive into the water there, say your prayers, and hasta la vista off the map. You don't feed them any more kills for potential streaks on the board, and you're just giving them more momentum at that point. So take yourself out of the equation, off yourself the map. As Banky's going to be able to pick up that last kill there. Northwood have won 3 straight rounds. Cash, this is where things start to get a little interesting in terms of the momentum shift here inside of the Search and Destroy. Sure, if you're St. Clair, you've been able to win 1 round, but you still only have the same amount of rounds you won in that last S&D. Northwood was able to win 5 straight, and they're on the way to do so again.
Objective play has been good, great fun, awesome if you can execute it, but I mean, Seno and Bindi aren't on the board yet, so that's definitely going to play a factor here for you. You only have 2 players finding kills in these rounds, Seno at least finding 1, but we start to see the switch up on the offensive side, the play call coming in for A, but you've got to get these players on board, and unfortunately Bindi not going to get it done here.
And that's just putting yourself in a bad position, getting caught off guard. You know there's going to be a couple players there, and you just run out into the open, and once again, it's another 1 versus 4 here from the side of St. Clair. So, yes, you get information. Yes, you know, you're making a nice play. I love switching up the pace, going from B over towards A, sending 2 players aggressively to try and take those initial gunfights against Northwood. But when you don't win the first, you can't just force something and hope something is going to be there just to try and get a trade. You have to make a calculated approach to what you're going to be doing on that side. And again, it's just another situation where if you're, you just need to hop off the map. Everybody on the side of Northwood is streaking right now. You cannot try for a 1v4.
2 players on 3 streaks, 2 players on 2 streaks. Like you said, they're just aiding to fuel that fire, and it just feels all too eerie of what Bacage did. They started off on a great start. It felt inspired out of St. Clair, but Northwood just going the extra mile to make these adjustments. And I think more so, like you were saying, they're catching players out for St. Clair. You can adapt and make a rotation and switch up the play. That's fine. It has to be smart. You can't just do it for the sake of doing it, like you just said. So behind it, they're not having any, kind of calculation or thought. And, well, they also only have 6 kills on the board. 3 players for the side of Northwood are almost at that by themselves. Bindi, if he can get on the board here and get something going, that would be great. But, I mean, you hope it's not too little too late. We haven't seen them come back from an S&D deficit like this. I don't know that it'll be the case here. Northwood playing very, very strong Search and Destroy, which goes to show that they've done their homework.
It's been 3 flawless rounds from the side of Northwood. St. Clair has yet to get a kill in, well, the last 3 rounds. Seno over towards the dockside with the rest of the team, just trying to make sure Northwood cannot make this push any further forward. This is where you start to get a little dicey here on the defensive side. Do you start to get a bit more aggressive? Do you push up? Do you put yourselves out of position to try and work a pick to make sure nobody can get over towards the opposite site? And then the answer, unfortunately, is yes there from the side of the St. Clair Saints, even though I hoped it wouldn't be. For the first time, though, you're going to be able to get a kill and find yourself a trade. So still down 1-4 in terms of the round count, but as Seno finds another kill there, they're able to escape with their lives. 2 versus 3 here from Northwood. 30 seconds left to get that bomb down.
Now make that a 1v3 and should be around on the board for St. Clair. Barring any heroics, Infinite gonna end up getting the kill. Brandon not even gonna shoot back in that moment, but you have a 2-2 split. Looking at this beam site, 15 seconds left. I don't know that there's gonna be time to get this bomb down with both of these players. Guarding it like they are, they're gonna lay down. Try to get Infinite off the board if they can, seeing he's on a 4 streak.
Yeah.
But if anything, be satisfied with a round win there. They get it on the board, and again, the S&D feels so one-dimensional. I see Brandon sit outside tickets waiting for an A push or waiting for a Northwood flank, not running an internal timer saying, if I don't see one by this time, I'm going to try to hit it out myself. Now, again, I get there's given play calls and given set pieces that they like to execute, but no switch up of play where every single time on offense for Northwood, they've all bundled up at that B site.
Yep.
Warehouse is open. Players watch it, but again, that's where timing comes in. You can get around and slip the net. They haven't even tried, so I think they need to do some kind of switch up in tempo and pacing and execute it well like they had tried at this A site. And, well, they're going to try to execute it again, but I think Northwood, they're ready.
Stun check out, not going to be able to find anything. Dak is able to open things up with the first blood trade immediately. 3 versus 3. Minute and 10 seconds left. Bomb still in the hands of the St. Clair Saints. And for the moment, Northwood has opted to play this quite slowly. But look at Infinite all the way around the back. Could play spoiler to what they want to do here. He's looking for Priestley. Looking for Brandon as well. And all you see him, he's tracking him. But he only has an MP40. He's trying to get up close Tori doesn't alert his presence just yet, but Bendy's also trying to make a route all the way around the back. So while both of these flanks are going at the same time, it's a 2 versus 2, and now the map is just completely flipped on itself as all the flanks have just worked out in unison once together. Bink walks away with the kill, 1 versus 2, bomb down, 40 seconds left. They've got to walk away with a defuse as well, but now Brandon has given himself away, and the information is to the side of Northwood University here as they're trying to retake back over towards the site. Brandon gonna get the crosshair on him, not able to snap. Bink gonna shoot his body, and well, rightfully so. That was quite disgusting from Bink. An opportunity there for Priestley that just falls to the wayside completely.
You get to the A site, you execute like you want to, you can't find the kills behind it. And again, Bendy couldn't execute on his route. Northwood, once again, finds a way to slip the net and capitalize, and working out for them very well. Sitting at map point here, 5-2 in our Berlin search and destroy to put themselves up 3-2 in the series. Can they close it out? The answer looking like yes, and Bendy hoping the answer is no to joining the agency here.
Well, he's already joined it, so it's a GG on that. We'll be seeing you. Oh boy. Yikes. Well, there's always a time and a place to do it. Maybe not in a grand final, but 0-8 on his way to the donut shop still. Going forward, Priestley able to trade that out, 3 versus 3. And you'd think maybe, just maybe, if Bendy was able to get himself onto the board, this game could be just a bit closer. Everybody from the side of Northwood either positive or just about at even. And again, it just comes down to the display that we've seen in terms of slaying from both of these two teams. Bink gets some great shots there. He's going to opt to back off, and rightfully so. You're in a 2 versus 3. But now you have the information in the free reign on the bomb side. St. Clair, you know, you already have one person that you've seen towards A. Why is... Hey guys, we're at B still. Sure. What?
gonna play the 3v2 wrap back and try to trust that, but again, you let them get the bomb down and get a post plant set up on A. Bink taking a long line of sight with the AR and able to find a kill behind it. Now a 2v2 with, again, no information. You didn't play the wrap back towards A, so you have no clue where these players could be. You're going to be walking into preemps because they're both, guess what, aggressive through tickets. Bink should be shooting players in the back here in a moment when the call comes in. Priestley finds one. Don't know if he'll be able to snap to the other, but you don't have any room for error. These kills have to come in because time's dwindling. Going to play the clock. This one going to be over.
Bink plays it perfectly, plays with his teammate, and sure, they might go ahead and find the kill. He's able to get back to the staircase. The win condition was just playing all the way in the back of the hallway on the staircase, and that will do it here for the Search and Destroy in map number 5. 3-2 now in this best-of-9 series. Northwood finally strikes back here. After 2 maps, they fell into a rut, but the valley only lasts for so long. A ramp to the sunlight has been there, and well, they're finally back into at least an opportunity to take advantage of the series again.
Going to Gava 2, which is something that, you know, they would be hopeful for, I would think, but throwing all of that out the window, maybe not so much. It is going to be a respawn at the end of the day, and maybe we'll just handshake 2-2 maps at a time. We'll come to find out, but just another unprecedented, and I hate saying unprecedented because they've shown it twice in the series now, but as far as what previous trends established, unprecedented Search and Destroy dominance from Northwood, where it feels like both teams have over-excelled on the homework they did on each other just to forget how to execute on their preferred map and mode. So both teams doing some extra work, unfortunately forgetting some steps in what they're good at already. 3-2 up Northwood, going to a Gava 2 control next, where, I mean, last time we were on it, it was over 100-point beating favoring St. Clair, and Priestley still had a decent Search and Destroy, but they're just so one-dimensional on that right now that I can't feel confident in how they're playing that. So we'll hope on a respawn they can get things going, but kills have been it at the end of the day. Objective play, all good and well. Bendy not finding kills at all. You played a 3v4 the entire Search and Destroy. Just to put a blanket statement on it, you've got to find a way to generate those kills back in your favor, or at least go even. We have yet to see a game where it's gone even, right? It's been so lopsided. It was lopsided respawn map 1, lopsided S&D map 2. Okay, you flip the script to the other team. I guess it was a map 5, but again, lopsided hard point as well. No team has been able to evenly match each other's slaying. It's either you're on fire or you're not. So we'll see if the teams can strike a balance, or whoever just gets out and gets hot early can find a way to close it out. There's our roadmap of what we've seen and where we're going. We're at least guaranteed 7 here. That would put us at our Tuscan Search and Destroy, a St. Clair map pick, and we'll see if they can take another Northwood one off the board, or do Northwood put their foot down here finally and try to close this one out.
You know, and it sucks to say too, because, you know, at least at this point, Northwood's only up by 1 map right now. But going off the trends that we've seen inside of this series, yes, it's a completely different map. Yes, it plays completely different from the Bakash in the Berlin. But going back to Gavutu, again, this is a map that St. Clair, obviously, are very comfortable on when it comes to their respawns. And if they're able to take this, it would be great and bode well for the series. But I feel... Don't you know, kind of hate me for this one. This is almost another must-win situation here for the side of St. Clair, because if you allow Northwood to take this respawn and then go back to a search and destroy, where again you've only won 3 rounds where they've won 12 throughout 2 S&Ds. I mean, do the math. I just did it for you. It's not looking good at all, and I mean at all.
It's really not. And you don't want to take away from what Northwood has come out and able to do, and you know, we're not calling them must-win maps or situations because, well, in the search and destroy, we haven't seen anything from Northwood to be worried if it got pushed to a, you know, game 9 where they can come alive. And we know in the respawns they can go big anytime. It's seeing the respawn consistently because there are more of them in the series. You have to see it out of St. Clair. You have to see consistent execution from them. We expect Northwood to come out and win these. So when St. Clair does, that's where we mark that, you know, as that kind of win for them. Where okay. Now you've got to find a way to get to that best of 9. As we get closer to that map 9 search and destroy, I feel less and less confident. But even then, we still have a map 7 search and destroy that they have to get there. So even if they find a way to take this next map or even a couple more, even if they take these respawns back to back, again, if you are St. Clair, I'm not feeling great going into map 7 for them in search and destroy. So as much as things have flipped on their head for Northwood, I still, you know, business as usual in the respawn. St. Clair only edged you out, and it was a well-earned, but a hard-fought round 5 situation before things got dominant. So they still have to feel pretty good on control here before the side of the St. Clair Griffins. Yeah, like you say, it feels like another must-win, and I hate being the impending doom bringer on this series for St. Clair and feeling like we're not favoring them in any sense. But again, it's just how quickly Northwood can snowball momentum. And sure, they've stunned it once before. We have to see consistent execution of them able to do it again. So,
yeah, going into a control on Gavutu, I guess this is where we can kind of go back and talk about the trends from the hard point that we just saw on this map only, you know, just a handful of minutes ago. You know, the one thing that I guess stood out for me, yes, was the slaying from Priestley and from Sino. They were able to start out hot, finish the game hot, and then be able to kind of just construct the rest of the team around them in that regard. Bendy, Brandon also played really well. This is an opportunity, though, for Bendy to have a bounce-back performance because after going 0-9 there, not only does it not look good on the scoreboard, it doesn't look good on the mental, and everybody else is going to be like, hey, maybe you should maybe you got a kill. That would have been cool. But at least, you know, it shows the limbs on the scoreboard, so it might not look exactly like a donut, but at least in his mind, he knows. So this is something that he needs to understand to change out just a little bit, and it has to start here on the Gavutu, or you're going to be risking, again, being in another must-win situation, down 4-2 inside of the series after a Gavutu. Infant in the bottom of the LST ship, trying to go ahead and get this first tick of progress here on the A zone. Priestley from the middle with that AR in hand is going to be able to find one, but unfortunately isn't able to escape out with his life. Dak on the top of the LST ship will rain down from above, and this is going to be continuously stalling out the clock while getting more and more progress for this Northwood University roster here on their first offensive attempt.
Green control, one of the first things you check defensively to get control of, but ring control is going to be everything between these two teams. You had it at the start for the side of St. Clair. Bendy gets chopped down, and now you have players bleeding through for Northwood over towards this B site. So ring control, both offensively and defensively, will kind of be that pivot and that X factor through the map to allow you that side-to-side transition, whichever way you are looking to get. So that's what I'll be keeping my eyes on what team is having control of that. But for now, the A side is in firm control of Northwood. They are less than a tick away from closing this one out and having over 2 minutes to segue to B.
God, it's been so long since I've been able to sit here and say, hey guys, guess what? Hard to get the B zone on Gavutu for control, but it's going to be a task that Northwood is going to have to be up to here in round number 1. 22-16, a 6-life advantage here for Northwood with 1 minute and 50 seconds left to get over towards its B side. And look at who is in the back lines of the spawn. It's K-Top, who has been stellar throughout the entirety of the series all day today. And as he's going to be able to be behind the first one, he's got the MP40 out, and the teammates are there for help. 3 players going to go down immediately. St. Clair, that's everybody down, and now they're spawning back over towards the deep spawn side over by the green shed building. Bendy going to be with the AR, trying to look on out. First tick of progress over at the B zone has gone through, and Papa Big will pop 3 in a row. Now on 5, trying to go ahead and find streaks early on here. A complete flip of a respawn here for Northwood, and just like that, one of the most dominant rounds of offense we have seen on Gavutu throughout, and I mean throughout the entirety of the Vanguard year.
clinical. And on the offensive side as well, again, the slaying for the side of Northwood comes in such an avalanche and such an onslaught that it's hard to, again, get any kind of momentum because you're coming off spawn and taking gunfights.
Yeah.
I mean, Bink on a 6 streak right now, blink and you'll miss him. He is able to get one away from finding that glide bomb, which this early on in the series, you're absolutely going to take for St. Clair. Again, you come out and you get stunned and shut up. It's a matter of who gets hot and who gets going early on and can ride that until the end. That's at least been the trend we've seen in this series. And for now, signs point to Northwood. And well, off this opening break, that's not changing all that much.
Infinite down below. Bink won't be able to find himself the 7 kill here in the round, so if you are St. Clair, you can breathe a little bit easier knowing that there's not going to be an opportunity for streaks from the side of Northwood University, at least for the time being. K-Top looking for Brandon, who's on top of the tank inside of the bottom of the LST ship, but his 2 ticks of progress have already gone through. This is looking like a mirrored offensive round here for the side of St. Clair, as we saw from Northwood in the previous round before. Bendy all the way in the back, 4 in a row, snaps for number 5, looks for number 6 there as well. Oh, tried to pull off of what Bink did in the previous round. Unfortunately wasn't able to walk away with those kills, but they do enough to control themselves that A zone, and they've worked the player over towards B at the same time. Unfortunately, that last tick of progress on that B zone won't be able to be there, so Northwood can shut that down for a moment. But Cash, plenty of lives, plenty of time. This is a great opportunity for St. Clair.
And St. Clair falling there for essentially the first time in a clean 4-down fashion lets Northwood get across the map for a defensive setup. This is something St. Clair wasn't allowed to do because Northwood was constantly spawning up in a position to apply pressure on B, and they simply executed behind the kills they were able to find. Now for St. Clair, you have to work out of a slight spawn trap. You go 3 down once again. Priestley, your most advanced player, and even then, he's only at your first cut. So you've got to do work to clear players out of spawn to even get across the map. This is what you were hoping to not let Northwood get in the position of, but there is still plenty of clock and plenty of lives left to work with. You do have the advantage here, given how that opening break went. Can you find a kill funneling through these lanes?
Brandon, that's a huge, huge kill to walk away with. Now that's 2 in a row. Nate gonna be out. He has information. Then there's Brandon for 3. Oh! Brandon, give him all 4. Now over towards the B zone. This is the catalyst to capture the entirety of B. And that first tick of progress is looking oh so good as Brandon's now on 5 in a row. Player around the corner gets shut down. Could have been 6, but that first tick of progress is there. And now they can continue to work this as Infinite is working a pinch play all the way back around on the top of the flak tower. 16-9 in terms of the lives, and they continue to dwindle here from Northwood as St. Clair has done a stellar job of working over towards that B zone. Or I should say Brandon.
I'll say, yeah, Brandon really working magic over there, but it was all for 1 tick of progress. It would have been great for them to have been able to close that second tick. It doesn't come in, but that might just be enough momentum to get you going. Don't let Northwood get set up in another defensive position, but as I say that, Bink already going to be shooting players in the back, and no one for St. Clair is going to be ready for this. Finds one, Infinite finds another in the front. You're pinched in the ring with no other map control, and it's back to square one. As momentum heavy as that play was, it very much could have been all for naught. Northwood did not shake or falter after that sequence.
Well, as quickly as it was 15-8, it's now 8-8 and 8-7. St. Clair still have the advantage here. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves. With 30 seconds left, and only 7 players that they need to take out, they've got the first domino to fall in K-Top, and now it's Bink falls as well. They're just desperately close to being at that last live remaining as Priestley picks up the flank kill there. 6 versus 4, 20 seconds left here on the round. Infinite, a big kill to stop the advancement that's going forward, but here comes the flank on the backside. 13 seconds now is all that remains here for the side of St. Clair to be able to take this, and Ascena was on the flank as well. He's able to find yet another kill in towards the point. 5 seconds, it's a foot race back over towards the point. K-Top can go big here. He's able to find one. They need to not kill him here, and they can win the round. Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Northwood finding a way to get that round done in the fashion that they did. I thought the time was coming into factor. I thought that maybe they would find a way to get that last kill, and they don't. And for St. Clair, that is a blunder of catastrophic effects here in this control. Sure, you've been down 0-2 before, but I mean, you make a big play behind Brandon and nothing, or excuse me, you don't make a big play behind Brandon's sequence of kills, and it ends up costing you the round. You needed to find 1 kill. 1 kill.
The point doesn't matter.
The point doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You just have to kill him. Oh, K-Top, it's plays like that that win championships, and that might have well sent them on their way to being able to take this map, which would then put the series at match in game point. Priestley, looking forward, is able to find Bink, 28-26. It's going to have to be another offensive round here for the side of Northwood to be able to close it out in 3, but with the way they look so dominant the first time around, they're putting a lot of pressure over towards this B zone.
This is what got them the offensive round win the last go-round. They poured constant pressure that you were never able to get a fortified setup. So if they decide to bully this out and get what truly is in this control, the harder point, this could bode really game over for the side of St. Clair because they didn't get a comfortable setup the last time around. Now they have to sequence back and forth and find a way to go from site to site, where Northwood, again, this is that win condition that you set. When you play with such map control and such map pressure, the other team just has to go with the ebb and flow, but you are in control of where and how you want to play. Northwood doing just that here. Sure, they have the life disadvantage, but look at where they are on the map. Now they're comfortable segueing back to this A site, trying to get some of this progress up, and already have one at B. St. Clair just trying to figure out where their next opening is.
I mean, ever since K-Top made that play, he hasn't been able to walk away with a kill. Brandon trying to go big yet again, could have found himself yet another 3-piece here inside of this game. And I mean, before he made that big pop-off play, he had like 3 kills to his name, but there's Priestley in the back line for 3 quick kills and now on 6 in a row. Could earn streaks here for the side of St. Clair, and it's just like that, how things so quickly can change for one team, and with just 12 seconds left here in the round, Northwood hasn't gotten either the A or the B site. This has been pitch perfect for the side of St. Clair, and it's exactly what they needed to keep this alive. This is how a defense should play. It's how it should work, and this is how you should be able to master yourself around a map. How about Seno now shooting bodies himself? Hey, buddy, you're still down a map in the series in 2 rounds here in the control. Let's calm down.
Sometimes
I like it, but let's calm down.
Sometimes you got to go ego swinging and get yourself back into it whatever way you can. And hey, that's the way Seno's feeling himself here. And as I said, Northwood gave themselves the map position to ebb and flow back and forth from site to site. They didn't find the kills to find progress at either. So they gave up a defensive hold to St. Clair, who, again, very much feeling themselves in the series, taking one big play for either side of the stage to start letting each other know. And now for St. Clair, you're battling back from an 0-2 deficit and in control once again. Congratulations, you get the defense off the board, but your offense didn't quite look as pretty the last go-around. You needed to find 1 kill to win that one, and you couldn't. You could be up 2-1 here in this control and aren't. So we'll see what the execution looks like for them, but Infinite once again opening up this defensive round with the first blood.
And it's crazy too, because now you have to force yourself all the way forward with an offensive round win, and especially with how Northwood has looked on the defensive side, not allowing that B zone to be captured, not allowing you to force your way up the map. Again, you've hit on it so many times now. That hero play from Brandon is a hero play for a reason. You're not going to get 5 kills immediately every single time and team wipe by yourself. Dak is looking in the middle of the map with the automaton over the top. It's 29-23. Again, this is for Northwood to force this to a 3-1 win on Gavutu, find themselves a 4-2 advantage in the series, and maybe be able to take the entirety of the grand final with one final map on a search and destroy that would be on Tuscan. Here comes the spawn setup and a flank coming through.
Bendy has to do something. Bendy's been in the back lines the entirety of this round while his team's getting mowed down. And, well, if you're Northwood, you probably have an idea that he's back there, but he's not doing anything. So what's it matter? You don't even have to turn around. You're just chopping him down. He's not going to 1v4 get these sites. So you have someone else slip the line and Brandon. But, again, I think Bendy's play, just like it was in Search and Destroy earlier, just a bit too slow here. And Northwood got a bit too much footing. The streak going to come in to get you off of B. They've got you in a spawn trap right where they want you. It's just a matter of time before this closes out. Again, barring heroics, but even then, you couldn't execute for the side of St. Clair.
Dak at the top of the LST ship looking for the final nail in the coffin, and I think it's already come here in the form of Northwood being able to find their way through the middle of the map. K-Top down below the LST ship, crowned superior for the side of Northwood. Bodies were shot in that game by St. Clair, by the way. I just want that to be pointed out. 3-1 series point here inside of our best of 9. The grand finals can be won on Tuscan in a search and destroy. Northwood, all they need to do is win 6 rounds to do it.
They've had minimal resistance doing that, so I'd have to say going into this next map, yeah, definitely favoring Northwood and how they've been able to come out and play. They're on the control. It just shows, again, it separates even great teams from the best. And for Northwood, you give up a 5 down. That it could be something where a lot of teams would panic and have to fly and run, but the level-headedness that K-Top is able to keep in that moment and not end up giving a life there where that's all he knew he had to do. He's like, I don't care about the point, I just have to play my life. Ends up doing that, and you catch St. Clair unaware of the situation. Like I said, that separates the great teams from the best teams, and Northwood staying so fundamentally sound and so level-headed is what has them a series point.
Well, just taking it back, a look at the map due to the replay, you know, Northwood from start to finish, it was a phenomenal game. You saw them at the end of the game being able to stand up, talk their stuff because, again, they absolutely deserved it with what they were able to do throughout the entirety of that Gavutu control. But, again, it's important to remember what we're playing for here. Not only is a Grand Championship on the line here for the NACE Starleague Grand Finals for the Fall 2020 season hosted by Villanova, but, Cash, there's $4,000 in a prize pool to be won here. First place gets $2,000. Second place is walking away with $1,000. Both of these two teams, this is a prize match for $2,000. So, whether you want to just have it for, the notoriety of it or not, you're still playing for $2,000 here regardless. Yeah, sure, you're guaranteed $1,000, but wouldn't it be sweet to double that just a little bit?
It would be oh so sweet, and there we look at the chatter across the stage at the conclusion of that one. Northwood feeling themselves once again in the series and probably feeling confident that they could close this one out here. We said it was a must-win for St. Clair going into it, and boy, does that pressure feel like it's mounting oh so quickly against this side. You would think going into a search and destroy that, yeah, they're feeling pretty good, but given how the series is shaken out, it's just not been the case for them. I definitely would feel a little shaky going into the S&D because, like you had said even before going into the control, you've won 3 rounds on the day through 2 search and destroy maps. That's from a team known for search and destroy. That just it feels more than unacceptable.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we were talking about beforehand, the chemistry. Both of these teams, it should be St. Clair who should be the better S&D team, and we just haven't seen that. Maybe it was a Fame diff. Maybe it was Radial who wasn't able to get them over that hump. Yeah. Maybe it just took Dak and K-Top joining this roster to be able to find them that S&D stronghold that they needed to fortify their defenses and maybe even win them a national championship here in the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, a potential conclusion. The Tuscan Search and Destroy that Northwood has to win a Grand Finals. And of course, on the other side, St. Clair, they've got to win 3 straight maps if they want to be crowned the champions of the NACE Starleague here for fall of 2022. My name's Cormill. That's Cash. We'll be back for the Tuscan Search and Destroy after a quick break. We've gone through 6 grueling games here in this best-of-9 series. The grand final has not been disappointing by any stretch of the imagination. We've gone through what has been the gauntlet of maps between both of these two teams, where the side of Northwood has themselves a 4-2 advantage over the St. Clair Saints, as they will try their might to force themselves all the way back to a final map number 9, which it's going to take some work. They're going to have to do more than just winning 3 rounds of Search and Destroy, which is where we're headed next here for the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, hosted by Villanova. Cash, it's been a very eventful best-of-9 series, but realistically speaking, there's only one way to go from here for St. Clair, and well, that's up.
They have to close it out on, sure, you see on the roadmap here of our series, their preferred map and a mode coming into today, but the way things have shaken out, and as you can see from the series, or excuse me, from the previous portions of the series, Search and Destroy has less than gone their way. Like you had said, 3 combined rounds going into this 3rd Search and Destroy mode. It's about as good as you're going to get at the tail end of the series, right? These next 2 Search and Destroys are your map and mode pick, but you've got to get there, and even more importantly, we're here, you've got to win them. We said respawn coming into this was what St. Clair had to find a way to win on the board. I didn't think that was on the back end of them dropping all of their Search and Destroys. So here we see them in a position where they have to go back and play their game, play the Search and Destroy. I mean, if we try to bring back previous trends back into the series, these next 2 map mode combos, they should be able to push the distance if they can find a way to win it. But you put Northwood at series point by giving them 2 S&Ds, and this is a much harder docket that you have ahead of you. You know, sure, they have the possibility to pull off the Search and Destroy and get themselves back, but like you said, they have to win out from here to stay in it because they're at match point or series points. So again, a lot for them. I think they need to go back to basics, back to their fundamental play style, and execute on what they do best, make adaptations to Northwood as they pop up. And for Northwood, it's as simple as, well, you've won 2 straight maps, you've been winning the S&D all day, don't change the game plan and find a way to close the series out. Yeah.
If you would have told me at the beginning of the show that through the first 4 maps, St. Clair would have had more respawn wins than Northwood, I would have called you crazy. The same would have been true through 6 games if I would have been told that we'd be in a 4-2 situation, but the only 2 maps that were won by St. Clair weren't Search and Destroys. I'd genuinely be a little kind of discombobulated, and right now I am. St. Clair has one more opportunity in order to be able to find their way back into things here. Cash, I know you're already upset. I just saw the look on your face. It's just 2 first bloods that go the way of the Northwood roster.
It's infinite through mid-map for free into alley just to get the kill on Sinnoh, and it's so fast. It's before you think someone could be there. But as I've said this whole series, when you're thinking about Northwood, think that they're going to be there because they are, and they have been the entire night. Infinite, once again, creeping up. I mean, you're watching it if you're Priestley, but are you going to be ready for the gunfight? The answer is at least yes, but the damage has been done in this round. It's still a 2v3 situation that you were fighting back from, and again, we'll see how unchecked that route goes on Tuscan, but I would be very, very mind-blown if St. Clair don't find a way to keep that in line. Either way, Northwood likes to play around aggression. They do just that here and have the advantage. It's a stagnant hold. You don't have the comfort to put this bomb down, and maybe that kill gives you a little bit of clearance.
This changes everything because the nade was already used to make sure they couldn't get on that B bomb, or excuse me, that A bomb, and now all of a sudden you have the player who's in top. How are you going to rechow that over towards top broken when you know the player's there? Priestley gets great timing on the player there. K-Top now can turn around. He knows the player's in the top of the building. Bomb gonna go down. Dak looking over the top. Stun gonna be there. Check is out. Priestley should be able to escape with his life. Checks down to the bottom. Dak, you need to be careful here in this gunfight. Priestley just trying to go ahead and play this bomb head glitch. And as Dak comes around the corner, Priestley escapes with his life. 78 HP. Dak not willing to taste all just yet. And here comes Priestley, all the way wrapped around on the flank. That is savvy right there from Priestley. Another Search and Destroy where St. Clair are able to take that first round. Cash, as an analyst, you gotta love that.
I do love it, but they haven't done anything behind it, so I'm trying not to get too excited. A very savvy, a very heads-up play coming in from Priestley. Just it doesn't even hesitate on making the wrap back. Dak is none the wiser for it. Finally, you catch Northwood off guard. You catch them looking the wrong way, and you win. You had the first blood disadvantage too. So again, the first round, every single Search and Destroy has looked inspiring for the side of St. Clair. I've got to see more behind it. It looks great. Consistency has been this team's problem in S&D. Infinite opens up with another first blood. You are getting aggressive through mid-map. You find a kill behind it, but again, I need to see continuation, and here, at least off to another good start.
Well, the good news is Cena was able to get into a corner in the middle of the map inside of U, where he's able to escape with his life for the time being. Brandon, Dak quickly trading everything out. Now it's a 1 versus 2 here from Dak all the way in the back lines. Information to St. Clair. They know exactly where this player is. Dak does not know where the other player from St. Clair is, but he might have just spotted him in the top of the church, and that could be the information that he needs to potentially win this round. Escapes to the bottom of the church. Call out should be there from Seno. If you are St. Clair, you're playing this together. 2 players over towards the A site. Dak does not have the bomb in his hand.
Both players for St. Clair playing around the fact that they know bomb is down in the back, and they are playing together. So if anything, you played the trade, but you have to stay in position where you can play the trade. Even if you are playing in close proximity, sometimes that's not good enough to get the trade in here. Dak could get the timing to find the kill. Not going to be the case. Seno thinking about going on the chase, but you still have the tack in the back pocket if you are Dak. We'll see if that comes to fruition, but time starting to tick. No kills going your way. Seno about to fly around the corner, but not needed. For the first time, St. Clair's up 2-0 in a search and destroy, and that sounds crazy saying, you know, we're so early in it, but again, St. Clair pulling out all the stops, well, because they have to here in S&D. Yep. It is still so early, but they've made Northwood look uncomfortable, and I think that's the biggest thing to note.
Well, here's the thing, you know, maybe, yeah, sure, they've won, they're up 2-0 in the S&D. I don't even think we have to go that far. That's the first time they've won back-to-back rounds in a search and destroy throughout 3 entire S&D maps. That's insane. Like, genuinely speaking, that is insanity. And Northwood, they need to respond here in order to make them pay. Because if they don't, it's going to be a weird situation. But the bomb is left all the way back in the spawn, and this is what they did so many times throughout the season. At least from what I can remember in the CCL, they let one person sit all the way in the backside of spawn, and then they try to force a gunfight anywhere else on the map. They let Northwood get aggressive, whoever they're playing with get aggressive, and that's when they strike for a first blood.
And you can see Northwood has changed their playstyle because it's not aggressive. I mean, the last defensive go-round, Infinite was already in L finding a kill against St. Clair. So you've already forced Northwood to change their approach to this defensive round. And again, it's also behind 2 players for Northwood not having kills on the board. So kills have really been just about everything in this series, and when you have 2 players coming out flat for Northwood, yeah, it's definitely going to start to feel that effect. Seno finds the first blood, Dak able to trade it out, and from here, the mid-round onslaught, St. Clair has to find a way to survive it. So far, they are not finding a way to.
I don't know if I love that play there from Seno. Like, yes, he gets the first blood, and then he just overheats. He overheats, and he continues to challenge throughout the middle of the map. And that's just something that you cannot afford to do. And all of a sudden, you were in a 4 versus 3. Now you're in a 1 versus 3. You let everybody from Northwood get a kill without being traded out. And this is the same problem that we've had going all the way back to the 2nd map of the series in our first S&D.
1v3. Gotta find a way to work any kind of pick. Bomb down in the back, you know someone's gonna be playing for it, but you don't even have time. You know, this round is over. I just had to peek up trying to lay down the lay of the land, and well, there is none to be laid. This one going the way of Northwood. They stopped, like you had said, going into this round, that 3rd round, that halfway point momentum that St. Clair have yet to reach at all.
Sure.
Find a way to stop it. You answer back. Now what can they do from here? And for St. Clair, around, like you said, where they've been faltering in search and destroy, they've simply been caught out. They've been over-aggressive, overheating, like you were saying, and they've paid dearly for it. We'll see what adjustments, if any, they make going forward. And now for Northwood, need to see some offensive execution out of them to try to tie this one back.
Jumping over the top. I love this play from Bendy here, but you have to be careful. You're able to find the first. Bendy now for 2. Beautiful there from St. Clair. I love the play call. You're not able to find the 3rd, but the damage has been done. In 2 players from this Northwood roster already knocked off the board. Dak still very capable hands here with Bink, as he's the leading fragger for the side of Northwood at the moment. 6-2 overall, 3 in a row. Pushing yourself in towards the side of P5. But you're kind of just trapped on the map right now, because St. Clair, pretty much every angle cut off. No matter where you push, there's going to be a body at least able to tell, hey, somebody's coming through here. The only place they don't technically have is the middle of the map if they get good timing from Priestley.
And I'd like to see them maybe work and clear out more of the map to hit that process of elimination and say for certain they have to be here. Like you said, mid-map still questionable. Priestley trying to get good timing. They have an idea they're working towards P5, but all of this pressure is going to be on Brandon to, if anything, find a kill, but at least relay this information. The cross starting to come in, the gunfight starting to ring out. You find the kill, the rat back has to come in. Bomb plant coming in quickly now for the side of Northwood. But the play, they're here.
He saw him jump down, and Big was able to wrap back around to find Priestley. And once again, another situation where Northwood does not have man advantage, and it completely flips on its head. 1 versus 1. Seno does a great job of being able to find Bing, but has no idea where Dak is going to be. Now both players understand where each other are. Dak runs out of ammo, but is going to be able to snap back on with the pistol. As Captain Price always says, it's faster to swap to that pistol, baby.
And strike back 2 rounds straight to get the one, or excuse me, to get this map tied up. It's been 1v1s in the first round that it came down to for Priestley to win. There, Dak wins a big one to tie it up. And this is just a search and destroy feeling that we have that we haven't quite seen before. Northwood having to battle back from a disadvantage of a couple rounds, but this is the point in the game where, again, St. Clair have to show adaptation and grit and resilience, because this is the maximum amount of rounds we've seen them win within a given search and destroy. So this round will be very telling for what St. Clair has left in the tank.
Well, it was gorgeous looking for St. Clair on their scoreboard for a moment's time. Fortunately, Dak has spoiled that party and got streaks in the process. So a glide bomb now for Northwood. Dak has single-handedly carried the torch inside of this S&D and shut down anything St. Clair has decided to throw their way. Dak will finally fall, 3 versus 2. Priestley, nice shots there onto Bink. And things are all evened out. First time we've seen a sniper out here from Infinite. Oh my God! Taking off, we'll be seeing you. Fortunately enough, Priestley's able to trade that out. If there's any man that's been able to go ahead and give the side of St. Clair's an advantage inside of the series, it's been Priestley. But he needs to find K-Top here, and he gets great timing on him. Gun almost gets in the way. He's almost able to escape through the back line for free. But St. Clair, for the first time through the halfway point of an S&D, will have themselves a lead.
They did what Northwood did the previous round. Again, throw first bloods even out the window. This is coming down to, though we still have maps left in the series after this map is playing like a Game 5, where it's like every single round matters. First bloods sure matter to an extent, but both teams have won back-to-back round, or excuse me, alternating rounds where they haven't had the first blood advantage. This is, at this point, it's coming down to pure instinct, pure gun skill, and again, minimizing the mistakes and trying to execute the best you can, but first bloods and everything doesn't even matter at this point. All of these players have their X factors turned up to 11.
Right now, the key for St. Clair, kill Bink, you win a round. It's been pretty every single time. And oh, Bendy, a nice little double, jumps around the corner, cuts 2 players from Northwood down, and now it's Zeno all the way in the back. Oh, Jesus, that can't happen.
Really?
Sweet baby mama.
Really cannot happen. All the momentum you had garnered in that round, it feels like it was stopped at the hands of K-Top. And now Brandon and Priestley get caught YYing or switching guns, whatever the case was. You're going to be chopped down for a free bomb plant. Priestley, once again, in a 1v2 situation with bomb down, with minimal information on where these players are. We'll see if he can pull off another clutch to keep them the round advantage, but they have an idea he's here.
He's going to be able to spot the first one out. Doesn't see the second one. Oh, now have the information. Priestley, can you snap to him? No, the answer is not. Northwood able to clutch the round there yet again in what was a beautiful opening kills there from Bendy, where he was able to find 2. Immediately shut down, and Northwood gets the round back under control once again to tie the search and destroy at 3 apiece. St. Clair, they're grilling themselves for that one. That's a round that they should have had won. A 4-2 advantage. The largest they would have had this late into an S&D throughout the series. An opportunity to maybe get themselves to match point, to force that map number 8, to get a chance at a map 9. Falls apart, 3-3.
And as the viewer, I hope you can see and feel, as we were talking about, how each of these decisions are under a microscope at this point of the game. Search and destroy. Every decision matters. K-Top going to open up with a wonderful tactical use. The streak going to come in and find 2. What a dagger in this round. You at least want the information. A kill, great. 2 perfect, and, well, all 4 are going to be cleaned up by Northwood. I mean, a round that it felt like St. Clair stood 0 chance in.
And now you can feel the momentum shifting even further. Like the last round, you know, there was energy, there was intensity, everything was good, and then all of a sudden, they lose it after that first double kill, and everything falls into silence. The next round, streak uses 12-4 from Dak. Silence from the side of St. Clair. The only thing that can save them now, obviously, would be a round win, sure, but you need to create some sort of momentum other than just a round win.
Bendy with the sniper out here in the mid to late game, trying to get a good kill. You're going to open up with the first blood from Seno, and if you can find anything behind
Ooh, yes! Yes, baby!
Snap out of Bendy to find that one. I mean, again, we are throwing haymakers within this search and destroy now, a 4v2 favoring St. Clair.
The thorn in the side, but it doesn't matter. Bendy pulls out the sniper to counteract what Northwood had given them earlier in the game. And guess what, Cash? They walk away with a round win because of it. Seno opened things up there with the MP40. Bendy, he didn't fret when he was getting shot out from the outside of the statue by P1. Took his time, lined the shot up, was able to take him out in the process. And this is where the map can start to change around, because once you pull out a sniper, it eliminates some of the lanes that you're able to push, specifically when you're talking on the defensive side. I don't think we'll see it out here on offense. They're going to want to continuously get aggressive, but that was the boost of momentum that they needed. The change in pace that is going to allow them to tie things up. The deepest portion we've gotten into an S&D thus far, 8-5, the leader of Priestley on St. Clair. Dak, the man who's been carrying the torch here from Northwood all game long, and the first blood belongs to Northwood here inside of this round. Now make it a second as Big finds Sino. 2 versus 4, 1 minute left here to play.
And for St. Clair, you've been able to find a couple of these kills, but you have seldom, if maybe one time, in the search and destroy, found a way to walk over these clutches. The Priestley 1v1 at the beginning, sure, but any 1v odd situations have just not gone your way. And now Northwood, a flawless round, map point, series point. You get a big round to bounce back, and as quickly as you do that, Northwood put themselves with the possibility to close out this entire series. So everything comes to a head here for St. Clair. You've stayed alive the longest you have in a search and destroy thus far. You've been executing fairly well on either side of things and finding really good kills around it, but it's all got to come to fruition and come to a head here. You have to put everything left on the core out here against this Northwood team, otherwise your run ends.
I was going to ask you, Cash, can you feel that? Northwood, the intensity that they're playing with, 1 round away from closing themselves out yet another national championship, this time in Call of Duty for the 3rd time this weekend. It would be oh so great for this university to be able to take away what would be just another notch up on the podium. First blood to Bink in the middle of the map. He's able to get out away with his life, but here comes a little bit of a flank from Priestley. Do they read it out? Now they understand where he is. Bomb's gonna go down over towards A. 3 players left from St. Clair. They have to kill 4 from Northwood and get that defused if they want a chance here in the round. Priestley forced all the way back. 6 HP, K-Tob on top of the bomb. And now as the time continues to dwindle down, Northwood still looking at an opportunity for a championship in front of them. St. Clair, no opportunities have come their way. Priestley will fall. The man of the hour dead. Brandon, the last one alive. 1 versus 4 would need the defuse as well. Jumps out of the window and no one is home. Northwood will be your 2022 NACE Starleague champions in Call of Duty.
And with flawless execution to finish that out. Another flawless round from them. They're at the tail end. They weren't even dropping lives once they finally started responding back to the big round that Bendy had behind the sniper. Northwood, again, a team with so much fundamental knowledge and so much level-headedness that can carry them whenever things get dicey and things get mixy. As we saw even in the control or in the hard point at different times, that whenever things started to get testy, they kept the level head, and then in the search and destroy, they start to get pushed to limits by St. Clair further than they have this entire series. What do? Go back to what they do best, play as a team, all 4 players grouped up on that A site. They work the picks around it, and from there can close out that round and win themselves another and the final chip of the Vanguard season.
2 times throughout the entirety of the Vanguard season have Northwood played in a grand final for a national championship at the collegiate level. The first one in the Collegiate Call of Duty League here in NACE. They'll go 2 for 2, different rosters albeit across the board, but they have found themselves another opportunity to put more money into that school, into that program, and into the faith of one another. Northwood this weekend, that is their 3rd championship they have been able to win. Rocket League was the first one up. Then it was Smash Brothers Ultimate. Now Call of Duty, and one more time later on today during CSGO, Northwood will have a chance to complete 4, and I mean 4 chances at a national championship. That is insanity. This program has so much to be proud of, and once again, they show it in Call of Duty.
And yeah, just to talk about, you know, the COD team specifically once more, you get out from under that shadow of, can you perform without fame and radio? The answer, yes. And again, on a similar title, right? Obviously, MW2 plays different, everything like that. They were building the team around it, but I mean, this is the rare case where you are on the same title, playing for a national title, and you don't have the 2 players who got you the last one. That was the question going into today. Can they perform on this Vanguard game without having their 2 star-studded players? Answer, yes. Did they have to earn it? Yes. Was it clean? At times, you know, but it was a hard-fought win for them. They get it done in a 5-2 fashion, and you finally step out from under that shadow of what the last 2 players left. You can continue building this program and building your momentum in an upward trajectory, going into MW2 knowing that you have a solid foundation built.
Lots of money has went into the program to make sure that they can be at the top of the leaderboard, no matter what they do in the collegiate scene, whether it's Rocket League, whether it's Call of Duty, whether it's Smash Brothers. It could be any different thing across the board, and there's only one thing that matters. It's getting that final win at the end of the day, and there goes that trophy right on out of here. But again, it's a pleasure to be able to watch these Northwood guys be able to go at it time and time again. And again, there's no hate or any ill will in the eyes of Northwood towards the side of St. Clair. They came out, they played incredible Call of Duty, and they played Northwood to their fullest ability. They almost were able to force it to a map number 8. They weren't able to just get over that hump, and that happens. It's one of those things where a team comes into this. We had them favored. They were able to take it 5-2. We said this would probably be a 6-7 game series. It ends in 7, and Northwood has everything to be proud of themselves for, especially being able to win a second championship this year, even with a completely different roster. Well, of course, aside from Bink and Infinite.
And you have to completely give props where it's due to St. Clair as well for coming out and battling the way that they did today, for showing that they aren't a one-trick pony in their search and destroy mode. Unfortunately, it ended up hurting them at the end, but showing that, yeah, we have made strides and can improve in our respawn. We're going to see a lot of Northwood-St. Clair matchups going into the MW2 season, so I'm more than excited for that. But yeah, congratulations to St. Clair and what they were able to accomplish this season. I know that they're not only going to be in a rebuilding stage here coming up soon, but again, at their core and behind their coaching staff, they have something special there with the 6-man roster mentality and how they all play for one another. It definitely showed here, and they played with their hearts on their sleeves. Couldn't get the job done at the end, but a fantastic season, and excited to see where their trajectory goes next year. Well,
before we throw it onto the stage for what will be the interview with the Northwood roster, we do have another giveaway for everybody that is watching the stream at the moment, and this will be a Mavix giveaway. I'm actually sitting in a chair right now, and so is Cash. If you want to win one of these beautiful gaming chairs that I wish I had in my very own home as well, all you need to do in the chat at the moment is type !Mavix. That's !Mavix, and you will be automatically entered into the raffle for a giveaway for this gorgeous and beautiful chair, ergonomic in its design, great lumbar support, and I've been using it throughout the entire day, and well, I can't begin mad or even begin to complain. So now we're going to go back over to the stage with Los. We have an interview with Northwood. Congratulations to them once again. They are your 2022 NACE Grand Finals champions for Call of Duty. Los, take it away, baby.
And that settles it. Northwood University coming in with their 4th Grand Finals championship here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. And it was actually the closest series we've had the entire LAN event. Dak, what were your expectations going up against St. Clair?
Honestly, we were really good at Vanguard in the past, so I was expecting, you know, a clean sweep like the rest of them, but they put up a good fight, and they've been scrimming, and we came out with a 5-2 dub.
Yeah, you came out with the first 2 maps. They were, I would say, summarily handled them quite easily in those first 2 maps, but then they came right back with 2 of their own. What were the thought processes that you had in between those maps, and what exactly did you notice the difference was with the Saints?
The difference between the first 2 maps and the next 2 is just simply we were outplaying ourselves. We weren't rotating correctly, we weren't filling the right lanes, we weren't taking the right routes, and then once we had that conversation with ourselves after the map 3 and the 4, the control and everything and the HP, we were able to bounce back and able to regain.
Well, we also noticed that there was quite a bit of trash talking in between some of those rounds. Things were getting heated, but that's all kind of respect to each other because you know that's some serious competition, right?
Yeah, once the maps came back in their favor, we had to, you know, push the heat up. They started shooting bodies, they started talking trash, and we had to bring it back.
And you definitely did. So this was actually a return to Vanguard after scrimming Modern Warfare 2. What's it like to get back into that Vanguard feel?
It was actually really weird because we haven't scrimmed the game at all since Vanguard or MW2 has dropped. And in that game, there's no red dots or anything of the sort, which makes it really difficult because the first couple maps, we weren't even looking at our mini-maps because usually we don't need to really at all except like for positioning and stuff. But that was the biggest difference, was mainly the red dots.
Because you just need the game sense at that point, right? You just feel it in your bones. Well, I mean, speaking of Modern Warfare 2, that's what we're playing in the next season, in the next semester. How confident are you guys feeling about that upcoming title?
We're feeling real confident. Same amount of confidence as we have in this tournament and the rest of Vanguard.
Well, sounds fantastic. I'm excited to see y'all perform in the next semester. But right now, we got to give it up for this squad. I believe it is my very great pleasure to give you the trophy, the NACE Starleague Fall Championship trophy. Give it up for Northwood University, everybody. Everybody get your hands on that. Come on now. Congratulations to the squad. Certainly earned it, taking another victory here for Northwood University. How many are they going to get? They have one more chance to see if they can hit the perfect 5-0. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but right now we're going to head over to a quick break, and then the Rainbow Six Siege Finals will begin. We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back to the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, hosted by Villanova University. And from Villanova, we've got Michael, the esports coordinator. So, Michael, could you kind of just give me an idea of what that job entails?
Sure. Basically, I do all of the administrative roles for managing our teams and making sure that they have all the resources available to them to be able to compete at the highest level.
So how big is a organization or a program like this? How many moving parts are there to make a collegiate program work?
There's a lot. Right now, we have 6 teams. I think we're looking to potentially increase that number as the exposure on campus grows, and just making sure that we have viable space to compete and have good enough resources from a standpoint of internet connection speed, hardware. All of that stuff is a lot to juggle, and it's been a pleasure so far.
I'm sure it has. So there's so many different roles that you could take on, and I'm sure there's plenty of people at home who want to get involved in esports on their campus but don't really have that high in-game skill level. What opportunities do they have? How can they get involved?
I think one of the best things about esports at Villanova is there are opportunities, outside of, let's say, the varsity level as well. So we have a video game society on campus, and there's well over 200 participants. They meet weekly. They play a wide variety of different games, everything from Mario Kart to the most obscure anime fighting games that you can imagine. So I think it's really starting to build as a community on campus, and certainly because of the nature of esports, it's interconnected with other groups and other universities as well. So it's a really cool way, I think, to get involved and belong.
How does a club team make their way up to that varsity level?
I think you have to demonstrate that there's the interest first, and then from there it's a standpoint of, okay, how competitive are we being? Are we actually going to be investing the amount of time into being able to compete at that level? Are we representing Villanova in a way that is respective of our foundational values? And most importantly, we want to make sure that the program can be sustained over time. So we don't want to have a situation where we're going to have a team that's a flash in the pan. We want something that's going to be around for quite a while.
How do you develop a long-standing talent pool? What's the recruitment process like?
I think we're really in the early stages of figuring that out. I think we went from 2 competitive teams to 6 competitive teams in the last year, and there's a lot of work to do. But ultimately, we want to increase exposure for those programs so that we have the opportunity to recruit potential student athletes to help deepen our rosters, and then really put together our best competition teams and have a pool of people that are continuing to develop over the course of time, ready to take that next step as opportunities become available.
Well, I mean, that's what being the coordinator is all about, facilitating these operations. You said you have 6 teams and you're looking for more. what are some titles that we may expect Nova to sport in the coming months or years?
That's a good question. I think it really kind of depends on a variety of factors, but ultimately I think, you know, we're looking at maybe some more sports-oriented brands, so NBA 2K, FIFA, games of that nature, and then, you know, it's really a matter of what the interests of the campus community holds.
Well, it's an exciting future for Villanova. One more time, Michael, the esports coordinator at Villanova University, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And when we come back from this quick break, it's going to be time for the Rainbow Six Siege Grand Finals. Grand Finals are brought to you in part by Army ROTC. College opens minds. Army ROTC opens a world of opportunity. BetterHelp. Your mental health matters. The NACE Starleague
And we're
Grand
back for
Finals
some
are
more
brought to you
action
in
here at the
part
NACE
by
Starleague
Grand Finals hosted by Villanova University. It's time for our second matchup of the night. It is James Madison University versus Kettering University here for Rainbow Six Siege, and this is a good one. James Madison is on a revenge tour. Previously beat Butler in the semifinals, one of the two teams that actually defeated them in the regular season. And now it's time for them to take on the second team who tasted victory previously, Kettering. Will they be able to set that record straight, this young gun team, or will it be time for Kettering, the veterans with a deep pool of experience, to reign supreme and earn their first championship? Well, we'll get the insight in just a few moments as we jump over to our casters, Jonah and Fellow.
Thanks, Los. It's great to be here. And, I mean, you did kind of all of our work for us, I guess. Intro these teams already. We've got such an incredible matchup here for the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. Yet another fantastic matchup to conclude what has been an insane fall semester so far. As Los said, I'm Jonas Willinger. I'm joined by my good friend John Fellow Seach. How you doing today, my friend?
Doing great. It's an absolute privilege to be here, not only with you, just inches away from me, but also be here with NACE to get to cast in the block.
Yeah, we've got such an exciting weekend as a whole taking place, and of course, Sunday to conclude everything, this grand final, and then one more, Counter-Strike, coming up after this. But let's focus on the matter at hand. It's Rainbow Six Siege, and it is Kettering University, the Bulldogs, taking on James Madison University, the Dukes, coming over from Harrisonburg, Virginia. Now, of course, this matchup we have expected to see for quite some time, given both of these teams' playoff success. But what we've got in front of us is really two polar opposites. We've got a team on the Kettering side, 2.5 years running, full of veteran talent and really good chemistry. And on the other hand, it's JMU fresh faces on the collegiate scene.
And for Kettering more specifically, you can go all the way back to May of 21 and still see their matches that they played in other collegiate leagues. So like we've both mentioned here on the desk and all the way at the stage by Los, these teams, more specifically Kettering, they have been in the collegiate scene for quite some time, and they're just looking to add more to their trophy room, which unfortunately has been a bit on the blanker side, but they've always been that top 10, top 4 seeded team forever, it seems now.
Yeah, you can see the beautiful faces of our talented lineup of players who are going to be in our lobby in a moment. Their records, of course, for the regular season on the screen as well. Kettering going 6-1 through our 8-week regular season. JMU 5-2. This grand final actually a rematch of a meeting they had earlier in the regular season where Kettering managed to take that one 2-0. So JMU, they've got more than just a title on the line. They're in this one for a bit of revenge.
A bit more of reputation as well. You know, you want to be that new dynasty team, the up-and-coming recruits for collegiate. That could be such a good way to start your season with a bang to get that victory here on the block. And like we both mentioned, a bit of sweet revenge against Kettering. That was a 2-0 victory decisively for the way of Kettering on the maps of both Oregon and Bank, which, funny enough, that might tailor how exactly this best-of-3 grand final actually goes in terms of where we're going in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, we talked to both of these teams yesterday and this morning before we actually got into the lobby, wondering what types of maps is going to favor their play style. And we got some interesting hints from both teams. We actually know where we're going now. We've got our map bans completed, and it's locked in that we are going to see Cafe, Oregon, and if we go to all 3 maps, we're going to see Bank as that decider. Both Cafe and Oregon, 2 maps in Siege that really do follow a structured style, but allow themselves to be free-flowing as well. You can break apart what you know about this map and play, I'm going to say it, aggressively. That's what JMU are all about.
especially because they're maps that have been around for such a long time in the competitive scene and have not seen a lot of major changes. I think the only issue could be on map 1, because for Kettering, I can't quite recall the last time I've actually seen them play on Cafe. That might be a bit more difficult for them to really get a good grasp on how JMU are going to be playing, because they are just constantly in your face. They're looking to take these gunfights, set the tempo from the very get-go of these rounds to make sure they are just always in the driver's seat and you have no time to breathe during the round.
Well, Cafe was one of the maps that we actually didn't hear from either team yesterday as a map where they were looking to go. We heard Bank mentioned. We heard Oregon mentioned, 2 maps that we're going to see. But Cafe is that little mystery to throw in the mix. Fitting that we're seeing that as the first map of this grand final. So we really get a good idea of how this is going to shake up before we even dive into it. But I know I hinted at this earlier, right? This veteran lineup versus this fresh face and this new talent. But let me break that down a little bit more. I think it's really important to highlight just how new this JMU team is, not only to playing together, but to competitive Siege entirely. Only the captain, only Jarvis, had played in the T3 competitive scene before this semester. And now, with 4 new players surrounding him, they have been able to go on quite a run so far this season, earning themselves, like we said, a 5-2 record, but coming out in the playoffs and making quite a show. Taking down Butler, the 1 seed, as the 5 seed, taking down a team who had taken them down, who had beaten them in the regular season. So a little bit of a comeback story there.
And as well for Kettering, they have once again been around Collegiate for several years. You've got Bucka, who is not their main IGL, but he has been with this group all the way from his freshman year, now dawning down into his senior year. And even people like Prismo and Verdant, people that we haven't quite heard of being in that moniker for Kettering, they are still close friends with the rest of Kettering University. And for Verdant more specifically, he was one of their old subs back in the beginning of that era for Kettering University. So getting to see him once again on the main stage, being just an absolute unit for his team in the past couple of matches for playoffs, it's definitely a good look on them.
Right, you do mention, Prismo coming into this team. That is, I suppose, the most recent addition to this Kettering roster, only joining this semester. The rest of that team established for about 2.5 years. One additional add to this roster was Amplify, who worked his way onto this team last semester. So yes, it is a veteran core, but you do have some nice little additions in there. Prismo coming in and jumping in on that flex role, whereas someone like Verdant, who as you mentioned is more of a substitute role this season, is playing a supportive position on this roster. But I like the way that Amplify is coming in. You can see these rosters on your screen again. Amplify, the far left of the Kettering side of things, coming in and taking a more leadership role on the attacking side, serving as that in-game leader and leaving the defensive IGL responsibilities to someone like Derp.
And when we talk with James Madison as well in the venue, we mentioned who is their main IGL. Technically, they have a main IGL, but everyone can comfortably and confidently shot call when needed most. So tailoring that with your aggressive style of play, if you need to change something last minute, if you need to react to some sort of flank that Kettering might be doing, or depending on what kind of angles they're looking to try to actually poke and prod into your defensive sight hold, anyone can lead that charge to actually take control and see what you can do to make up for lost ends.
And when we talked about that aggressive style and we tried to really get to the bottom of that with James Madison, they said, you know what, we are a new team, yes, but we can all aim, we can all play the game, and we're confident. And that is what I've loved about just hearing this team yesterday, is that they are coming out. Yes, they may be new, but they are going to come out swinging. That's the most impressive thing. Also, I mean, when we talk about aggressiveness, it's often ignored that teams are putting in incredible depth and detail into that aggressive play style, but JMU is one of the teams that do that. When we talked to them, we actually got a little sneak peek behind the scenes. We saw their color-coded Google Doc that broke down the strats page by page, that they do indeed think about their style. And while they know they do run and gun from time to time, they do it with a bit more thought than anything.
And as well, having the just tactical preparation. Again, I talked about reactivity and being able to adapt to what your opponents might be bringing out. JMU are a team that's always been willing to adapt on the fly. Their game against Butler, sure, it was an absolute barn burner on Bank, but when they realized that trying to work for those initial gunfights, acknowledging that their opponents of Butler were going on these very extensive roams, trying to ignore that and just play for bodies on the bomb site, that is what gave them an instant advantage. And Kettering as well, fun fact, they took a note about those kind of rush plays, so now having their anchors to potentially be prepared for that same style of play that was brought up by Butler, that could really bring out some interesting counterplay for this best of 3.
Right, counterplay is a fun idea you mentioned there, John, because it's not just about what strategies you can bring to the table.
Right.
It's that little mini chess match that we see unfold within every single round of Siege, right? We've seen it across this entire weekend of Grand Finals, too. Every game has its little back and forth with that cat and mouse game, figuring out who is going to adapt first, and when they do, how do you change up your strategy to match your opponents. That's what we're going to see all best of 3 long, because we know that JMU is going to come out swinging. We know they're going to be aggressive, but if we know that, so does Kettering. Kettering are going to come prepared. And so when JMU walk into a building with that aggressive play style, with that fast pace, and they meet a bunch of Kettering defenders lying in wait, waiting to capitalize on that, JMU are going to have to feel comfortable to change that up, and Kettering will have to do the same. Hopefully this back and forth will continue not only across this first map of Cafe, but through Oregon, and hopefully through to our decider.
And it'll be really interesting to see for Kettering what kind of discipline they want to have, what angles they're looking to take and deep dive into to actually try to counteract a lot of those aggressive roams happening by the defensive side as well for JMU, and seeing what the communication is going to be like as well, because having a lot of info ops, for example, to scout out that early instant set of roamers, that first line of defense, if you're not able to actually coincide both the info and your initial attackers trying to work those opening gunfights, that could lead to some major issues.
Well, we've got a little giveaway for fun in the chat right now. Obviously, throughout the day, we've given away plenty of things. The brand new Garmin eSports watch. We've given away some Mavic gaming chairs too. But now we've got a Corsair prize pack coming your way. The official peripheral partner of the NACE Starleague. You yourself can claim one of our, I believe we only have one of these 3 peripheral packs remaining, and you can claim that by doing !giveaway in the Twitch chat. You know how to do it. Hopefully many of you are already taking advantage. !giveaway in the chat to get your chance at claiming your very own Corsair pack. They've obviously been an incredible supporter of the NACE Starleague, not only for this Grand Finals, but throughout the season, and we want to thank them for that.
Same thing for Mavic as well. I mean, type in !giveaway, and you might have a chance to win some of these nice chairs we've got here across the entire venue here at the block. I've had the opportunity of sitting in several different locations to write down notes across all these desks, and can confirm they feel great to just sit on and enjoy my time here.
Well, I know our players are eager to get started. They, of course, got their own Mavic gaming chairs up there, and their own choice of peripherals and a variety of that. And we can, get a little bit more down to these specific players and actually talking a little bit more about them. I mentioned the captain of the JMU side, Jake Jarvis, earlier, but over on the Kettering side, Bucka, the captain there. He has been around again, for so long in the collegiate Siege scene. You can see this graphic popping up again. Bucka on the far right there. He has been not only a core component of the collegiate Siege scene as a whole, but making up this Kettering roster that 2.5 years ago, such an important force there, a driving force behind this entire organization. Kettering esports as a whole, still building their program, still working on it, but Bucka has been a core component to what has been Kettering University's most successful esport team to date.
He really is the glue for Kettering. I think that's a perfect way to describe Bucka for this full 5 roster. And JMU, they acknowledge that. When we talk with them, what might be their biggest way to try to counter Kettering? It's just taking down Bucka. He is public enemy #1 in the lobby today for JMU against Kettering. So if they're able to take down Bucka when he's probably running the DMR as a Rooney, for example, that could be a pretty huge boon for them.
Yeah, Bucka's one of those players who, when he gets comfortable, he is dangerous.
Yeah.
When you allow him to thrive and get those frags and run all over that map, I mean, he'll get creative on you. He'll pull out the Capcan. He'll pull out the Caviera. He will dismantle you if you're not careful. So that is exactly what JMU are going to have to keep an eye on today. They know that, so it'll be interesting to see how they can adapt. But enough talking about these players. Let's actually meet the players. We'll throw things back down to Los on the stage for some player walkouts. All right, Los is out of there. We couldn't
microphone,
hear him,
and now we got it going. Thank you so much, Jonah Fellow. We got the real one. We got the real deal. My bit is still intact. I'm not letting this one fall. Enough talking. We got the brains. We have the information. Now let's bring out the players. Very well stuck the landing. Now, let's bring out the underdogs, the team who are fighting their way to take their championship. Some upstarts, some young guns ready to make it happen. I know we got some fans of them in the crowd. Give it up for JMU. Coming out, it's Jarvis, Bluekey, Havoc, Shadows, and PK. Now you gotta take a look at the mouse pad over here. Jarvis got the Naruto mouse pad. Can you beat that? It's going to be an interesting one to see. And their opponents, the Bulldogs. We'll see if they got that dog in them. Kettering University coming out from the squad. It's Bucka, Amplify, Derp, Prismo, and Verdant. Fans all around, or maybe just fans of competition. It's time to get things started. Let's jump back to the caster desk. Jonah Fellow, it's time!
That it is. Thank you, Los. A wonderful player introduction as always. I'm just 10 times more excited now that I've seen that, now that I've heard that energy from Los. But hopefully our players will be ready to go shortly. And like we said, diving into Cafe as map number 1 in just a moment.
And again, for JMU, this is definitely a map that can favor how they're going to want to play today. You have several floors where you can just kind of run around like a chicken with your head cut off, bring out a lot of good info denial ops, such as like Mute, Mozzie, Vigil, the list goes on, and just do what you want. Be able to set up in these certain positions, see how your opponents are going to want to attack, whether it's a top to bottom clear from the very top of the roof, going all the way throughout the map, or if they want to go for something a little more creative, perhaps, on their attacking half, and just seeing what you're able to experiment with to get a good idea as to what Kettering might be weak to.
Yeah, we'll take a first few rounds in this game to kind of gauge one another. This kind of back and forth little cat and mouse game we talked about earlier between JMU and Kettering is going to kick off right off the bat, fellow, because, I mean, this is a map that can play either way. You can play it aggressive, you can play it fast, but if you want to take advantage of that clock and really make sure to milk every second of that timer as the defensive team, you can do that too. You don't have to get in the face of the attackers, and the attackers don't have to challenge you right away. They can work their way into the top floor, like you said, John. They can clear that entire map, taking that control and staying patient. That'll be something we're going to keep an eye on early, especially as we see both of these teams kind of come to terms with one another. Obviously, they felt each other out during the regular season. They played against each other once. This is a rematch after all, but it is a very different story because JMU, who also fell to Butler in the regular season, came out in the semifinals and took down Butler as well. So completely flipped the script. This is a team that proved to us that they are capable of change. They are capable of doing some good research and VOD review on their opponents. They've had a chance to do that against Kettering now, and finally we get to see the results.
And overcomplication, sure, that could be an issue with having such a lengthy strat book and going into a lot of these deep dives against your opponents, but I feel like with a team that wants to be more direct in some of these takes, perhaps, which you can do on Cafe, undercomplicating as well, that could be a major concern. You know, you look at the bottom floor bomb site like Double Kitchen. If you see someone going for a bakery direct, for example, if you're not still taking the time to get someone to maybe rotate back up above and get a bit of vertical going, or just dealing with the roam presence, that way they cannot bring out that said vertical. If you're not able to do that, you might just be lights out for that bomb site attack, because when you want to go in for a bakery direct take, it has a lot to do with setting up for that post plant position so early in the round. So if you have that undercomplication going on by either side, that does lead opportunities to just get free round wins, essentially.
Well, don't forget that there is a lot at stake here, John. We're only moments away from diving into this matchup, but you have to remember, not only is there a title on the line, but we've got $5,000 in cash as that prize pool for these teams to battle over. First place, $2,500. Second place, $1,250. So a lot on the line, not only in terms of course, glory and honor, but a nice cash purse too. But enough speculation. We can finally dive into Cafe Dostoyevsky and get things started here as the ban phase begins and these operators begin to get taken off the board.
Nook and Osa already eliminated from map number 1. The same thing to follow up now with the Mira. Could imagine we end up seeing a Valkyrie as the 4th and final ban, but there are a couple of good options as well for Cafe. Nook specifically, I want to make a small note on, because for Kettering, they understand that JMU, they like to lurk, they like to get aggressive from the very beginning of a round. So on their attacking half, not having one of the best operators to get in those solo plays is going to definitely be huge for this first half for Kettering, but you may get rid of the operator that's great for that play style, but not the play style itself, Jonah.
You can still rat your way through the building at any time. You can sneak around the other corner, try to blindside a defender. That's what Nook does so well, and that is what we still may see from them regardless. Now, starting things off on the attacking side, that will be JMU. Kettering to defend, and they will elect to defend in Reading Room and Fireplace Hall to kick off the map. An unusual place to begin, but if you exploit the top floor defense and you work this extension wisely, really anything can happen.
Definitely good potential to stall for a lot of seconds in the early round. I like the Warden pick as well by Amplify, maybe expecting a Ying. She is incredibly strong for this site in particular. If you want to go for a rush approach down in by that snow doorway, that can lead to a lot of good creative ideas for JMU just to hop at the bomb site, get that plant down, etc., etc. But based on the lineup here by JMU, it seems like they want to take things rather standard for this first clear, start out with the top floor. They've got vertical play in the hands of both Jarvis and PK if need be, and they also have great util burn operators such as Shadows on the floors, and also Havoc running that Thatcher in case there's anything like those pesky ADSs or mute jammers on the top floor, which there are plenty of.
Well, potentially an issue with Jarvis on the sledge as he works his way up into the building. Unfortunately, he's having some issues with his mouse, so we're going to have to go to a quick rehost. Wouldn't be a good old-fashioned game of Siege unless we had an issue or two to kick off the grand final, but at least hopefully it's just a quick fix with that mouse tech issue, but once we get that resolved, we will, of course, head back in the game as soon as we can.
Yeah, might as well just knock on wood now. Hopefully no more rehosts throughout the rest of the day, and as I say that, we're going to get nothing but those today, I could only imagine. But you talked about Reading Room. I definitely think that's a good start for Kettering University. For those tertiary bomb site picks, it's how you get a good sense of the tempo that JMU is going to try to replicate most of these rounds in their first half, because sure, you might want to adapt a little bit, but you don't have a lot of room for that change, especially when you're on the attacking back foot, despite having attacker repick throughout the entirety of that first half. And I want to see if maybe they'll go for a bit more of a bunker-style defense when they want to go in other bomb sites like Bar and Cocktail, where you have that privilege to, or if they're going to want to continue these main extensions that they at least are starting out with here in round 1.
Right, when they mentioned how they were hoping to counter the aggressiveness of JMU, they highlighted the importance of a little bit of an extension, some extended defenders working their way on other parts of the map that may not be expected. Now, in this case, defending upstairs when you're going to Reading Room and Fireplace, that's pretty typical. There's nothing unusual about that. But the idea there is still the same. You're still working your way onto that top floor, getting in the face of those attackers to really stall out their push into the map. If you see any attackers get isolated, maybe jump ahead of their team too much, that allows Kettering to hopefully collapse on that position and get a couple of opening kills for free.
And in terms of that stall potential, having both, the Omai, the Jaeger available, even that Aruni that we saw brought out just a moment ago by Kettering, JMU, they understand that. They know that can be a huge issue when you not only have so many floors to clear out on Cafe, but also all the utility that's bundled up in those specific choke points. They brought out both a Thatcher and a floor, as they are trying to immediately remove that thorn from this rose bush of Cafe, just so they can really get into the action, take those gunfights to some sort of advantage, and maybe establish, again, that early dominance that JMU just likes to go for in their general playstyle.
Right, and that playstyle also relies heavily on information. Again, something that these teams mention, especially on the attacking side, when Kettering switches over to that. Obviously, we're just getting started, still a while before we see that. But on the defensive side, JMU, they love to bring their information denial. They will run that Mozzie, that Mute, that Vigil. They will try to get in your face and deny your drones from getting into the map as their way of doing that. Kettering is hoping to address that. You're highlighting the operator selection here. When we see them go on the attacking side, we're also going to have to focus on their operator selection in terms of that information. Are we going to see something like a Zero come out, something like a Twitch come out, something, you know, in the way of a Yana come out in an effort to get more information to put themselves in a good spot? That's what we're going to have to look at, of course, on that second half. This first half as well, important to see how Jarvis, as that captain of JMU, is going to, you know, lead his team to bringing out the right amount of information. The Zero, if we see that. The Yana, if we see that. Just bringing out enough information to get past that initial foothold that Kettering is trying to, you know, put down.
And communication is a really big factor to help assist with all the info you're bringing out with either the Zero or the Ayana. If you have no one following up very consistently with those Geminis, that just allows the defenders to rotate and then dry up all that info. You're not even getting an opening pick off that either, so it's still that 5-on-5, now favoring the defense because they've wasted more of your time and resources throughout the action phase. Not only that, but when you have a Zero available, it's not going to be the same, you know, proactive, or actually not the same passive utility as an air jab. You have to be much more proactive when bringing out those Argus cameras. You need to be actively calming and just cycling through them to make sure there's no one trying to flank last minute, which is a pretty favored, you know, play style by JMU because they love going for gunfights.
Right. They love the gunfights and they love the information that allows them, you know, to get in those gunfights. I actually had a fun time prepping for this game because I had a chance to dive into the background of some of these players, talk to them about what they're majoring in, and with all this intel focus, I thought it was pretty funny that Hayden Havoc Brown on the side of JMU, he's majoring in intelligence analysis. I thought that was pretty on the nose.
Only fitting. Yeah, it really is. Hopefully we'll be getting back into the game just shortly so we can get back into the map of Cafe, which again, I don't think really either one of us were fully anticipating, but a good read for JMU to pick that because I mentioned this earlier, Kettering have just, frankly, not played a lot of Cafe. So A, there isn't a lot of info that they're going to have to worry about, you know, for Kettering maybe dealing with JMU in the future, because the same thing for them. JMU have not played a lot on Cafe, and it could be a way just to set up that early tempo and equalizer map, so to speak, especially when, you know, you're in that land environment and it just leads to so many new obstacles you might need to deal with.
Right, I guess that's something we haven't really mentioned is, you know, the impact of that LAN environment and playing on zero ping, how that is going to affect the play styles of both of these teams. It may not be as easy for JMU to go with their run-and-gun style, hoping for that peeker's advantage when they're sprinting around a corner taking a heads-up gunfight. That may make things a little bit more difficult if they're trying to get in the building quickly. But finally, we enter or re-enter round number 1, where we see Kettering head back to Reading and Fireplace, and we see their top floor extension begin to take shape. JMU, before the rehost, indicated that they were going to go straight into that extension, rappelling onto the roof immediately and beginning to pressure from up above.
And with JMU, again, having all this utility to deal with that extension up above, well, they might just flat out ignore it, Joan. It seems like they might want to try to set up that rush I talked about earlier from the snow doorway. This could get dicey.
Oh, here they are going to go, but it looks like Derp had some kind of read on that. He'll deny the first, but eventually get dropped. Blue Key, he's going to go for this plant in the middle of the site with insufficient coverage, and that is not going to work at all. Immediately shut down. Havoc is torn apart as well, forced to fall back. It's Shadows and Havoc. All that remains after an ill-advised rush attempt off the bat from the Dukes. We knew they were going to do it. We just didn't necessarily know it was going to come out in round number 1. So it's Kettering University who start things off with a strong and confident defensive hold.
It's something we talked about as well, Jonah, earlier in the run of show. It was Kettering anticipating those kind of rush plays by JMU throughout any moment in their attacking half, and that shield specifically put in the middle of Reading Room was tailored to stop anyone actually entering in from Reading Room, whether that be from a rush in the first 30 seconds of the round, or when it comes down to the final 30 seconds when you've already cleared out that entire top floor and you're looking to execute into the bomb site and get that plant down. No matter when Kettering were expecting that push, they had the right utility and they had the right positions to shut down that execute and get the round win in a rather clean way as well, only losing a single player.
Well, in case you doubted all of our conversation about the aggression to everyone at home, now you know that that was fully accurate. In round number 1, JMU doing us the kindness of making sure that we knew what we were talking about by playing as aggressive as possible, although maybe not to the results they were hoping for. So hoping to revisit that in round number 2. This one, a top floor attack is what they'll have to get underway. Kettering shifting things up above to Bar and Cocktail.
Lineup itself, not really changing all too much for JMU nor Kettering. Might end up seeing for the attacking half, at least trying to go for a more proper take, though. They've got plenty of, long-range explosivity with the help of those lifeline charges once again being wielded by Jarvis. And they also have at least a good chunk of grenades. PK more specifically on that Iana. So if you want to go for a lurk on the bottom floor going upwards, with a bunch of that flooring on the top floor being very soft, that could lead to netting a couple of free kills, essentially not getting yourself really in that line of fire, but still having impact in the round, especially if Kettering are not anticipating that.
Well, Kettering, I imagine right now the only thing they're going to anticipate is a standard clear over towards that pixel position. That's exactly what JMU will begin to attempt. PK will claim the opener. That one onto Derp, who switched off to the castle this time. He was on the Jaeger last round and found that opening kill, the opening trade, really, with JMU on the entry. This time, not as much impact, but it is the Jaeger from Kettering to make the first blow on the defensive side. Prismo to pop up behind that deployable shield, get a beautiful kill onto Jarvis to equalize the man count.
All the way from ticket window, looking down against that bathroom shield. Yeah, I would not even be upset either, Jarvis. That was just a nasty shot landed by the Jaeger. Eventually, though, JMU are still looking to poke their way in through Cigar Lounge, now heading into Piano itself. They still acknowledge that presence of the deployable shield, but with Jarvis eliminated, they don't have anything to really deal with that at the moment, especially now losing out on that man advantage. Another kill is racked up by Kettering, and Prismo just still continues to be a problem, especially that bulletproof available, still giving off loads of info.
Yeah, they've lost Shadows as well. They've lost the Rotero drones and the explosive power that they wield in any situation like this. That means that deployable shield is going to stay up. Kettering are going to stay in position, and they're going to rack up kills just like that. A clean 1-2-3 to finish off the round from Kettering. They'll take 2 in a row.
And it's what we both mentioned, having the Zofia and Flores gone, along with PK, who, yes, he did have grenades to get rid of that shield, but he wasn't in the right position to do so. That allowed this player who you essentially assumed to either fall back or just simply die at some point in the round playing in Bathroom. He prolonged that push into Piano completely. And not only that, once they had the man advantage, they were getting a bit more aggressive inside of Piano. They were just completely collapsing on that one location of the map, and that was really the only thing that JMU had on their record book for round number 2, was just getting inside a Piano, but that was eventually their resting place, so to speak, as nothing else was done, and the round just completely lopsided against them.
Yeah, round number 2 there towards the end, exactly what JMU need to be careful of, because it's exactly what Kettering exploits so well. Again, with a newer team, that coordination, your ability to push into the site, dealing with utility at the same time, it's not going to be maybe quite as neat and tidy as you would like. Kettering know that, and that's why they're going to wield the clock as that 6th defender to their advantage as best they can. If they can put JMU into these uncomfortable spots where the time is working against them, I think they're going to win the round more times than not. It's got to see how JMU can play disciplined siege if they want to win this game, or at the very least, how to force Kettering to play their more aggressive style of gameplay.
And I love this setup by Kettering as well. They're expecting a direct take. You have the Tachanka for that immediate set of denial, and the Kaden Mute to just try and prolong that back wall heading into Kitchen to be just stopped as long as they physically can. And having several different Nitro cells, as, again, for just more plant denial. This could be huge so long as the Ying cannot create enough space with those Candelas.
Well, we saw those Candelas come out, but we didn't see any action on the back of it. We used those Candelas to take space, to blind defenders and force them back. Looks like some utility may have been burned on that defensive side, but no move just yet from James Madison. Have not moved into this site despite the early pressure. At the very least, Kettering are going to be a little bit more aware of it. Maybe those defenders playing up above are going to have to be a little more wary of how much space they are maintaining, because if that rush comes in at any moment, they're going to have to be hyper aware of every single position down below.
C4 ripped out. Not going to connect to find a kill just yet, though. We saw for a moment there was a bit of lurk play going on a bit closer towards that coat check side of the map. Bucka does confirm that opening kill onto Shadows, the Nomad gone, and finally the execute, it's bound to unfold.
Here they go, trying to get this bomb down already, but beautiful coverage from Biz to keep this one going in JMU's favor. They've got the man advantage back, and now they've got this diffuser on the ground for Dan, Derp, and Prismo. They've got to find a way to retake this site. The opening kill there on the retake is found, but through the smoke, denies it. Derp now the last player standing, with Prismo falling on the other side to Havoc. The Mozzie gonna need to pull off a miracle here. 3 defenders right now, attackers turn defenders, lined up on the other side for him. He finds one. Havoc lying in wait, though, will take advantage of a well-placed air jab. That'll do it, and JMU will finally get on the board.
And for Kettering, it's really interesting that they didn't want to bring out the Warden, maybe not seeing that Ying for the round 1 rush, that thought maybe JMU don't want to bring her out at all for Cafe, so they instead invested in just another operator that could bring out a Nitro cell. Now the same mistake is not being made again. Amplify insta-locking that operator I just mentioned. But if we saw the Warden, that would have been a hard counter for those Ying Candles, for those smokes that both the previously mentioned Ying and the Thermite had for that round. And maybe there could have been a bit more of a bite back during that retake for the XU, because Kettering, they did start off with that opening frag by Derp onto Shadows, but after that, it became rather stagnant.
Well, that's something about that first floor kitchen site that I think is part of the reason Kettering avoided it to their last choice. It allows for easier direct approaches from the attack. That is exactly what JMU excel in. If they want to have that same success on round 4, round 5 as we continue throughout this map, they're going to have to keep that energy with them, that very direct approach, if they want to have easy access to the objective. In the same vein, Kettering, maybe they don't go downstairs again. Maybe we see them pick out mining and dining rather than that kitchen site in an effort to use that whole map to their advantage.
And that site is a bit of a double-edged sword in mining room, because you have that window that leads from the outside towards the AC balcony. Just instantly you're in the objective and can maybe get that plant down. That could be a bit of a bait and switch, though, hence the term of that double-edged sword. You are expecting an instant rush because how close the bomb site is to those attacker spawns. So you could use that to your advantage, or if you're not fully prepared, that could end up being your own demise. Kettering, like I mentioned earlier, not really changing all too much for their lineup here on this 4th round. And JMU seems like they're going to not just swing it for a last-second rush attempt, which I think someone during the prep phase probably called for that rush, which is why they weren't fully prepared to get into it until about 30 to 40 seconds, which gave Kettering the opportunity to just realize what was going on.
Well, Jarvis will be working his way up into Piano, beginning this vertical presence, but Bucka through the wall, the headshot wall bang out of nowhere to shut down arguably the most important operator in this entire clear. That's your sledge gone. Your most important source of soft destruction out of this lobby. Yes, you've got Bucka as a retaliating blow, but what's it going to matter if you can't even get closer to the bomb site with the loss of both Jarvis and now PK. Amplify will tack on another, removing the Thatcher from play entirely, leaving Shadows and Blue Key to fend for themselves in a 2v4. Shadows looking up above. He knows that somebody is positioned over in Cocktail, but he can't quite land the shots. Minute 20 left to play with, but a 2-man disadvantage Going to be tough to crawl out of this hole.
JMU just so many issues to deal with right now. Finally, the castle barricade gets open, but it doesn't really seem to help out all too much for JMU. Derp finds a nice shot on the blue key, leaving now just the lone Dokkaebi of Shadows. Try to win this 1 versus 4. Sure, they've got a minute to gather info and maybe get some isolated kills on the top floor, but besides that, there isn't really much going for them.
Yeah, Shadows really hoping to pull out a miracle, but it's not going to happen as Amplify will deny it, and Kettering University will take another round, extending their lead back to 2 at 3-1 overall score. Again, Kettering playing that style of gameplay beautifully, forcing JMU to clear from the top down. And like we hinted at during that rehost, early before this game even started, applying early pressure to those attackers working their way in by themselves. Jarvis, isolated, extended, and a little bit alone. Bucka, albeit maybe luckily through the wall, took advantage of that beautifully by applying that pressure, making sure that if nobody is there in position to trade Jarvis, that he's going to get that kill and he's going to make JMU pay.
Truly just setting up mini games on that top floor, not only from the presence over by Cocktail and Bar, but also having someone holding the hatch over by Train, looking up into Piano. So when you see that Jaeger fall back, you think, okay, free map control, let's push up. You still have that extra factor that you might have not accounted for, allowing another chance for Kettering to score a kill, which they did exactly that. Now you've got a 4-on-2, and you don't have a lot of utility to actually get past all these reinforced walls that have mute jammers behind them because there's nothing to destroy them mute jammers themselves. So now you're forced to funnel against this top floor extension that Kettering have been preparing for the whole round, and it just leaves you little to basically no options.
Well, in theory, round number 5 for JMU could be a little bit easier because rather than having to clear that entire top floor and then shift their attention to the second, the site is on this top floor. It's Bar and Cocktail. If they can make their way upstairs, they've already got the bomb site under wraps, at least in theory. We saw that it gave them a good bit of trouble last time they were here, especially clearing out that bathroom shield that Prismo is once again staffing patiently. This time, maybe to avoid that, JMU are approaching from the other side of the map here, working their way in from, well, you've got this AC Balk now being pressured, and Derp keeping an eye on it. He knows there's someone there, and he finds a way to win that gunfight. Those are the kind of things that JMU cannot afford.
JMU with the bottom of the top clear so far, not working all too well for them except for that vertical presence, but those angles, they work both ways. Amplify, the SMG-11, scores himself 1 kill, looks for a second, but the grenade is there to greet him before he finds that kill on the player up towards the rappel. 4 versus 3 for Kettering though, and they've got good info that JMU are not doing a top to bottom clear, and if they can avoid, at least not even any more grenades left by JMU, matter of fact, if they can just avoid some of these window rappel angles, they should be fine.
They should be, but you see that PK just tacked on another one, taking care of Derp, returning this one to a 3v3, and now it really is anyone's game. PK's done a great job of working his way into the map down below, and I think that was a bit of a surprise for Kettering, at least for Derp, who fell to that very position. Still a lot of work, though, for JMU to do, mostly because they don't have control of any bit of this top floor right now. By going on this rappel and taking these early fights, they have given up piano control entirely. You see Prismo in piano itself, not just on that bathroom shield anymore, knows he's comfortable to play those long angles from the other side of the map. He can sit there as long as he wants.
PK may be looking to find that first opening here for his team, and the rest of the squad over by JMU are still being rather calm and collected. PK up at the top of red, and that's that third, but things are still even, the 2-on-2.
Yeah, PK now working his way into long bar, trying to get something going, but losing his final teammate in the process. Low HP against 2 very healthy defenders with only 26 seconds remaining. He'll burn that Aruni gate. Trying to work his way in. He's got some info. You see the pings on that player in the back of Cocktail, but he doesn't quite have the positioning he needs. 15 seconds, sprinting his way around in the freezer. Maybe he's got a bit of a surprise, but Bucka was lying in wait. Again, good positioning from Kettering to stall out the attack and take the round.
And unfortunately for JMU, they weren't able to really create any space off of that vertical, nor find a true element of surprise. The second we saw vertical going down by JMU, Kettering were just looking to take those 50-50 gunfights. And once they had those secured, JMU, they were in a really challenging spot to actually get off of those window repels and the vertical to find a way to actually start getting the ball rolling for that site execute. As especially when you have a Ying, you can actually set up on those window repels, and with the vertical help, you can force back those Kettering defenders inside of Cocktail and get a plant going down from that direction. But again, with no help of those Candelas, no major impact from that vertical, they're just still on the outside looking in, as Kettering now not only have the man advantage, but still have complete control of the top floor.
One thing I think is important to note about JMU, and it's something they're doing really well. I know the scoreline may not reflect it, but they're showing us their adaptability right now. Every round we've seen something a little bit different from them. They're not just, you know, banging their head against their desk hoping something changes. They are actively diving into the strat book, talking to each other, deciding, okay, what do we need to change to get Kettering into trouble? Of course, Kettering have managed to adapt to that nicely too, but JMU haven't shown us the same thing twice, and that has been their #1 strength. Now what they have to do here is maybe continue with that adaptability, or because this is the site that they were able to take the first time around, they could do what they do best, and that is approach this site directly. Don't dilly-dally, don't waste any time, take this control and make it snappy.
JMU also not completely committing to that top floor. It's still the thermite, so you can either start that attack in the bottom floor, maybe leading towards, you know, the garage side of the map once you get that vertical play down, or if you want to go back to what you did originally, head in a bakery and get that double kitchen wall opened up, that's not a bad idea either. We still have all the right utility to confirm that, but like you mentioned, JMU, they're just looking to change things up. But Kettering, they know that they don't want to give up that map control essentially for free, but it's now costed them a negative amount. PK able to eradicate the Warden off the bat. Sure, he wouldn't have been too helpful against his composition, but it is an extra gun that you could have used.
Yeah, and Amplify's been putting up some pretty good numbers. Top fragger right now for Kettering at 6-3. He's not going to be able to make an impact in this final defensive round for Kettering before we switch sides. Still pretty even, though, in the overall scope of the round, because, again, that time is ticking against JMU, and they are still working their way through this map and making progress, using that breaching hammer and capitalizing on the fact that, until now, at least, Jarvis is still alive. 2 more bodies will drop, one on the side of Kettering and Shadows on the side of JMU, but that quick trade means that JMU still have the edge by 1.
Air jabs deployed, making sure no one can retake that top floor safely, at least without giving away some vital information for JMU once they're still finding these angles up above. Kettering now forced to at least transition where they want to set up for this last chance of scoring a 5th round in the first half, and really making things complex with the help of that sledgehammer by Jarvis. An angle found out of Prismo, but still having that bomb chassis, he can evade these troubles for the time being, but really it is only a matter of time, Jonah.
Yeah, Prismo's in a load of trouble. You can see him getting picked apart behind that bomb. He's now down to essentially 1 HP as the explosives continue to rain in from above, but yes, he is still alive, and all it takes is 1 pump of that Mossberg shotgun to change the course of the round entirely, so JMU need to be careful. Blue Key, though, will step on up, taking care of Derp for good, leaving Verdant and the low HP Prismo to fend for themselves in a tight spot. 20 seconds, JMU, they are starting to make a move, and this pressure from above is freezing Kettering in place. Prismo, an act of desperation, he's going to jump out, but that's the diffuser. He's got the bomb down in only 10 seconds. He needs to hide. 8 seconds and counting. He just needs to stay alive, but he cannot do it. Havoc makes the right move, and they will hang in, taking that one by the skin of their teeth.
A great attempt by Kettering, but alas, it wasn't meant to be a victory. JMU, at least they did well on both double kitchen attacks, but now they get to try their own on the defensive side of things. And moving back over for Kettering more specifically, I am interested to see how their info game is going to pan out. That was a big thing we've talked about countless times, not only with the broadcast itself, but the players of Kettering, seeing what they're able to scope out in terms of how the roam's going to work for JMU, and how they could utilize that info to maybe work an opening pick. And again, with the game being so tempo-based for those gunfights now in R6, that could be a great way for Kettering to maybe mop the floor and just get map 1 done before we even thought about it.
Hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, that might be
there,
a bit of a
John.
gap for Kurtz, but
I think that Kettering, I mean, this is where the game really begins for them, because JMU, in theory, if that aggressive style is going to transition and translate over to that defensive side, Kettering, they're probably in for quite a surprise. Because if you're JMU right now, and you've found a couple of those things that work, if you bring that same aggression on the defense and you force Kettering to chase you all over the map and track you down, that's another great way to burn time. It's not just about utility and sitting in a corner. If you force them to track you down, to use those drones and identify the position of every single defender, that can slow Kettering down considerably. And it's something that Jarvis might be looking to do, as you can see him lurking down on that second floor for now.
Interesting position for the smoke, but hey, free kill doesn't hurt anybody, so to speak. JMU, it seems like they're not going to get too hectic, at least for this top floor, is how utility-based their lineup looks as of right now. And Kettering looking to maybe deal with that head-on. They've got the right tools for the job, so to speak. You've got the flashes to burn off those ADS and Surya gates. You've got Rotero drones for all those shields that JMU are currently bringing up to their roster. Maybe even the bulletproof camera, which for JMU on their attack was a huge concern. Having all that info for Kettering, it really just led to this perfect storm of success. And Bucka could have maybe helped been that perfect storm for Kettering, being on such an aggressive roll of that Ashe, but he's already dead to rights in the first minute.
I think he was trying to do a good old-fashioned crouch walk on the Ashe up the white stairs, something you don't usually see on Cafe, but again, when Buck is comfortable, he will throw anything at you if he thinks he can sneak by one there. But it won't happen there for him. The Ashe is gone. And JMU, with that kill, they feel a little bit more comfortable to work their way around the map, too. You see PK also taking a position downstairs. Yes, spotted out by Amplify, but holding that position nonetheless, hoping that a Nitro cell sent towards the ceiling could find himself a kill. And Havoc, I guess, hoping to get aggressive, too. It's not going to work for the Jaeger, though, as he will fall.
Kettering just now starting to do this piano over clear. Still loads of info for the defensive side of JMU. And if Kettering are not able to actually push away those defenders still stacked up by Bathroom, I could assume, this could be a really challenging attack to go in from, especially now having Derp desperately low on HP. One Surya Gate or one bullet would pretty much just put him down 6 feet under.
Yeah, now that he's been picked up out of that frost mat, like you said, very vulnerable for the remaining 45 seconds in this round. Amplify also stepping up to join Prismo in this position, but still a lot of control to take. The only way they're going to really do this is if JMU keep giving up gunfights like that. They need to stay a little bit more patient here. They know they have the clock on their side. They still have these smoke canisters in pocket, but Jarvis down by a well-placed nade, and the entire game just changed. PK needs to step up and go big here. He does. Show does Shadows. What a kill. PK falls, and that's Shadows now, the last player that remains. He crosses through the long bar, trying to find some kind of miracle, but exposes himself to the long angle at the same time. An unusual decision there, and Kettering more than happy to take advantage of that.
Great anticipation as well for Kettering. They only had 40 to 30 seconds left to hit the go button and get in the bomb site, but they waited a couple extra seconds because in that 4v4, they figured that JMU would want to work a pick or two, really guarantee that they're the ones in that first place position for round number 7, but with Kettering expecting that, it wasn't just a free kill confirmed by JMU. The attack grants themselves that opening man advantage, and on top of getting the 4-on-3, but then injuring the person by Freezer, who is basically just stuck on an island. No one's there to cross in time safely. It sets the path completely clear for Kettering to just walk in and get the job done.
Well, that's exactly what they did in round number 7. And they'll be looking to do the same thing here in the 8th. 5-2 right now. Kettering putting themselves nearly on map point. If they can just pull out one more round here. It's going to happen on Kitchen down below, as JMU will not be messing around with Reading Room and Fireplace Hall, something that Kettering did on several occasions to pretty good success. Instead, JMU will be taking a similar lineup, but one that will have a bit more aggressiveness within it. Yes, they've got the Tachanka, Bluky, who's going to lurk down below the entire time, but in addition, you've got Shadows and PK on the Oryx and the Alibi, respectively, tucked all over this map, trying to be as pesky as possible.
Speaking of peskiness, you've got Prismo on the Twitch. could be a great way to burn through some of those ADSs, and more specifically, those Goyo packs, for the most part, those are set up to slow down that execute towards the late round, which with Kettering opting to go for this top floor clear, that could waste a lot of time if they weren't so good at hitting their shots on land. As Derp, wow. I thought he found that double kill, but it was actually Bucket to get the final confirmation there on Jarvis. But still, fantastic opening by Kettering, eliminating both roamers on that top floor. And now, if they can get those Vulcan packs destroyed at a good time frame too, there really shouldn't be much to slow them down.
Yeah, to me, this was a test for JMU as to how this playstyle might translate onto a map like Oregon. How well can these roamers play together, play those positions, but also play their lives? It's so important that you keep these guns up, especially closer to the late round as that time ticks away. Thankfully for JMU, the Dukes will hang in as PK gets one back, his 10th kill on the map so far, by the way, John. Far and away the top fragger right now on the side of JMU, but Kettering still with that man advantage, and a minute 20 is still a lot of time to work with. They've got some intel. They still have 7 drones in pocket, and that's what's hopefully going to allow them to take the rest of this map control relatively quickly. They now cleared out the top 2 floors, and they can shift their focus to kitchen.
And if they were able to keep that barricade closed too, they could just ignore the alibi and try to hit the site in a 4v2. That would have been a great position for Kettering, but it still looks like they're trying to finalize this attacking setup, still getting vertical down with the help of those breaching charges, still bringing out their drones to gather some extra information, and that's going to give the opportunity maybe for PK to get back to the bomb site and still be a threat.
Well, you see the Twitch drones, really good use from that, taking care of these Vulcan canisters and allowing the clock to really burn away early, but give themselves some good time towards the late round. Amplify solidifying that with another. Havoc will fall too, and although Amplify is taken care of now by PK and his 11th kill is found, not sure if he's going to be able to do much more. He's got Bucka on low HP, but he doesn't have the intel he needs to finish off the other 2. That's Prismo with the fatal blow, and it is Kettering bringing the energy and putting themselves on an early map point at 6-2.
And once Kettering located every single defender that was left alive in that 4 versus 3, it felt like everyone just heard a synchronized 3, 2, 1, go, and they just went down into the bottom floor, spotted out the alibi almost instantly, that and the Tachanka too, and that left only Havoc in a 1v4, and like I mentioned, nobody was on the bomb site, and Kettering had info, so it wouldn't have mattered if he found 1 or 2 kills. He'd still have to play a retake, which is something you never want to do on the defensive side, especially when you're at that disadvantage. And now, like you mentioned, Jonah, we've got match point already for Kettering here in Cafe.
Yeah, if Kettering, unclear if they had much VOD on Cafe to review on JMU, unclear what they knew about their opponents on this specific map, but it's very clear that what they knew about the JMU playstyle as a whole has translated very well to Cafe, because in that last round, Kettering came extremely prepared to methodically clear out the roamers that they knew would be there. It's that intel focus that Kettering knew they had to bring that is paying off now that they've shifted over to the attacking side. That's why they're up 4 rounds right now, and they have 4 chances to close out this map before we move on to Oregon. We need to see a response from JMU now, not only for their hopes on this map, but possibly for their hopes on map number 2.
Once again, another complete change up by JMU as well with their lineup, not having, you know, the Alibi or Oryx as that initiative kind of player off the bat. Instead, they're being a bit more chillax about where they're setting up, more specifically really focusing on that bottom floor and trying to bring out a couple castle barricades in place to just deny those long lines of sight, those big cutoff angles that Kettering have liked to use so far in this first, or second half I should say, pardon, this first map more specifically. It's now going to be much more challenging for Kettering to actually get that confirmed in their use.
While crossing that 1 minute mark into the round, we see that Kettering have made steady progress, but now here comes the challenge. It's Shadows who walks up the stairs into the face of Derp and greets him with a shotgun. You don't usually see that from the smoke player, whose job is to stay alive until the very end of the round, but it paid off for Shadows, as he will find his 2nd kill and get the opener in this very important round for JMU and put Kettering on the back foot early, losing the sledge.
Luckily for Kettering, though, despite losing their main self-destructor, they have 6 different breaching charges where Terror Drones can be used for vertical, and if really needed, Amplified Selmas can also get a bit of angles on that top floor. It's more or less just losing out on a gunner for your team and maybe speeding up that process of the vertical. It will take much more time for Kettering in this 9th round. Seems like, though, they're already prepared to start that rotation down in Bakery, where they've got at least PK currently manning down the front in that position. I believe he's now fallen back, perhaps? Yes, he has. So wasn't really much of a defensive hold by JMU. I guess I just want to play numbers here.
Smart to shift that up. Kettering maybe assuming that JMU are going to jump in their face again and take these fights. Instead, JMU have slowed it down, and well, as such, Kettering have been forced to slow down too, moving through the map a little bit more cautiously than before, thanks to some good training from JMU in that last round, I suppose.
30 seconds left to go, but there's still vertical being used here by Kettering. That could maybe score than a player by prep, and it does. 4v4 now, it's still half a minute.
Losing Blukey, that's gotta hurt. You know, you don't have that gunner right up to deny this default plant, and that's gonna give Kettering the control they need to get Verdant into position. PK, again, he is on a heater on this map, and he is not slowing down. There's 2 kills off screen. Verdant finally able to get one back, but Havoc has an answer too. Last player alive for Kettering has only 5 seconds to recover this diffuser and get back into the site. It doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Instead, he'll chase for this kill, but he knows it is over. Round number 9 goes the way of JMU, and they will stay alive here on Cafe, at least for now.
And for Kettering, again, just not having a lot of time to diversify their attacking clear, there were still positions like Kochek, which can be a huge issue for you to deal with when going in for a Bakery clear, or at least direct take, I should specify. It doesn't make a lot of good options there for Kettering, as you've got all these crossfires across the map built up by JMU, and PK just being an absolute menace, constantly rotating and just leaving more obstacles in the way of Kettering. Just wasn't a round that was meant to be for them. But they've got a couple rounds to bleed. You know, it's 6-3, still match point, so it's not really the end of the world.
If they want to make this one happen, JMU still need 3 rounds in a row, and that means putting together a clean defensive rotation, sweeping Kettering out of their next bomb sites of choice. Unlikely, but not impossible. We did see a little bit of a weakness there in Kettering. Maybe they were expecting more of that aggressiveness, and when they got more discipline, they didn't freeze under the pressure. Maybe they just got chilled under the pressure. They did slow down a bit, and it did get them into trouble come the execute phase of the round, where they just didn't have enough time left to work with, something that they desperately need when so much utility and still so many bodies are up on the board for James Madison.
Kettering now not opting to bring the sledge, not a necessity, since again you still have tons of vertical that you can build up with those Ashes of Fiatards and breaching as well. At least they're not forgetting about the grenades though. Prismos is on that Ayana, so that can still lead to a lot of good information. And for the most part, Kettering, they've been rather solid in terms of locating that initial threat and then dealing with it after you have either a regular drone or one of those Gemini replicators quick to follow in on that first line of defense. Interesting to see how Kettering might want to develop that first entry kill, but so far they're taking things slow and just setting up some more cutoff angles before they eventually drop down into the building itself.
You know, finally actually getting boots on the ground and taking this space up on this 3rd floor. It's Prismo at the helm of this push. One of these entry, or rather, I guess Prismo was one of these flex players, but right now flexing onto that entry role on the Yana, and leaving the normal entry roles in Bucka and Derp into their respective positions as well. Speaking of the man himself, Bucka will find the scoreboard again as Jarvis, again, the smoke, just went for a run out of a lifetime, hoping to find another miracle to bring JMU back in this one. Nope, that didn't work.
And your top fragger of PK is gone as well. There just aren't many options left for JMU in this 5-on-3 in terms of general just frag potential and also just stalling this execute from happening here by Kettering. They've got a minute 10 to set up that vertical, rack up even more kills, which Derp does in fact connect a frag onto Shadows. A 2 versus 5 seems rather challenging when Kettering just have so much to work with here.
Yeah, Kettering are just picking them apart kill after kill. Bluekey will finally step up and get something going on this top floor. An unusual flank from the castle is paying off big. He gets 2 kills before eventually falling as well. This one, a 2v5, but now a 1v2. The tides have turned, but maybe not as much as Havoc is hoping. On low HP, needs to track down this planter and the coverage provided by Bucka. Verdant, no idea where Havoc is positioned, and this is winnable. All of a sudden, it's a 1v1 with Bucka lurking elsewhere. Positioned up above would be the thought, but instead he's tucked in the closet. Positioned in laundry room, really nowhere he can move, hoping that Havoc doesn't have this intel. Looks like he has some idea, though, as he works his way up towards laundry. He's got to pre-fire this angle, though, because Bucka is lying in wait, and Kettering will hang in, taking round number 10, and in doing so, taking map 1 of Cafe.
A brilliant first start here for Kettering in this LAN environment at the block, but Oregon, the great equalizer everybody talks about in competitive play, that could still be something that JMU might be fine with going to. Again, they were anticipating Oregon to be in play, especially when they banned Theme Park, the main option that Kettering likes to go for in that best-of-3 format. So depending on how they feel, if they can just reset after map 1, JMU might be able to bring us to bank.
Yeah, but we still have a lot of unanswered questions about that second map. Maybe some lessons can be taken from Cafe here. We saw, as you're seeing right now, these back and forth changes between what JMU were trying to do. Changing up their strategy from round to round, keeping Kettering on their toes, that was great. But when we saw JMU bring out that aggressive playstyle on the attacking side in the form of those rushes, those direct attacks, and on the defensive side in the form of more extensive roams and more dramatic individual efforts, that's where things started to slip away. JMU, they need to take whatever they can about this first map over to Oregon, because that is where the difference, of course, will be made. And in the case of JMU, now that they're down a map, that is where their grand final will well be made, or it will be over.
And one of the biggest questions I have for JMU, going into map 2 is what the flank potential is going to look like. We saw, especially on round number 10, Bluekey hitting that massive double kill, going all the way from red stairs back up to the top floor to deny some of that vertical pressure that Kettering was building up for the execute. If they're able to replicate some of that success on the flank, that could be huge against Kettering, but they might have just not been expecting it because it just wasn't a play that didn't happen all too much by JMU.
Well, a lot to think about as we head into map 2, but that's what we're going to leave you with as we take a short break. So don't go anywhere. Map 2 in this very important grand final is coming up right after this. right, welcome back here to the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. It's Rainbow Six Siege final that we've got underway right now, and we already saw map number 1 taken by the Bulldogs of Kettering University. It is now the Dukes from JMU who need to find their way through this comeback, this map number 2 miracle that has to happen now on Oregon. But it's not impossible, because we talked with them yesterday, fellow, about this map specifically, and they had some pretty good things to say about it.
Say, for JMU, they've already played against Kettering on this map, and sure, Kettering won it last time. I believe it was like either a 7-3 or 7-4 victory for that scoreline. But the way that you can play on this map with Oregon being just so default, it can allow you to be a little more aggressive, which is the general style of play for JMU, and it's just a good ego check, so to speak, because you're showing up on game day. If you're there playing a bit better than your opponents, then that could be the right remedy for success. Although I don't think we really saw that too well on Cafe, because Kettering did incredibly well. Maybe if they are able to, like I mentioned earlier for the break, reset and just focus up on map 2, forget Cafe even happened, then they could still hold their own.
Well, Oregon is a map that both teams should be prepared for, right? Compared to Cafe, which may have been more of a surprise for both teams, Oregon is a surprise for neither. Both teams said to us yesterday, they said Oregon is a map that we're ready for. In case of Kettering, they beat JMU on it in the regular season. They took this map 7-3, I believe, was the overall scoreline, and they should feel pretty confident as a result. But on the other side, James Madison, they should feel good here too, because they know what Kettering does on this map. They themselves have been in a lobby with Kettering and, you know, felt what it was like to be on the other side. Sure, they may have lost that map then, but this is a completely different story. They've had time to prep. They've had time to change up their strategies and think about how they want to go into this one and how they want to shake it up. That is what we're going to hopefully see from them here. On the other side of Kettering, clearly they're feeling comfortable. You just saw there Bucka, the captain of this roster, feeling good. You see him stretching there in the background, making sure to be limbered up for this map too.
They're definitely in good spirit, and I don't really fault them for that. They just won their opponent's map pick. By default, you should win your own, so best case scenario, this could be a 2-0, and they get to walk home for the first time ever with a major victory here in a LAN environment. That would be such a good tale to tell, and something you can be proud of continuing the rest of your collegiate lineage. Maybe a dynasty now that, you know, Kettering are going to have a couple of trophies put in their very dusty trophy room because they haven't won anything before this.
Well, diving into our operator bans and finally a chance to take a look at exactly how Oregon is going to shake out. We've got the Osa ban and the Nook ban. Nothing surprising there. Exactly what we saw on Cafe. Nook especially powerful on a map like Oregon in the hands of James Madison. And on the defensive side, the Electro Claws taken off the board that Kaid brings to the table, and those black mirrors that Mira so aptly brings to the map will not be a factor either. The basement site, which normally can be a brutal choke point for attacking teams when working their way in against those mirror windows, they won't have to deal with that kind of pressure, at least on this Oregon.
JMU starting out here in meeting room and kitchen, definitely looking to find a potential feeler round. Having a pretty good lineup, I'd say, in terms of just slowing down Kettering, especially if they want to go for a top clear, maybe get some vertical work going as well. Having a couple of shields deployed, more clearly by Shadows on the Alibi, but also having the Azami, a very fluid operator put in the right hands, with Kettering sure having a lot of, you know, secondary self-destruction, but maybe not enough to deal with, you know, the Y magnets to get rid of those being burned and the Azami keeping barriers. That could maybe lead to a couple of issues towards the mid and late round if they can keep the Azami of Jarvis alive.
Must locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, Kettering, their early test on the attacking side will be working their way through these roamers. And in the case of JMU, starting out on the meeting and kitchen site means that Kettering will have to work their way through the top floor extension that you can see Shadows setting up now. The addition of PK in that position as well on the Malusi, positioned on white stairs, should give Shadows the support that he needs to hold this down as long as possible. Kettering likely to work their way into that setup, but there is one way around it, and that is by attacking meeting from the back. Oh dear. Oh my. Just as we say that, the most important operator for that approach, Amplify, the Thermite, is gone.
Pretty sure that was a I don't know, just a random trigger shot too. A bit of a fat finger there by Verdant as he had really nothing to shoot at there. Well, he found something, but not what he was looking for. And now Kettering for this top floor clear, it's getting a lot more tricky. They've got the attic window to still work with, and they're starting a bit of a master overtake as well, so it's not completely impossible, but having that attic wall open up can be very valuable, especially in the late round if you want to go back up above to get a stage plant and then work the vertical with the help of that hatch and just play around big tower in general. So now the dynamic is completely changed.
Yeah, Kettering need to do this one. Oh, they got to do this one the old-fashioned way, and you're seeing how that has got them into a bit of trouble here. Prismo will get a nice kill back, but Verdant has been dropped, and Bucka is gone completely. Once again, the Ash really not finding much success in Bucka's hands so far, despite numerous efforts throughout this series. But round number 1, not too much to sweat, because Verdant has been picked back up. And even though he and Prismo are on incredibly low HP, well, I was going to say, at least you've got Derp to support the duo, but no, it's just the solo of Verdant and Derp to work something out. A 2v4, 50 seconds, not looking good.
All those Kibas, Magnus building up over time, a Nitro Cell available for Blue Key. Yeah, this just seems to be a rather challenging position for Kettering in these final 40 seconds, especially being so low in HP.
Verdant around the other side has PK lying in wait. That's a double kill on the round for the Melusi. Looking for a triple, but denied by Derp in the last second. 1v3, 27 seconds remaining. Derp needs to find some way to deny this flank from below and then sprint into the site of the frag grenade. Will do a nice job at that, but he is still so distracted by where these defenders could be that he doesn't have enough time to recover the diffuser up above and get much done. He's going to have to just sprint in and hunt for these frags, and yeah, that's not going to happen. It's Blue Key to get the fatal blow, and it is James Madison to get on the board first.
And might just chalk that round up to a bit of unluckiness, especially in the very beginning of that round, losing your Thermite almost instantly. Still, though, it was a bit of a change-up by Kettering to try to focus a little more towards Master, but still having so many operators playing on that top floor, it did allow some of those people that were a bit close towards the bomb site to kind of peel away from the objective and get a bit more gung-ho on the top floor. You saw someone trying to work their way up of top laundry stairs, not laundry stairs, actually the main stairs themselves, getting a bit closer towards Armory to take a couple initial gunfights. Not only that, but people still poking and prodding near security / white stairs. It led to so many issues for Kettering on top of already having a bad first round interaction with their own teammate. It kept leading to a downward spiral. So that round, it only makes sense they lost.
It did look like they had a different approach in mind when that round started versus once the Thermite was dead. And it sucks to have your plans kind of thrown out the window within 30 seconds due to a sheer accident, but it is what it is. They tried to adapt, and JMU outright denied it. So regardless of how it happened, I'm certain JMU are happy about the way this math began. Off to the right foot on this defensive side, a good 1-0 start. Now looking to make that 2-0 as Dorms is the next site of choice for them. They've got a bit of an aggressive extension over towards the master side of things, opening up, it appears, that closet wall, not allowing easy entry for Kettering, sure, but also allowing JMU to keep an eye on that angle and deny anyone from just stepping up into the closet. You see Blue Key, now that is his job.
Amplify hoping his teammate of Verdant can beat the try not to kill your teammate challenge and get that master wall opened up eventually from closet leading into the bomb site. Rest of Kettering looking to just continue that attack over by the side of Armory, almost netting an opening kill here by Jarvis, but having the assistance of that Armory presence to deal with the guy by Trophy, it's going to force him way off his deployable shield and just make him more vulnerable to those opening gunfights.
Yeah, Jarvis caught between a rock and a hard place here, feeling pressure on both sides, but astutely able to work his way out of Trophy Room and staying alive at a critical turning point in this round. Instead of Kettering being up a man, they have nothing to speak for it, although maybe they've got a little bit of control. They're using utility, and they've gained just about nothing. As I say that, though, Blue Key will finally fall. That aggressive position in closet, hard to hold for this long, and I think Blue Key realized that as well. PK will get one back, though, and return us to a 4v4.
Kettering, though, still looking to actually poke outside of Trophy and maybe get their way into the bomb site itself, not having really any meaningful control besides maybe those people closer towards Closet, but just all these long angles that JMU still have on top of just being rather comfortable in either objective room. It's just making this so complex for Kettering, and they don't have anything to really force back JMU to make that proper space.
Yeah, you see that Kettering realizing that. They're pivoting a little bit here. Derp recovering that drone as it was positioned in small tower, hoping that maybe returning to the site with a bit more intel could help them out, but it's going to be tough. Again, fighting against 4 now very patient defenders, waiting for Kettering to make the first move without a clear approach to this site, without a clear safe avenue. They're going to really have to force the issue through one of these openings. It looks like that opening is going to be top of white stairs. Somehow Derp will claim a kill in that position, but Jarvis, holding this crossfire with Shadows, will deny the next push. And then the one after that. Verdant is gone. Amplify taken care of. It is PK, Peyton King, the man of the hour, who has found kill after kill on map 1. And now map 2 will put JMU over the top, 2-0 to start.
JMU taking full advantage of what they did, not even during the action phase, but the prep phase before that as well, Jonah. Having all those long angles to work for during the mid and late round. Once you see your opponents starting to clear out from the armory side of the map, starting to work their way into Master to deal with that trophy player, you have to eventually prepare for someone to maybe set up over by Attic to make sure that you don't actually lose to some sort of crossfire. Not only that, but Jarvis doing a very good job of not only playing off the deployable shield when it was just the people over by Master, but then rotating a bit closer towards the bomb site and playing along with hard walls to make sure he only had to focus on one angle at a time to grant less, I guess, moments where Kettering could maybe score that opening kill in the round. On top of that, just getting out of the death spot by Trophy, it was such a boon for JMU to make sure they had somebody extra to hold down those positions once Kettering started to rotate, when they realized that Master was not going to work out for them.
Well, looking to complete a clean defensive rotation, JMU will now head down towards the basement. And this is where that intel focus that we hinted at before map 1 from Kettering is going to come into play. We've got Verdant pulling out the Zero, those Argus cameras, in an effort to combat the well-placed information denial and really just watchful eyes on the floor, as JMU have done a good job of taking care of these Kettering drones and at slowing them down from just knowing where those defenders are. I think Verdant is hoping that those Argus cameras can put him over the top in that sense. But it's certainly not going to help Derp enough. The Yana, another core component of that intel game, already gone, as PK will get his 6th kill on the board.
In a position, too, that Derp used to his own advantage last round, has been completely flipped the script of this position. Now the Ayana stuck on camera duty, while the rest of Kettering are still looking to get control of this top floor, but they still have so many angles to check for. I believe there's still 2 people just chillaxing around the top floor, maybe one guy a bit closer towards white stairs, just playing off of their teammates' contact, and if he needs to fall back, he's already in a good position to do so. Kettering, sure, they've got a lot of time, but that eventually will dwindle away, especially if JMU can still just sit comfortably and really force Kettering to deal with these roamers proactively.
Well, the Jackal from Bucka is specifically designed to deal with these roamers. He just hasn't been able to actually make the impact that I think he was hoping for. Sure, a couple of these defenders have been forced to fall back, but I think, yeah, you've still got a couple pesky JMU roamers lurking around. You've got Jarvis still tucked up above in garage, and it looks like for now, he's gone completely unnoticed. Finally, he'll step up again on that first floor, taking care of Kettering for good. It's just Verdant and Amplify that remain. It's a 4v2, all going the way of James Madison right now. It looks like there's nothing they can do wrong on this Oregon defense. Verdant, with that information, sure, that'll help. But in a 2v4, it's not going to be enough to put them over the edge. We need to see Kettering find some kills, and as long as James Madison stays patient, those kills are not going to come.
And again, just nothing to create space, nothing to break off those deployable shields that we have by JMU. Not only that, but keeping Blue Key alive with 3 toxic babes and only Verdant to worry about. This surely should be a flawless rotation here by JMU.
Only seconds away from realizing that for good. It's Verdant, the last player alive yet again, in a 1 versus 4, with JMU staying put. They are not going to give any free kills up to this 0. As I say that, Shadows will take the fight and lose it, but that was just Verdant working his way down through Pillar. JMU take another easy one, and that's going to force Kettering to take a tactical timeout in an effort to regroup.
Rightfully so. Trying to have your opponents get such an early advantage against you is just not the right thing. And you can still have a 3-on-3 half for Oregon, so making that completely even heading into your second half, definitely not a bad call for Kettering. But JMU, I mean, they are just racking it up currently, especially PK. Already 7 kills in the first 3 rounds of play. I mean, impressive stuff. And especially with Kettering not able to fully coordinate these very extensive clears, you see the right tools for the job, Jonah, but just not enough instant coordination. You see people setting up for the cutoff angles. You see these very elaborate plays, but no one's there to comfortably make that first move without, perchance, gambling a 50-50 gunfight.
Well, you see Captain Nolan Bucka Jones at the helm of the table, trying to give his teammates a good talking to before re-entering into this map. Kettering right now in a bit of trouble. Nothing going on the attacking side just yet, and while it is Oregon and this map does typically favor the defense, you need at least a couple of rounds in order to give yourself a fighting chance. You can't really rely on getting that 5-1, that 6-0 split when you switch sides, especially if you're already down quite a bit. So this timeout right at the halfway point in Kettering's attacks, hoping that maybe this is the turning point where they can get off to a good start, hit that reset button, and refocus for the remainder of this half.
Big thing for Kettering definitely has to be that trade potential, despite knowing that JMU can tend to play a bit more on the solo side for their roam extensions. They haven't used that to their real advantage. Sure, they're trying to, gather info and maybe force away JMU just a bit farther away from their first point of defense, but they're not stacking up with multiple players. They're not trying to guarantee that instant kill for them. Instead, it's just, again, like I mentioned earlier, a 50-50 gamble that throughout 3 rounds has gone the way of JMU, and now something has to change, especially after taking that timeout. Again, another gamble that so far hasn't gone the way of Kettering, but the timeout did just conclude a little while ago.
Right, with that timeout, they had a chance for, coaches, Anomaly, Coach Lucas, to, get in there and give whatever feedback they could, helping out this team. Maybe they're able to add whatever they've been able to see from that third-person perspective that can be so valuable. And maybe at the very least, it's enabled Kettering to be a little bit more on their toes. PK, I think he just did another aggressive run-out attempt, jumping out of that window at the bottom of White Stairs. And yeah, that's no dice for him. He's gone. 7 kills, and that'll be all he has through this 4th round, as Kettering will use this moment to maybe extend whatever advantage they can in this particular round, leveraging this 5v4 to their advantage.
Exothermic fully detonated now for Kettering, as JMU still haven't been pushed too far away from really any of their extensions. And now they've killed the sledge. Derp, who was still playing up above throughout the whole round, is eventually shut down. Not a lot of vertical here left for Kettering, and only about 1:30 to maybe force back players like Shadows if they want to just at least get rid of that potential threat of the roam. If not, you have that hatch to worry about when you're going in for a kitchen defuse position, and also that flank that could be building up too.
You see Amplify holding this long angle through the punch holes, maybe hoping to spot out one of these JMU defenders as they're swinging or getting aggressive. It's Havoc who eventually does that very thing, gets aggressive and pays for it. Amplify claiming that kill. As he swings out, though, it's Blukey on the coverage to support his down teammate and get that trade. Still winnable by JMU here, especially now that Blukey gets another. It's a 3v2 all of a sudden with JMU holding this advantage, and now Shadows, knowing where this pressure is coming from, he's going to step up to support if he can. Finally, the Valkyrie is taken care of, and Prismo and Bucka will have a fighting chance at this, trying to get this diffuser down while Prismo sticks the coverage that is so important here. They're able to get it down, and they're able to back off, but Prismo, with his back turned, he's taken care of, and Bucka will fall right after. It's Jarvis to clean it up. get the defuse, and to put James Madison up 4 rounds to nothing.
And what an adaptation, not only by Kettering to realize, you know what, this push in from the back wall we opened up into dining, leading towards kitchen to get this plant down, that's not working, let's try to go security. Not only was that a good play, but the call made by, I would assume, Jarvis there on the Azami to tell Shadows to drop. They were no longer going for that execute over by dining, and instead they're rotating towards that security hallway, get Shadows to drop down so he can be an active proponent to that retake position, and having both him and Jarvis towards the late round to clean up the job. That's exactly what they needed to secure that round win and just still give Kettering no room to breathe.
What the Dukes are showing us right now is that they are the better team when it comes to adaptability. They showed it to us in that last map by changing it up, but this is where it really matters because Oregon, this map, these two teams have already faced off here before. Kettering won it 7-3. That scoreline for Kettering is already impossible because JMU have taken the first 4 rounds. Whatever James Madison learned from that previous matchup, they have applied it here beautifully. And Kettering are floundering. Isn't enough of a change from them at any point throughout this map to show us that they have what it takes to make this comeback and then come out on the defensive side and do something crazy, right? We need to see them do this now. If they don't get these next 2 rounds, they're not going to have a much chance here on Oregon at all, and they're going to have to put all their hopes on bank.
Kettering as well, with the way they're trying to secure these opening gunfights, they haven't been very dominant. It's been more or less Kettering just sitting outside and again waiting for JMU to make that first move, and it's only been a coin flip's worth of how many times Kettering have actually won that opening engagement. You know, we saw Dirt back on Kid's window, not only getting a kill into Blue Key round 2, but then round 3 just getting shut down by PK almost instantly. Finding a new way to net these opening gunfights in a meaningful way and not just allow JMU to score refrags in the late round, that has to be a make or break here going on these next 2 rounds.
Well, you see that Kettering are trying to apply as much external pressure here as possible. Well, several different points on this site. So far, so good for them, but JMU unrelenting on the pressure that they're applying at Kettering's direction. They are taking these gunfights, or at the very least, pre-firing a couple of angles, making sure that Kettering stays on their toes, not giving up a single square foot of space on this map for free. And that is what's going to be so important as we get to the late round here under that 90-second mark in just a moment. Bucka will claim the first one, and that's a very impactful kill because it's PK, the man of the hour, to fall first. Havoc goes down second, relegated to camera duty for the remainder of the round, and now Kettering, they've got a pretty good setup here if they want to pounce.
Amplified, unfortunately down, but not a big deal. You already got that attic wall open up, and Frisco quick to respond by Master. This round might just be over and done with unless Blue Key goes big in 1v4.
Yeah, nothing really he can do here. Stuck in the closet, quite literally. Yeah, Amplify is down, but that's not going to matter too much. It's a 4v1, now a 5v1 because Amplify gets recovered, and it's unclear if Blue Key's position is known. Well, now it is, so Bucka will turn on him and take care of him just fine, but Kettering, it may be a little bit too late. They are on the scoreboard, so that's something.
Bucka in particular able to assist getting his teammates on the round count, so to speak, for this first half, being a bit more active in the opening minute or 2, being able to actually creep his way in from Green Hallway, get over towards the side of Kitchen, and net 2 separate kills. Again, not just being passive, not waiting on JMU to make that first move, being an actual threat during the action phase. That is what tipped the tide in the favor of Kettering to, like we both mentioned, finally get on the board, but yeah, it might be a little too late. If they can get a second round win, the first half might not be completely horrible for them, but JMU, I mean, they definitely have at least a good half and a default one at that too.
Right, I'm not going to count Kettering out of this entirely. Once again, they knew Oregon was coming. They can easily prepare on the defensive side for what they can expect to be a good bit of JMU aggression, knowing that this confidence is probably building on their side. But like you said, John, they still need at least one more round before we can even have that conversation. Final round of this first half of Oregon now underway as we enter the action phase, and JMU hope to defend this top floor successfully this time.
Well, starting out here, we did see JMU for a brief moment have someone roaming all the way down on the basement, understanding at Kettering last round their big win condition was that lurk being done by Bucka. So having someone who can be in close proximity to challenge that while also not giving a lot of info for Kettering, that could maybe deny that potential threat as PK once again tries to rotate down below, wastes a little bit more time potentially in the late round if he can do so, netting a kill or two. And Amplify once again just looking to start his attack over by Big Tower, get that attic wall opened up so maybe in late round for himself he can try to work some damage. But yes, stay alive of course as he is by himself and has a diffuser too.
Right, a dangerous position to hold alone, but they do have some well-placed drones that confirmed that Big Tower was clear. They didn't need to worry about alert from down below, again, because of some well-placed information. Good droning early round, they're going to have to continue that. They know that Bluekey is trying to go for a bit of a bandit trick. They've got the pings. Bucka just can't quite land the shots. He's got to spin around to the other side, but instead, he'll just whip out the impact, send it straight at Bluekey's feet. So surprised that the bandit didn't try to get out of there. He knew exactly that his position was telegraphed, yet he chose to fight it. That may not have been the right call.
He did waste a bunch of time, and again, some of those lifelines available to Bucka as well, so trying to get that same vertical damage done over in Kids, for example, might not be as potent compared to last round. And for JMU, a good chunk of their roamers are still alive and well. You've got Jarvis preparing for that big window hop out, as we have seen Kettering play this position religiously, and I believe there's still at least one other roamer besides that Mute playing underneath for that potential flank.
Couple of nades coming in now from Kettering, hoping to maybe get some more movement going on the site, make sure that James Madison don't feel comfortable in any single position, but right now Kettering haven't found much with that yet, aside from that early pick. And the time is still ticking away. Havoc repositioning, you do still have someone playing in games itself, avoiding now the open breach that Amplify has created, but here come those flashes. Kettering burning this utility before they eventually move in.
Smoke's playing close by Bolo. If he still has a couple toxic babes, he could still just deny this plan potentially.
Amplify needs to look up. He doesn't know that somebody is right around the corner, but well-timed coverage just barely saved his life. It's a 3v3, now 2v2 as a quick trade will go out. Under 15 seconds remain, and just in the nick of time, Kettering will secure the diffuser on the ground. Losing Amplify means that Prismo has to hold this down himself against two hungry defenders on this retake, holding this long angle from outside on the master balk. A strong position if he has the information. He knew where Jarvis was coming from and lights him up, avoids the nitro cell, and now could line them both up here. Oh no, Jarvis hits a beautiful headshot. James Madison take yet another.
And still able to get off that diffuser in time to get the refrag. That is the saving grace moment for JMU, making sure Kettering only get away with a single round win in that first half. What a night and day comparison from what we saw in Cafe. JMU struggling to find any success on both halves to now having a 5-to-1 split going in the attack. It doesn't even matter if they underperform a little bit and don't win some of those default sites because they just have so much leeway going into these positions.
Yeah, it's 1st to 7. They only need 2 more rounds here, John. And yeah, like you said, it's okay. You've got a little bit of a cushion to work with now, even if we see something crazy from Kettering. James Madison, they've got ample time to adjust and to take this map, no problem. They just have to stay composed. That's something that I love from their defense on that first half. It's that composure. It's that discipline. We didn't see that much of that discipline on Cafe, but here on Oregon, it was night and day, the difference. When James Madison held the advantage, they didn't say, let's go jump out a window, cross our fingers, and pray. They said, let's sit back, waiting for Kettering to push into us, and let's just sit there with arms open wide. That's exactly what they did, and now it's exactly what has propelled them to such a powerful position.
JMU hopefully here to reap the rewards of that cushion of a 4-round advantage. They are already looking to maybe just get their hands dirty with the potential of that Ying rush, or at the very least just having a plethora of smokes and those Candelas to again make space to allow Blue Key to hop in the bomb site and get that diffuser down. Especially with a bomb site like Dining Room, if they realize that's the objective, they could just flat out start over on that portion of the map from Small Tower and maybe just going for a plant from that. But it seems like JMU, they might want to try to clear out the top 4 to an extent, at least over towards Big Tower and Addict, and maybe opt to go for a plant position over by Kitchen, starting to get that meeting wall opened up. That could be a huge option for them, especially because you have all those long angles you can use once those smokes eventually just evaporate.
We see Havoc making their entry over on this Big Tower side, joined by the majority of this team, it would appear. You've got Shadows on the other side. You've got one player on that Small Tower rappel, trying to take space and figure out what they're dealing with. You got to deal with Bucka first, as he will make that blatantly apparent, silencing PK for good. PK really hasn't been too active ever since we started singing his praises, so maybe that's on us. Only 8 kills so far after he held about 6 kills through the first 3 rounds. 3 rounds later, hasn't made much of a change, but Jarvis and Bluky have both stepped up. Shadows contributing in terms of these kills. Really, it has become a genuine team effort on the side of James Madison, and they will continue that as Shadows will get on the board.
Those Cantelas just continuing to sing out. Shadows, yet another one with that F2, looking to do some major damage on this top floor, but the shotgun a bit more potent at that close quarters proximity. Even though it's a super shorty, it still found the kill for Bucka, now 2 for the castle, as things are still looking rather even. And again, with the lack of those actual Candelas, again, the space making, it just seems rather limited for JMU.
They have slowed things down a bit, wary of these final few defender positions. They still haven't dealt with Bucka up above, and that is so dangerous. Lukey might have the angle there on the feet of Verdant, maybe landed 1 bullet, but that's just about it. He'll now shift towards opening up this wall, but that's going to be easier said than done. We'll have to use any impacts that they've got in pocket, and thankfully those secondary impact EMPs in the pocket of Havoc will get that wall dealt with and now opened wide.
1 smoke left here for Jarvis. They could still make enough space with that, but no, the ADS catches it. They have no proper cover except their guns.
Verdant taken care of here. Bluky will secure that kill, but here comes the perfect angle from Bucka. He knows exactly what's going on, and Bluky had no idea. That's a well-timed triple kill, and incredible patience from the captain of this Kettering team to guarantee the round. That's one they'll get on the board, but many more that they'll need.
And that was the major issue with trying to go in for that meeting plan, is if you cannot clear out the top floor, vertical, it could be a huge challenge when working in from that meeting wall side of the map. Maybe starting out from Small Tower, utilizing some of those Candelas to clear the 1 person behind that shield, netting the opening kill. That could have been a good bode for your first attacking round, but I'm sure JMU are not too concerned because, again, they have 5 rounds, only needing 2 more for the second half. But I think just spreading themselves too thin despite having so much utility, that was a major issue for them in round 7. So hopefully it doesn't become a bad habit for them now moving on this laundry attack.
Yeah, Kettering working their way down to the basement, a site that should enable them to play a little bit looser if they so choose. In that last round, we saw how powerful Bucka was on the solo lurk up above as the castle. Not something you normally see from a castle player, but something that Bucka will pull out from time to time. JMU, now that they know how powerful that is, they're going to have to be a little bit more careful as to what may lie in wait on those top 2 floors, but at least they shouldn't have to worry too much, at least you would think, about Bucka. He is now playing the Echo, although I'm not exactly sure where he's positioned right now. You see 3 defenders tucked patiently down below on the site. We did see Amplify up above, and there he is. Bucka is down below in the closet. So positioned well, staying patient, and making sure that if JMU do want to enter in the building, Bucka will have plenty of information as to what's going on.
Well, 1 Yokai deployed for the top floor to help enable Amplify to maybe get an opening kill. The Lion scan, though, able to force back Kettering as of now. Derp now dropping to help assist Amplify. So far, things not looking completely horrible for this roam extension by Kettering, but there is so much being put against them here by JMU, not only from that first floor, but someone still lurking about all the way in the top.
Prismo, you see him here in elbow, knowing the importance of that blue construction hold. At any time, JMU could pivot and just blitz their way through that doorway, and that is exactly what Prismo is there to stop. For now, though, it seems that JMU are doing this one the old-fashioned way, top down, working their way through the building, and Havoc, although barely surviving that initial gunfight with Amplify, he will survive it, and he will win it. At 1 HP, he will look to add as much impact as he can for the remainder of this round, although Jarvis will not be able to. The Nomad finished off by a well-placed C4.
And still able to get away, that being Derp with his life and a refrag, that's massive. You still have all these Tachanka Shamika launchers, you've got one more Yokai by Bucka seeing Iconic, and you still have those magnets building up over time by Prismo. This is a massive position for Kettering, and we might even see Derp try to get a bit more aggressive, maybe trying to look for one more kill to really set this round in stone.
JMU pivoting over towards Freezer right now, at least giving themselves more options. They got the freezer hatch opened. I believe they've got that main hatch opened too, so they can begin what is looking to be a classic laundry execute, establishing that crossfire through the bottom of those laundry stairs and those freezer stairs, and kind of combining that pressure to force out the defense. That's what it looks like. But it also looks like Kettering are very prepared for it. And Verdant, with these Shumika launchers, those fire grenades, could deny this outright.
PK's got to utilize those nades to break the shields, but just not able to do it as of now. And Derp scores a kill. 4 on 3 now for Kettering, and it's another for Derp.
Derp gets 2. That's a triple kill on the round for him, and it is PK to answer. But can he do it all? Stepping up into a crossfire that Kettering had built, and he will fall as a result. Shadows from behind tried to make something work, but he just couldn't find enough kills to make it happen. Kettering keep themselves alive here on Oregon, taking 2 rounds in a row.
And it didn't really seem like there was a lot of safe positions where JMU could actually destroy those shields. You do have the grenades in the hands of PK, but you have to drop down your gun and wide swing a double door where there are defenders actively holding a crossfire. You are just setting yourself up for failure whether you break that shield or not. JMU realized that, and they were just hoping, well, maybe Kettering just get over aggressive and we win the 50-50 gunfight. That didn't happen. Therefore, Kettering score a very safe round on that laundry room defense. Now kids will be in play. Kettering hoping to maybe get that flawless sweep, get a bit of sweet revenge against their rivals of JMU, and it seems like, speaking of JMU, they have a Ying out once again, and no Warden, shockingly enough, either.
Right, seeing Kettering through the operator bands take off the Nook made sense. But it also meant that the Ying stays on the boards. And a Ying in the hands of Jarvis, in the hands of JMU, is deadly. It's what we thought we might see on Cafe. We saw 1 or 2 instances of that Ying, but it never really took shape. Here on Oregon, the Ying does not surprise me at all. You support those Candelas and those smokes with the additional explosive power of those Protero drones and the frag grenades PK is bringing. And if Kettering aren't careful, they are certain to have quite a bright and explosive awakening on the site.
And I'm really shocked that JMU have not tried to lurk all too much during these attacking rounds. Although, again, the Nook has been removed by Kettering, it doesn't necessarily get rid of the play style. If we had maybe seen some sort of lurk over right backstairs, that could have been a completely different round on the 8th one, but I guess so far diving into this Kids clear, pardon, from Master. Shadows has already removed that trophy player and is looking to maybe take a gunfight if Amplify overextends.
Yeah, it's not lurking, it's simple aggression from Shadows that will pay off. Look at that, the confidence to step up and wide swing that doorway with the defense, in theory, lying in wait, that's something else. Shadows making an impact here, a serious one, now that we've shifted over to the attacking side, and that will put JMU up by 1 going into the last 2 minutes of round number 9. Still a lot to do, but that's going to make things much easier now that you don't have to deal with that 5th defender stalling you out on this east side of the top floor.
And what options do Kettering have to really stop that lurk from maybe brewing up? We did see somebody over by big window for a split second, but Derp going to find some impact here on the Azami. There's a swing by Shadows, though, off of that closet wall being opened up. A second one now for the Flores. JMU will score back that man advantage, and they still have all the time in in the world to bring out those Roteros, destroy the deployable shield that Verdant brought into the round, bring out that ability to remove those Kivas, and just make Kettering's life a living hell.
And guess what? They still have 4 Candelas in pocket. They have so much utility, but they don't even need it. Look at Shadows pushing straight into the site and doing all the work himself. That's a quad kill for Shadows, who now takes the role at the top of the JMU leaderboard, and JMU will not allow Kettering to take another round in a row. What a performance.
And Kettering were just so spread thin because how fast JMU were in that round. It was instant aggression by Shadows, heading into Trophy, scoring that opening gunfight. And now that you have both the Master Wall along with Trophy available to you, there's just so much room to thrive there. Not only that, but having someone on big windows so you can't see anyone get really too aggressive to slow down JMU. They just had all the cards stacked up in their favor. It really felt like they were the house in that game of poker. And now Kettering, they are just one round away from maybe being forced onto bank, but Dining, it was a pretty decent bomb site for them, all things considered, in round number 7.
The thing is, John, is that JMU now know exactly what they have to do to win this site, and that is kill Bucka.
True.
That's all. I mean, Bucka was the reason that Kettering won this round, sitting alone on that top floor, holding some well-placed vertical angles that he had made himself. He got a couple of kills with a UMP, a nicely timed kill with that super shorty. Really the core component of Kettering that held them together. He's going to need some support from Derp early in this round, and that's exactly why we'll see the Jaeger head to that top floor. But if JMU can deal with that extension, I think this map is curtains. I think JMU are going to move on to map 3 with all the confidence in the world, and there's nothing that Kettering are going to be able to do to stop it. Still have to see how it'll play out, though, because JMU still have to get in the building after all, and if we know Kettering, John, for the last 2 years, we've seen this team pull out all the stops in moments like this.
Well, JMU able to score that opening gunfight. Jarvis still on the Ying is now able to eradicate Derp, and he's setting up those Candelas, like I mentioned earlier, bringing them out to get this isolated player. This could potentially be a 5-on-3.
Yeah, in just a second here, if these Candelas land, you see that Prismo is in a load of trouble now. No initial push off of that flash from Jarvis, but finally Havoc will make the move, and there goes the Ella. Just like that, as you predicted, John, it is a 5v3 with JMU looking comfortable, looking confident, and looking like, well, they could conquer the world here. Kettering, they need to pull off something ridiculous to slow down JMU. At the very least, stall out this momentum a little bit so you can go into that decider map with a little more on your side, because right now it is all going the way of the Dukes. With 90 seconds to go, Kettering now, their last desperate attempt to hold off the onslaught of attacking pressure that JMU are putting down.
Verdant realizing it might be a matter of time before someone eventually tries to challenge him. There's Jarvis, the 1-for-1, clean enough to get the job done against Amplify. And now there isn't much left to really slow down this execute here by JMU, except for Verdant, as he does find that first kill on the Shadows. But again, it's only a couple seconds left before they try to hit the site.
Yeah, here they come. I mean, this wall is open. Blue can get this bomb down as long as Bucka is dealt with. Again, he hasn't been dealt with yet, and that could be a serious problem. The castle up above probably doesn't have an angle here. It's going to come down to this C4. No, just kidding. Bucka is still there. Somebody needs to kill this castle or this round is lost. It's as simple as that. Jarvis is on low HP. Havoc hoping to provide some coverage and get something done, but Bucka has this angle. Are you kidding me? He has not been killed, and this round is all but over. The diffuser is dropped in his line of sight. Jarvis on 1 HP. Now he's the one who have to pull off a miracle because Kettering have done it. They are 1 bullet away from sending this one to round 11, and that they will. It is Bucka again, the unstoppable force that keeps Kettering alive.
Still public enemy #1 for JMU, and the main reason still had that round going the way of Kettering. Like you mentioned perfectly, the vertical coverage that you can have from that one hatch, not only denying anyone of pushing in from kitchen side, but more importantly, where the bomb was actually attempted to go down by the side of Dining, that just pixel angle was just enough for Bucka to score 2 kills and lead the diffuser on an island. JMU, sure, they only need one more round win, but Kettering, they really have closed the distance here in this second half.
It's got to be so frustrating for JMU right there. They were so close to putting this map away. I mean, so close to getting to that decider with really no problem at all. But sometimes when you have such a substantial man advantage like that, you know you have the round. It's easy to get tunnel vision, to forget the critical component to deny Kettering from taking it. You forget that, oh, wait a minute, this specific angle is completely covered from up above. Even if it's just a pixel, Bucka is going to spot that, and that's exactly what he did. But it's not over. I mean, that's just another round for Kettering. They still need to take 2 more. They are still a long way off here. But that's got to be a painful blow for JMU that they're now going to have to recover from.
Looking like Kettering at least want to have a small extension on that top floor. We saw from what JMU were teasing the option, maybe bringing out a blitz for this blue attack. Still looks like they want to at least lead the opening engagement from that direction, but they don't have the shield to really help deal with that deployable shield, funny enough, over by blue. But they do have the Roteros, and with Kettering realizing that, they already give up that position.
And you see Bucka again sending that yokai drone down into the mix, hoping to get a bit more intel for the defensive side. Now the tides have turned a bit. JMU, who were initially stacked outside of construction here, maybe teasing a bit of a direct push, have now slightly rotated off. At the very least, trying to get some pressure here from these big tower stairs before fully committing to one position or another. If you do want to push through construction, which it still looks like they're hoping to do, very helpful if you've got somebody on those back stairs to provide that crossfire. Havoc, who may have been hoping to be one of those players, will get denied. Losing that Thatcher here is not going to be great for the longevity of this round for JMU, but Derp is still pretty low on health, and they still do have a bit of control. Downing Amplify here is also huge. Down in meeting with the 1 HP defender to kind of protect himself and his teammate here. It's not looking good. He'll choose to smartly back away and play his life.
Still able to get those Kona stations packed up as well, so he'll be on a decent amount of HP. But no, I believe a nade might have actually got him down in that position. No, it might have been actually something completely different. There's Bucka to score 1, but JMU, they've got pillar control. They just dropped down the hatch as well. They might look to execute this 2v3.
Yeah, they're down a man, but they've got a chance here. As I say that, it's the crossfire from Freezer that Verdant will propel his team to another. That's round 11. It is Kettering not only hanging in, but nearly completing the comeback that they set their eyes on all the way back at the half swap. It was 5-1, but now it's a very different ball game. 6-5, yes, still match point for JMU, but Kettering are only 1 round away from sending us to overtime.
And for JMU, they realize the futility of trying to go for that blue attack the hard way. You had Amplify playing up above on that hatch, just being a constant nuisance for the side of JMU, and they didn't even have someone to instantly win a gunfight on from elbow. Not only that, it's still the 5-on-5, but also you don't have a direct entryway into the bomb site because they reinforced that rotate hole, and now you're just stuck in this kill box, essentially, because no one's by backstairs, no one's lurking across the map to maybe get some pressure by Freezer. You are all just focused inside of blue bunker, and that became a lot of players' final resting place in that last round. JMU, they desperately tried to work their way back up above, but it still gave enough time for Kettering to fall off the roam, all things considered, and just play for numbers in the site. It does not get as simple as that for Kettering.
Got to admit, I'm surprised we haven't seen that tactical timeout from JMU. I mean, when you see Kettering building up so much momentum, why not take that timeout, ice your opponents like you would a kicker in football, right? And at the very least, take some time to discuss this with your team. How can you guarantee this map win? What are you going to do in this 12th round to make sure that we don't see overtime? Because if we do, again, it's going to be a completely different ball game if it goes that far, because then Kettering would have taken 5 out of the last 6 rounds, all the momentum on their side. Again, still 1 round to go. Kettering have not completed the comeback, and JMU, I mean, this is far from decided. They are still putting together well-constructed attacks. They just have to make sure that they can do it from start to finish. They're just slipping up a little bit there in the middle.
Amplify still just waiting for someone to eventually swing him. Not a lot lot of utility to maybe break down that playable shield initially, unless Havoc wants to sacrifice maybe an EMP or two across the ways as well. JMU are just starting to maybe get that back wall opened up, leading to Addict. Bit more info gathered on Amplify. He's not going anywhere just yet, but PK now here with a couple of frag grenades. That could be very impactful.
You see Bucka there trying a little bit of that JMU aggression on for size. With 13 kills right now, Bucka is clearly feeling good, but if it's Prismo feeling good as well, he won't be feeling too good much longer. A long rotation all the way down through the basement will find himself directly in the open arms of Shadows. Bluky, though, will pay the price soon after. The Thermite gone. Ooh, that's going to be a huge problem. That master wall, it is not opened up yet. And if JMU are hoping to approach from that side, well, hope no longer. You've got to change it up. It's going to all come down to the hard breach of Jarvis, and look at this. He's gone too. The tides have turned. Sure, Kettering lost the first body, but it is a completely different game now. It's a 4v2. Kettering only 2 kills away from completing a ridiculous comeback and sending us to OT.
And JMU, they just have to funnel in through Trophy at this point as well, and they still have Addict to worry about. This is such a power spot for Kettering now in these final 40 seconds, Jonah.
PK has the angle. He spots the head and finds the shot onto Amplify, but it's not going to matter too much because Bucka will close the door on Shadows. Verdant also falls. Derp, where's he going? He's gone now too. This is a 1v1 just like that, and PK, with 27 seconds to work with, needs to figure out where Bucka is positioned, and most of all, has to dodge this C4. Bucka waiting down below for the moment to strike, unsure possibly of where this is. Full rotation, C4 goes up, but it's too late. The bomb is down. PK now has to play this one patiently, and Bucka is the one who has to walk into this. All he has to do, though, is land 1 bullet, and he will take the round and send us to OT. But it's PK from behind! JMU, hold on! Denying overtime, sending us to our decider.
What a play by the Ayana, and a major misinput for Kettering. They're forced to bank, and the mental will sway back in the favor of JMU. What a close call by them, almost bringing us to overtime, but it was not meant to be. And they're really going to try to favor these 5 minutes in the next break too, Jonah.
My God, Kettering put on a show, but they could not get that final nail in the coffin that they needed. Falling only by 1, JMU will tie this series up. And in this grand final, to decide the title and to distribute that $5,000 prize pool, we've got to go, John, to our decider map of Bank, where once again, these two teams have faced off before. There is so much at stake here, and to do it on a map where these two teams have stared each other in the eye and battled it out once already, couldn't imagine any other way.
I'm glad we got to catch the replay of Amplify dying as well, round 1 by his teammate, or actually Amplify dying by Verdant, funny enough. Heading into Bank, it definitely seems to be a comfortable environment for both Kettering and JMU, and I don't know if that's going to maybe sway somebody's guard down just a bit more for either JMU or Kettering. Maybe still trying to go in for those early rush plays, still lurking a lot on such a gigantic map as Bank. That could lead to some vulnerabilities. And for Kettering, they're going to have to at least be a little more exposed because, again, they just have so much of the map to clear out on their attacking half. We saw them looking to poke and prod a lot from the outside looking in. Now, no matter what, they're going to have to play in an interior structure.
There really is so much that can be said about this upcoming map of Bank, because we have seen little moments on both Cafe and Oregon that we can translate to that decider, right? We have seen it in the way that these teams have shaped their defenses, their attacks, the way that they've changed those defenses and attacks round to round, but also the way that they have, learned from what their opponents are doing, not only in between series, comparing this grand final to their matchup in that regular season, but also what they're doing round by round. The adaptability of JMU once again on full display.
And, well, seems like we are just short of that potential break. Again, the mental reset will most likely be needed for Kettering, and JMU hoping to keep that ball rolling on one of their favorite maps of Bank. But I will say this, Kettering, we talked about their best map being Theme Park. really interested to see how well they can correlate that at least decent structure of play on Theme Park going to Bank, because there are so many similarities on that map.
Well, like you said, Bank is where we're headed next. Look at that reaction coming in from JMU. Clearly excited to move on to our finale here in this grand final. And that's exactly where we'll leave you, because we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, we've got Bank coming your way. We are going the distance here in this Rainbow Six Grand Final at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals here in Philly. It has been a crazy weekend, John. It has been such an amazing weekend. For those of you just joining us, I'm Jonas Willinger. I'm joined by the one and only John Fellow-Seach, and we have borne witness to two pretty crazy matchups, pretty crazy maps, rather, between JMU, James Madison, and Kettering University. really back and forth for the most part on that second map, but map 1, pretty one-sided. So going into our decider, our final map of the day, Bank. What can we expect?
Maybe a Ying ban, I'm going to be honest. I know Nook is incredibly strong on Bank, and really any map, because one of the only few ops with grenades, not a lot of info you can get on her for the most part, but Ying is also very clean at just allowing an execute to still go well despite maybe having a few challenges, like not a lot of time left, not a lot of positions, you know, in your back pocket. And again, when you're a team that likes to rush and likes to be aggressive, Ying is a very good enabler of allowing that aggression to also just be boosted up as well. So I would be interested to see if Kettering want to ban the Ying, because JMU have brought it on both maps.
Okay, that's a fair point, right? You got to worry, though, that could potentially leave up the Nook, right? When you ban an operator, always got to consider what you're leaving out. But that is something that maybe Kettering could think about to make their lives a little bit easier, at least on the defensive side. As you're seeing now, we've got a nice little pocket of JMU fans in the crowd. You know, Kettering, they've got maybe a handful of supporters here or there, but it really is James Madison who came out in full force in support of the Dukes this afternoon. And, well, that support was certainly enough to get them through a nail-biter of a second map. But now we'll have to see if that unit is enough to get themselves through this final map. It's Bank, where these two teams have met before. In that regular season matchup that we've already talked a little bit about, we saw Bank and we saw Oregon. Bank was 7-4 in favor of Kettering. Oregon was 7-3. Clearly, the script on Oregon was flipped. Now JMU hoping to flip it on Bank as well.
And clearly with the play style that Kettering was trying to establish, not only did it not really work out on Oregon, but that's probably not going to fly on Bank with how they started on the attack. There aren't many positions that you can hold externally and still deal a lot of damage. There are a few exceptions, like, you know, the back skylight that's near Marble Stairs. If someone on the roam game is trying to fall back from that position, they can maybe die if you're playing that top area. And also the Kanto wall. You can open that up if you have ranged hard breach and have this incredibly long line of sight and no defender can safely cross that area. But besides those 2 points, and maybe the window repels for like CO, that's the very obvious one too, there aren't many angles you can really take outside and not have a lot of value while your opponents also can't do much about it. So Kettering, they're going to have to get their hands very dirty in map number 3 for their attacking half, but we'll have to wait a very long time before that actually goes down. And unfortunately, we are not going to have Ying be banned here. It's Nook once again, but not too shocked about that.
Yeah, the attacker ban's exact same as we saw on both Cafe and Oregon. Yeah. The Osa and the Nook off the board, and the Mira, no surprise to see her gone either. Wamai is the only ban here that really shakes it up at all, a ban that we used to see quite a bit in one of the older metas, but more recently, he is one of the more, I guess, well, not rarely banned, but certainly not as common as many of the others. He, of course, brings those projectile-catching magnets that will, you know, suck those grenades out of the air and essentially render them useless. Same goes for other projectiles that you might send its way, such as those Selmas, such as, you know, Capital bolts, if we ever see something like that in this lobby, although I doubt it. But going into round number 1 here on Bank, looks like Kettering are already off to a bit of an unfortunate start. I think Derp caught in an unfortunate crossfire there as they were trying to set up the site. But he can still stay alive, put those cameras down, and work his way to making an impact in this map if he can.
Well, glad we didn't catch that. Would have been a little awkward for sure to see who was the culprit of that. Kettering acknowledging some of those points they made earlier of the, you know, window presence for a site like CEO. They're going to bring out the castle. So now for JMU, they're going to need something a bit more on the range side of explosivity if they want to remove those. And they don't really have a lot of that besides maybe PK or Jarvis's frag grenades, maybe a Selma here or there, but no Zofia, who was kind of a staple for this top floor clear because of that range. And Blue Key, I talked about this earlier, he can be over by the back repel system looking at a Kanto wall to get that wall opened up. And with a lot of players expecting that area, they might try to trick the wall as well. So I'm assuming Blue Key's going to have to, you know, salvage his Selma charges for not only the Kanto wall, but maybe the back wall as well leading to the bomb site and not, you know, castle barricades.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean,
bomb located by
approaching this site right now from the square side of things, from this main lobby side of things, as many attacking teams do. just giving themselves a couple of options before they commit to one or the other. Sending a couple of drones in, as we're seeing now, to figure out which side Kettering are favoring, where this defense is positioned. Right now, it seems that Kettering are pretty content staying pretty firmly on this top floor. Not a ton of roaming being done from them, but, well, not a lot of success either in this early round. Derp, who is already a little bit lit up, sure, but is now finished off entirely thanks to a well-placed bullet from PK.
One less Nitro Cell as well. Could even utilize that by playing underneath to stop a default plant if that is the go-to option for JMU over on the square side of the map, but still a great opening kill nonetheless for JMU as they're still playing over by those window repels, still gathering information with the help of that IQ scanner. And despite losing out on that C4, there is still plenty of other options for Denial here. Verdant, more specifically with the help of those Shamika launchers, he's pushed a little bit farther back with the help of that Rotero drone, destroying the shield over by Janitor. But having the LMG and again, those Shamika launchers that can play really well at range, it's not a major concern unless we see that clear beginning over by stock side.
Yeah, again, Kettering still staying patient as JMU begin to work their way up, but this patience is paying off for the attack. I mean, slowly but surely, they are working their way onto the scoreboard, already removing Bucka and Derp from play. You've got 3 of these defenders remaining, and it's unclear how much impact they're going to be able to have if JMU just open up this wall and begin to move in. Amplify will collect a kill, and that's something, but losing another body in the process, it's hard to know how much that's going to really matter. It's just the IQ. She's already done her job. All the more important heavy-hitting operators for James Madison are still on the board. The one concern for them is that there's only 20 seconds left. They still have to make a good bit of progress, and they haven't quite pinned down where these final Kettering defenders are. Amplify hanging out in the elevator. He went unnoticed for a while. Chrismo holding a critical angle is going to find a critically important kill too. 5 seconds left. It needs to be a kill for JMU if they want to win this, and they will. That diffuser, I think, out of pocket towards the late round, but they did what they had to do. They found those kills, and they secured the opener.
And it was a kill that Kettering needed too, but it was a direct trade. They both found that one-on-one engagement as a technical win and loss. So it doesn't go the way to Kettering. JMU still had plenty of players alive for that execute, just not slowing down, being very proactive in when they get map control and how they're going to use that to work a pick. The second that shield was destroyed over by Janitor, you had Shadows just popping into the building, starting to look and fish for those one-for-ones. Now that the Chaka really can't be an active chess piece in that first round, and that just adds even more kills for JMU. You have a 5-on-3, and you are still diversifying your clear from gold stairs, from the window repels, etc., etc. Just a lot to handle for Kettering when they don't have many angles nor positions to deal with those obstacles.
10 seconds to go.
That round, though, for Kettering, I'd say, is a little bit troubling because that kind of play style is one that they usually excel in and JMU usually have trouble with. The patience. The slow play, kill by kill by kill. I mean, that was as a methodical of a round as you're ever going to see, and JMU played it to perfection. That aggressive play style, that's their forte, that run and gun style, that they are more than happy to attribute to themselves. We didn't see it at all in that first round, and yet they took it with confidence. If they can keep doing that, I don't know how much Kettering is going to be able to do to slow them down or stop it. Kettering came prepared for aggression, and what they're getting is an entirely different opponent.
Well, Kettering probably expecting this attack to start over by Dirt. They saw the drone, now they see the Monty shield. They are definitely aware this is the main attacking front by JMU. They also have the Nomad up above just to hold a couple cutoff angles and have those air jabs deployed to make sure no one can rotate effectively to help these people over by server. So now they just have to focus on that word with Bucka, and also Amplify still holding a bit farther back with that TCSG, just trying to make sure no one gets server room essentially for free, and maybe if the Montane extends far enough, that Nitro Cell could be deployed as well, just to really put Havoc essentially on an island.
Problem right now for James Madison, they are, and as simple as it gets, they are stuck. Yep, they have nowhere to go. Havoc on the Monty should be that brick wall that pushes JMU into the map. He's kind of stuck in a corner, and Blukey, who was tucked behind him for a while, is now going to have to back off. He doesn't have anywhere to go. JMU forced to completely change up this attack. The one hope that they do have here is that Havoc is providing enough of a distraction to keep these Kettering defenders focused and tunnel visioned on that position and not looking where JMU might actually be coming from.
Unfortunately, the Dokkaebi has no secondary EMP, so they cannot deal with those K-Claws whatsoever. Now JMU, their options, they're rather limited. Again, they can't push in from server. The Montaigne more or less is just a bait and switch at this point, and he might end up dying as well. The Nitro Cell's deployed, and he's now just stuck in a corner.
But here is where the round could change. Shadows trying to sneak in from behind, but gets blindsided himself. Derp will accidentally kill a teammate, but still Kettering hold the advantage by 1. PK looks to change that, though, as now he joins one of his teammates pushing through this garage position, but all that's going to be is a deadly crossfire. Havoc is still stuck in a completely different location. Bluekey trying to push in by his lonesome is going to have a bit too much trouble with that too. Havoc downed. Bluekey elsewhere. This round essentially over. Bluekey is in the middle of the site all of a sudden, though. That may have surprised Verdant, but it's not going to surprise Amplify, who whips out the pistol and solidifies the round. Rather, that SMG-12 to close it out. It was the pistol that finished off the down Monty. So 1-1, Kettering will manage to tie us up.
And Kettering, sure, they might have not been expecting the Montaigne for say, but they were anticipating some sort of aggressive rush by JMU. There were 0 roamers in that round. Everybody by Kettering was just playing on the bottom floor. They've got all this utility. They've got Eagle Eyes. They've got the Warded. They have Vulcan packs as well. They are just trying to make sure that if JMU try to get into the bomb site in any means necessary, it just isn't going to work. And at that, they even flatlined JMU before they could even fully get into the bomb site. It was just the Thermite that was able to accomplish that. Everyone else died by, you know, marble stairs, walking into a crossfire, and then trying to get into the actual bomb site from the server room. That was an incredible read by Kettering, and JMU, they might need to do things the more default way next time that site's in play.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, that was the case of they really had one plan going into the round, and once they saw what defense they were dealing with, that got completely spun on its head. They had to pivot last minute, and while they did have a good bit of time to do it, they had already committed so many resources to that one take, and Havoc was already stuck. It was really hard for them to fully retreat and make something else happen given the time that they had remaining. So hoping to get off to a better start here in round number 3, doing away with the Monty, bringing back that IQ instead, throwing in the 0 just to add to that intel game, and really hoping to keep this one slow and methodical like they did that first round.
Definitely going to be huge to potentially remove down those black eye cameras. Again, a lot of the flooring here is very destructible, so having those C4s, even impact grenades, it's going to go a long way here for Kettering. And funny enough, I believe Amplify might be just bringing out the impact grenades maybe just to try to hard counter a Montaigne pick even more. Not too sure what the reason is for that, but still can be rather potent for this site.
Pressure from up above, building now for JMU. The soft destruction process hasn't quite begun because there are still a couple of pesky Kettering defenders to find. There's one of them. Bucka's gone as Jarvis will spot him wisely. Those Kiva barriers on the Azami, not enough to protect him from the watchful eye of this James Madison captain. Jarvis now will allow himself to whip out that breaching hammer and do what he does best, and really starts opening up that site down below, forcing these defenders to relocate.
JMU, the question is, where are they going to begin to initiate this first floor execute? As if they want to go in for a square take, that could be rather challenging. There is someone roaming underneath, but that doesn't seem to be the case. And now that JMU has almost full control of both archives and tellers, they could maybe just hit the site in a couple seconds once they have proper information. But Amplify here to slow things down for as long as he can, just stuck underneath the desk.
Yeah, he kind of tucked himself in that corner, and Shadows, although it looked like he saw him, he just couldn't quite make it happen. Now Amplify is as stuck as can be, gets naded out of that position. PK on the follow-up onto Verdant, and now it is all up to Derp. He finds one, but to win this round, he'll need to find a quad kill and the clutch in these last 45 seconds. Jarvis has successfully worked his way up and is now sending a couple of nades down range, while his other two teammates are working their way in the other side towards cafeteria. This is now where Derp needs to make his impact. A kill onto Jarvis here, necessary to deny that cutoff. But while this plant is going down, he has no way of stopping it. Tough for the Alibi in this 1v3. He's now been spotted out and taken care of by Bluky, who not only got that diffuser on the ground, but also got the final kill for good measure. Didn't even need those final 2 attackers to help him out. That's JMU, who keep this one going back and forth and now get up by 1 yet again.
And it's that discipline that you talked about more specifically earlier in the match, Jonah, that we saw, especially by Jarvis, not even trying to face check that player stuck in the bottom desk near admin office. He just simply threw a grenade and was like, all right, that's a free 1-for-1. I can probably confirm, get that trade on my teammate. And now it's just the Alibi who is stuck in the opposing bomb site. And now with no one there in admin office to stop a cutoff angle from being there for the attack, there is simply no way they can stop a plant from going down in the back of the staff room. So that was really well coordinated by JMU just to once again pick apart those isolated defenders, force the roamers off at a really bad time, and just keep them crippled when they're trying to still bunker up for the defensive anchor because they've got vertical to worry about, they're at a man disadvantage, and again, it's just too much weight put on their shoulders.
Seeing Bank so back and forth early, gotta say, a little surprising, but not shocking. When we got a chance to talk to both these teams yesterday, as we've mentioned, they both touched on this map. Right, Kettering mentioned that Bank is a map that they were interested in going to because they had a couple of VODs on JMU on this map, and they felt that there were a couple of things that they might be able to exploit. On the other hand, JMU said, while they're prepared for Bank, they weren't hoping to go to Bank. They knew that Kettering was strong on Bank because, again, they'd lost to Kettering on this map before, but they assured us that it didn't mean that they were not going to come fully prepared. So, clearly coming prepared. Clearly they've done their homework because even though there are some things that Kettering thought that they could really take advantage of here, through the first 3 rounds, through the first half of this JMU attack, JMU are hanging in.
And it makes sense for the bomb sites that they have actually won, that being JMU, because, you know, CEO, that's very attacker favored. So many angles you can use to your advantage, not really putting in a lot of major effort from the get-go. That makes sense they won that round number 1. CCTV, a very challenging site to hold in. Okay. Not even sure how that happened, but 2 kills instantly spiral here for Kettering, and JMU now forced to take a bit of a breather despite looking to just repeat what they attempted back in round number 1. But like I was saying, this site can be rather challenging to defend, but Kettering looking to maybe change that, I guess, stereotype.
Yeah, JMU early entry, no dice. Bucka with the super shorty, again, making so much impact with an unusual choice of weapon, but he will more than happily take the fall after securing a successful advantage for his team, leaving the rest of these defenders to sit comfortably in this 4v3 position. Under that 90-second mark means that this is about the time where we should see JMU commit to one take or another. As they work their drones around this top floor, it does look like they're going to be trying to push from this back side. Working a player into stock, getting some pressure in that top of square, and really working their way towards this side of the map. You do have Kettering sitting back and waiting for this, but honestly not afraid to take these fights either. You see Amplify there on the wide swing. Verdant joining him in taking these gunfights, and so far JMU are fighting back.
50 seconds to go. Shadows, he is inside of stock room, but it's still a very dangerous game of cat and mouse. Try to get into that vending machine hallway and actually make enough space. Still having those Terra drones able to gather some extra information and maybe bring a bit more utility. That can be impactful, sure, but most of this execute is dawning in from square, leading in the bomb site. Shadows just an external factor. If he's not able to hold here in time and just not able to stay alive, there could be a flank bring up potentially here for Kettering.
Yeah, Bluky got to be careful with what he exposes himself to on this staircase. Derp again also needs to be wary of that because he'll take a little bit of damage here, but there goes the plant. Bluky slipping on into the site and sticking this for good, and it'll work. He'll fall, but his job is done. He gets this diffuser down, and now it's a serious problem for Kettering. You've got a player on the rappel that has to be dealt with, and it may not happen all that easily. You've got Amplify, Prismo, Derp. They've got to start making this move, making this retake, but Havoc is in the perfect position to stop this. A well-timed swing, a well-placed pre-fire, but he is a half a second too late. Kettering will take it with a sneaky ninja defuse, and they will tie us up at 2.
Well played by Shadows, more specifically, to realize he couldn't accomplish all too much by that vending machine hallway, and if he does die in that position, that gives Kettering info that they can flank because the other player's on that window repel, and there aren't many angles in that location to stop someone from flanking your planter. So falling a bit closer towards that ace and having those longer angles he can actually poke and prod at while having his teammate get that diffuser down on the ground. That was a good call to make by Shadows, but the aftermath, still having your floors very low and not having the plant in a position that can be used to an advantage when you still have that window repel as an option for JMU, it just led to more vulnerabilities, Kettering having the man advantage. So even if it was put in a safe spot for that window repel player, someone might just run out on you, but it just gave more people to still sit in the bomb site and cover for that previously mentioned player just on the upside down location.
Well, the back and forth continues here, John. Through 4 rounds, neither team able to jump out to a lead, keeping us guessing about which team is going to take this first half out of the other one's hands. I mean, we could see this one tie up at 3. That is the way this is going, but Kettering, I know on this defensive side, they would love to get that 4-round split if they can. This map generally, and in recent history, leaning towards the attacker side. So anything more that Kettering can get at this point will have them feeling probably pretty comfortable going into the second half of this map. This is Collegiate Siege after all, though, so the defense does usually have a little bit of an advantage in that kind of situation. So again, no real prediction as to how this one's going to shape up in terms of the overall half scoreline, but the way it's sitting right now, either of these teams could jump out ahead no problem.
And for JMU against Butler during the regular NACE playoffs, having that attacking half, that was their make or break. Having some of the ideas of getting in, being aggressive, having those rushes really just sing while you have the rest of Butler still stuck up above, now trying to retake, playing their best version of an attacker. That is what gave JMU the win. That's what deemed them the underdogs in that game, and now maybe the winners of the grand final altogether. But now that Kettering have the ability to know they like to do those kind of plays, it is forcing JMU now kind of on the back foot on considered probably their better attacking, or their better half for the attack, and the better half altogether for Bank, like you mentioned.
Great to see, though, overall that Jarvis and everyone on this team who has proven that they can be a leader, that they can be a shot caller, good to see that their adjustments are working, that they're staying composed. Because in this 5th round, the first to fall, it may be PK onto his back, but it will be Jarvis the first to finish off one of these Kettering defenders. It'll be Buckup the first to drop. A minute 15 remain on this clock as PK is picked back up, and this one officially a 5 versus 4 favoring this attack. The pressure now from above mounting on the side of James Madison as they look to spot out these defenders, push them into a corner, and with whatever explosives they have remaining, take care of them for good.
Really need to see Blue Key step it up and having those flash grenades available. You need to force back those people instead of Gold, for example, that have those nitro cells, that have all this utility to stop a default plant from going down, or better yet, just avoid the default plant altogether and maybe just try to play gun up here because there's just so much utility going against you if you wanted to go in from server towards CCTV.
Well, they'll pay the price early on that push, at least PK will, but Blue Key uses this opportunity to get this plant down. Where's the fire? Where's the denial from Kettering? He plants deep in the site and nothing is there. Kettering so focused on that default spot that they did not know exactly where JMU were tucked, and that will cost them at least in this mid-round. They can fight back, though. They're going to do it here. A nicely timed Ninja defuse again. JMU not paying enough attention to these Kettering defenders and exactly what they're up to, so they'll get that defuse off cleanly, and they'll take another defensive round.
An astonishing retake by Kettering, wasting no time to even try and work up to the middle floor. They just simply said, you know what? We got to take these challenges on top of the hatch players. Let's just go for it. Hope we win our gunfights. Able to confirm that and create enough space to actually get another Ninja defuse. And the second one, like you had mentioned, I don't think JMU were expecting that. I think they were assuming you'd see the default style of play where once that plant goes down, you're like, okay, we know how important the hatch players are. We have to go above. We have to go by meld detector, go over by bottom square, and deal with it on a horizontal path. But no, Kettering opted for the vertical approach, and it made enough damage where JMU were just kind of starstruck that Kettering went for something so bold.
Well, it is now JMU's turn to clap back. They can continue this back and forth by tying us up and sending us into that second half with still a lot of questions to be answered. To do that, we need to see them put together another cohesive attack. They started in round 1 with that discipline. They continued with that discipline in round number 3, and that is where success has been found for them. I wouldn't mind if we saw that again, but hey, if they wanted to pull out that aggressiveness, if they wanted to get nasty and go for a rush, I mean, this is a time to do it. Kettering are no longer expecting it 5 rounds in. I'm sure that JMU could pull something off if they tried, but again, it looks like that discipline, that patient mindset is going to win out for this team, and I think that's a very mature adjustment from their playoff and regular season play.
So JMU once again looking to maybe set that tempo, isolate any roamers that are playing up above. Shadows might even get a bit creative enough to go for a cutoff angle, looking maybe a bit closer towards the gold stairs, or expecting someone to drop by over towards the Kanto hatch. That could be a pretty good place as well. Kettering might be looking to fall back from his derp, already proceeds to get a bit closer towards that location, but there is PK, this long angle, no one behind the shield, so he can be a bit more relaxed in that area, and it does seem like JMU, they've got really solid info as to how Kettering are currently trying to hold in that top floor, but derp still wins a very important 1-for-1 gunfight.
Yeah, that's a great start for Kettering. I mean, derp on the alibi is scary to come across, and he is going to prove that time after time. I mean, 7 kills so far through this first half, and, well, he can still make even more of an impact, leaving himself on full HP after that first engagement, looking to make an impact up above on this lurk. Shadows trying to track him down. Same for Blue Key. They've got a good amount of intel here, but do they have the angles? That's the question, John.
Minute 10 left. Good shot by Shadows here. That lurk working wonders. He creeps his way up a gold stairs, and now they've got full top floor control. That sledgehammer really able to sing now for these next 60 seconds as Kettering are looking to now readjust to better counteract that same attacking execute we're probably bound to see just based off the map control JMU currently has.
Yeah, maybe overstaying their welcome on that top floor, and they're going to pay the price, losing 2 bodies in quick succession and losing what they had as that man advantage as far as that is concerned. So JMU putting themselves in a good spot for the remaining 45 seconds. Potentially a chance to tie us up and send us into that second half. But Kettering are looking to respond. Prismo with that UMP. Unusual to see so much success from that gun in one series alone, but it's happening for Kettering, and Prismo will bounce back. Amplify the same thing, removing Blue Key from play. It's just Jarvis and Havoc now to make a statement if they can, but the man advantage has completely swapped around. 10 seconds is all that remain for Havoc to make a move. He's yet to find a kill and needs to find a couple if they want to win this round. He'll sneak around the corner, but Verdant, oh my word, looks both ways and takes them both down to quickly close it out, and Kettering 4-2 on the split.
And once again, it's Kettering and their ability to adapt and change to make sure JMU cannot get comfortable in these attacking startups. We did still see the opening gunfight favor Kettering. It took a bit of a hero play by Shadows to really get the ball rolling in JMU's favor. But after that, Kettering, after already seeing open area in play and the style of attack that JMU went for, they knew exactly what to do to counteract it. They saw no one trying to lurk over by, printer window, for example. They get a Maestro to sit there having an LMG and Evil Eye to play for long range. They still have people being a bit more aggressive, playing on that lurking role, making sure once people start moving off that vertical, they can't walk over towards Metal Detector from Marble or even try to go down gold stairs to get more control over by Tellers. It was perfectly done by Kettering to once again revise what they did wrong back in round number 3 and utilize that adaptation to get a round win on open area and a very important first half as well. 4-2, like you mentioned. For the defensive side, that's huge.
Well, in this second half of our final map here in this Siege Grand Final, worth reminding everyone what's at stake. Not only the title of the fall semester NACE Starleague champion, but we got to distribute that $5,000 cash purse, $2,500 to the winner, $1,250 to the second place finisher. Still a lot of money to the runner-up, but you want that extra cash. You want to double your money, and you want to walk away with that title. So either team, it is still within their reach, and Kettering, the veterans who have come into this match as arguably the favorites, have now taken a pretty comfortable 2-round lead here when it matters the most. It's the young guns, the fresh faces on the collegiate Siege scene in JMU who now need to make a comeback if they want to take it.
And especially here in the LAN environment, you do not want to be that team that gets sent home, essentially empty-handed, not having that trophy to go in your display case. I think it was someone who told me a long time ago that second place is just the worst loser. That will always sit deep in you. Maybe Kettering are looking to potentially remedy some of those old wounds they've had in their past collegiate stages. But JMU so far in their defensive half, they're looking rather strong. Now 2 kills potentially racked up. They've got info that Buck is down, and the Toxic Babe is tossed quickly enough to get that confirmation. And now Kettering are trying to figure out how to actually get inside the building to deal with this position on the top floor.
Yeah, JMU are doing a great job of applying early pressure to simply the entry points on this map. Kettering really haven't been able to get into the building, let alone take the map control and deal with the utility that they need to in order to get a proper execution completed. Right now, it's a 5v3, heavily favoring this JMU defense, and now is when they can shift into that more passive play style, something that they did so well on Oregon on defense that gave them the edge to take the map. With 2 bodies dropped on the side of Kettering, JMU do not need to force these fights. They can sit back and they can wait for Kettering to take this space. You see, that's what Amplify's trying to do upstairs in the long hall. You see, that's what Prismo is trying to do now that he's rotating around to apply some pressure on the windows. But it's what they need to do, and they need to do it soon.
So the coordination there in that return drone, not well used, but Amplify still swings up in time to find at least 1 single kill, but PK, the longer angle, bodes for the 416. Prismo trying to do some damage on that window repel to score 1, but still a very challenging area for Kettering to try to get into, especially since there's no one holding diffuser and probably no one to cover the plant now in this 1v3.
Yeah, now that Prismo is stuck on the rappel, I mean, it's as good as over. No way he's going to be able to get into the building because James Madison knows exactly where he is. No real danger of taking this fight. They know that the moment he tries to swing in, they can set him up in a crossfire very easily. Here it is. Somehow Prismo wins the first one, but he's not going to win more than 1 engagement as JMU will bounce back on their first defensive round and get us closer to tying us up.
And the idea of trying to use that Rotero drone to really solo out the guy in Janitor, that was a great idea. I feel like if Amplify was a bit faster, that could have maybe even found that kill in towards Janitor at an even better rate and maybe denied PK of scoring that refrag there as the Jaeger, but that is getting a bit on the more nitpicky side of things. Still, though, not anticipating that early aggression, that is the more concerning part because JMU, again, we talked about external angles on Oregon. Kettering are going to try to replicate that as much as they can to not be as active as they need to be when taking those first couple of gunfights, but now that JMU had a whole map to figure that out, bringing that on Bank, it's definitely a much bigger challenge and even bigger gamble at that, so JMU just proving the point that they also do their bookwork and they also can adapt, not just Kettering.
Yeah, it's Kettering now that will have to stay on their toes. They don't want to allow this one to get tied up if they can. I mean, they grinded for that 2-round lead, and already that lead has been halved and is 1 round away from not existing at all. Down to the basement for James Madison. It's going to be a Lockers CCTV defense here.
Say, well, for JMU, not really running that unsimilar of a lineup that Kettering had for their defensive half, still having a boatload of stall, having the K-claws as well, and you got the Twitch drones to maybe break those, but that is it. Oh, never mind, they have Verdant at the Thatcher. Just kidding, that's my bad there, but interested to see if you could actually still get those Twitch drones deployed to break some of those Vulcan packs in the early round, because again, we saw how much of a threat those were for JMU when they were trying to attack in this bottom floor, especially when they wanted to go direct with that Montaigne. So if there's still a huge amount of utility here for JMU for that final execute, that could be troubling, especially if Kettering, since they're going for a full top to bottom, if they waste a lot of time here, that could be even more trouble.
Right, this is such a difficult site to attack well, because not only is Bank, in terms of simple square footage, a massive undertaking of a map, but when you finally get to the bottom of this map, and when you finally secured the control you need, there's a lot of utility sitting in your way. Thankfully for Kettering, they're slowly starting to deal with that. You just saw a Vulcan canister down below already get destroyed. That fire, which takes quite a long time to dissipate, is already going to chip away, and that clock is not going to come into effect as much as it would in the late round. Jarvis has already placed all those Vulcan canisters down, so there's no going back there and putting another one on the wall. They don't have much in the way of other fire to rely on. Thankfully, they do have the smoke grenades in the hand of Shadows that can be that secondary plant denial towards that late round if they need it.
So Verdant, again, having those EMPs, able to break down those K-Claws with relative ease, but seems like for Blue Key, he might opt to trick this. If maybe Verdant isn't expecting that to happen, there could maybe be good counterplay, but again, with just throwing out 2 simple EMPs, that would immediately shut that down. But again, it's a matter of if you know what's bound to happen once these hatches are being attempted in terms of opening up.
You see Prismo sneaking in this Twitch drone, hoping to deal with these final few pieces of utility. If they can, that would have set themselves up really nicely. Does look like PK spotted out that drone, though. And so Kettering will have to rely on simply the intel that the remaining drones can provide. Using these X-Kairos pellets, opening up this elevator hatch should be a great way of giving themselves more options on the approach. And now that Bucka has dealt with Shadows, really, they have way more options at their fingertips here. This defense is going to start to get stretched a little bit thinner, but Kettering, they only have 20 seconds. They need to make a move, and they've got to make it happen right now. You've got the pressure now building from the server door. Amplified dumping in these flashes to make a play, but that C4 will send him sky high. Only 8 seconds remain. It's going to be a last-second ditch effort for Kettering, and they are not going to make it happen. JMU will collapse on the bomb site, shutting Kettering down 1 by 1 and tying us up at 4.
And Kettering realized how difficult it would be to try to go for that default attack they just went for. You saw at least a small amount of an adaptation. You saw that back hatch opened up leading into elevator, and you saw people starting to transition away from open area, but they just didn't have enough time to get someone to, for example, walk down and through garage to make sure that Marble player isn't just going to be immediately caught in a bad crossfire. They didn't have anyone to be able to get that hatch opened up over an elevator entrance, or pardon, not elevator entrance, sorry, over an vault entrance as well. So they just had to go in for a desperate walk into the bomb site and hope that they maybe can avoid a lot of that utility that JMU was stacking up, but unfortunately, they were still prepared for that Plan A attack, and they would be able to stop it pretty much instantly.
And now we're back to square one.
Yep.
Just like that, it is 4-4 deep into this decider map, and it is still so unknown who is going to take this one. I mean, John, I wouldn't have it any other way in this grand final, but after a strong map 1 performance from Kettering, a barely win, but yet a strong performance from JMU on Oregon, now we are just trading blows here in this final showdown. An early peek there from JMU, not letting any of that aggression slip away despite the stakes increasing round by round, attempting a little bit of a spawn peek or at least a cheeky peek towards the roof, trying to spot out Kettering as they work their way around this map, but no success there from JMU, but no negative consequences either. Everyone unscathed, comfortably moving around this map as Kettering begin to open things up.
And not having any smoke grenades or even having a Ying, that can allow Shadows with the 1.5 optic to be a little more aggressive if he wants to be. But so far, that aggression, like you mentioned, has been tamed pretty well by Kettering, and they still have good info on these roamers up above, and are maybe looking to utilize those Argus camps to help establish a cutoffs. And there it is, Derp up above is able to just barely win that 1-for-1 against PK, but still finding something significantly better than nothing, or even just losing your sledge when there's so much vertical to do for this top floor.
That's very important, because now Jarvis feels the need to make an impact up above, and it looked like Bucka knew that was coming, but I guess not. It's going to be a kill that Jarvis gets away with for free, not a single bit of HP damage done his way, and so Kettering will now, who have held the advantage a second ago, will now have nearly lost it. A well-timed kill from Derp will make me eat my words there, but Shadows, hello, coming upstairs and shutting down Kettering, what appears to be for good. Derp, who's not even in the same zip code as that, was on the other side of this top floor and is still on 1 HP. Prismo, who's trying to get something done, will finally make it work, recovering that diffuser and retaliating for the blow that Shadows dealt to this Kettering side. But it's a 2v2. This is not going to favor the attackers one bit.
And now trying to figure out where they can attack from as well. There's no one to get any of those walls opened up leading into staff room, but they could still go through the double door. However, the Maestro of Havoc playing so close there, that could be a really difficult spot to actually burn away. There are some nades available, so maybe over the top of the wall that could maybe use to kill the Maestro if there's someone there, but he might want to save those for the shield.
Yeah, now a little bit of uncertainty as to where these final few defenders are positioned, trying to deal with that deployable shield, but they will finally make it happen, only to lose Derp to a single bullet on the body shot. Prismo gets one. Close around the corner is Havoc. This is dangerous for both of these players. It's a pre-fire that will just be a pre-fire off in that 1v1, but it is Havoc. He's got more bullets in that Alda, and he will survive it, just barely.
And the question I proctored earlier was, where is the flank potential by JMU, and when will it happen? Well, we got our answer, Jonah. Round number 9, done by none other than Shadow, someone who I talked about saying he could get aggressive because there's no one that he has to deny with those smart glasses, so he just goes up above and just does what he does best, just shoot people in the head, kill them, and have case control for a good chunk of time. But not only that, how effective the roam game was besides Shadows going on that flank. There were no drones left for Kettering. If they had an inkling of info, they could have figured out there was a Maestro stuck in a corner, we can nade him out, force him to maybe take a gunfight in a bad position, or just outright kill him. If that happens, you're now in a 2v1, and if you can cross that gap, get in the bomb site, and play for a 2v1 post-plant, that's the round there for Kettering. No questions about it, but again, because they were walking in blind, it was nothing but net for JMU.
I know we've been talking a lot about PK and Jarvis, that leadership and that fragging power on the side of JMU, but Shadows over the last 2 maps has been playing lights out. I mean, generally an entry fragger on the side of JMU. Shadows right now, 11 kills to his name, and also playing the smoke. Right, incredibly versatile with his operator selection, the roles that he's comfortable in, and not only was he probably the most clutch player we saw on Oregon in that last round alone, he single-handedly won the round for JMU. Those 2 kills were by far, as you emphasized, John, the most impactful, and Shadows now with double digits to his name will be looking to get more to propel JMU to the top. It was 4-2. What feels like only 30 seconds ago, it's now 5-4, JMU having taken 3 rounds in a row.
Looking to still keep that same assertion here on the second half. Kettering looking to do the exact same attacking clear that they opted for last time, except maybe utilizing these Flores drones a bit earlier in the round, breaking that shield over by stock, potentially allowing a bit of safer passage from that location of the map. And there is someone potentially lurking over by ATM, but what an angle by Bluekey with just a 1x optic, just mows down through Derp, and now your only set of grenades is gone.
Now things will take a little bit of a beat and slow down for Kettering. Lost those nades. Oh no, having lost Amplify, there's not much they're going to be able to do to take this control swiftly. They're going to have to slow it down, use whatever drones they have remaining. 5 still in pocket to suss out these defenders' locations, but it is not looking good for them. They've lost 3 rounds in a row, and it could be a 4th if they're not careful. Jarvis driving that nail in deeper will silence Bucka here, and it is Verdant and Prismo trying to make something happen. Verdant, the sub, coming in late in the season. Prismo, the most recent addition to this roster. They are going to have to come in clutch. It's against 4. They've got 60 seconds left, and their grand final hopes appear to be in the crossfire.
Getting odd sense of deja vu as well. The exact same attacking clear. 2 people stuck by the vending machine hallway and so low on HP as well. JMU, they've got Kettering's number. It just doesn't seem like this round can be brought back by Kettering unless a miracle can go down.
Verdant gets 1, but that's going to be a trade as Prismo is dropped. It's going to all come down to the Flores. Shadows is on a breath of HP, but Havoc and Jarvis very healthy and ready for these fights, and that is going to do it. Shadows drop, but it's not going to matter. Immediately, JMU will respond, and they will take their 4th round in a row. Where has Kettering gone on this map, John? That cannot be said. They have not gotten a single round since the switch.
Timeout called. Pretty justifiable by Kettering. Not having a great second half whatsoever, and not really trying to change the wheel at all. Since the wheel they're starting with isn't really turning so much on the second half, I feel like they should be trying to when so much is on the line for them. They did the exact same clear that we saw in CEO that was trumped by the side of JMU, now falling once again in the exact same manner, except for JMU, they took even more preparation to deal with that exact same attacking style of play. They had Jarvis underneath with info and a nitro cell on an incredibly destructible floor set, and they had someone, in case there's a lurk, which could be rather potent for Kettering to create some space across the map, they have someone watching that being Blukey, and he instantly kills Derp. Now there's no grenades left, the Flores dies as well, and soon to follow up is also the Ace. Once again, there are just limited options for Kettering when they're at a 2v4, low HP, and just nothing to say for it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
JMU have now put themselves on map point, series point, grand final point here in the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. They have a chance to finish this. They have 2 chances to finish this in regulation here on Bank, a chance that I doubt they will squander. You saw there during the timeout, sure, it was Kettering who took that timeout to discuss, to regroup, to figure things out themselves, but it was JMU who looked each other in the eyes and said, we can do this, we can finish this. As a team, they have had an incredibly impressive season, 5-2 in the regular season, back-to-back upset victories in the quarterfinal and the semifinals in the playoffs, and now they're here potentially for the greatest upset of all in the finals.
You know what they say, everyone loves a good underdog story. We might just see that today if JMU can stay disciplined and solidify their position they have now and just end out Bank with a high note. We saw a bit of flubbing going on Oregon, don't get me wrong, but this has been a much more back and forth situation until just recently. JMU just scoring 4 round wins in a row, but still keeping things consistent. That's been the biggest thing for them so far, but also still keeping on their toes and not just faltering and making major mistakes. That way they just continue to be in the lead against Kettering, and again, the adaptability, just able to flow on a gigantic map like Bank, it goes a long way.
Kettering taking even more time on the droning here, given the importance of this round. They do not want to let a single defender slip by unnoticed. A wise decision. Now, they don't actually have to worry about any roamers. Everyone is down below or maybe slightly off the site on a staircase or two. Everyone else staying patient. That passiveness for Jarvis will not work, as Derp will swing around the staircase and deal with him, opening things up for Kettering on the right foot.
Well, one big change I'd have to say is here for Kettering is the fact that they have multiple sets of hard breach, so now it isn't Verdant just trying to backpack every single portion of getting those hatches open, maybe rotating to get that CCTV wall exposed too. Now you have Amplify on the Thermite, but what you don't have anymore is Derp with those ever so potent frag grenades, but at least you still have the EMPs able to once again try to get these hatches opened up. We saw the K-Claw deployed, but not 100% sure if it actually tricked the wall. We didn't hear the Kairos charge go off, so I believe it worked for Blukey, but so far we're still just in mystery with that.
60 seconds now coming and gone. Kettering will now need to actually make the move. Having a bit of difficulty getting these hatches open, struggling to get around these pesky electro claws that Blukey has so wisely placed. Finally, Verdant will get the second set of X-Kairos down, and that hatch opened, but it maybe has taken them a little bit longer than they would have hoped. Without the nades in Derp's hands, they still have a lot of utility to clear and not the easiest of access to clear it.
Toxic Smoke still playing away a lot of time too. Shadows having 2 in his back pocket. Impacts as well by Havoc and a C4. This just seems like another exercise in futility here for Kettering as they are just refusing to let go of this clear.
Amplify opening up this wall. Their last-ditch effort to get this bomb down has to happen now. The surprise, it's Prisma. It's Verdant sneaking up the other side, but there's a shotgun lying in wait. Shadows with 2, Blukey with 1, and Bucka has finished off. It's JMU. They've come out of nowhere this semester. The freshest team on the block has successfully taken the collegiate siege scene by storm. They are your NACE Starleague Grand Final champions.
And Kettering University, a dark horse favor by so many groups here, so many collegiate fans. They fall short in the past, they fall short once again. But for JMU, they hold their heads rather high as their dynasty has now been made, set in stone here in the block at Philly.
What a way to close out this weekend for JMU. What a way to close out the season for this team. of players that are now not only going to solidify themselves, their names in the Collegiate Siege record books, but now, by all appearances, have so much to look forward to in the future. This is a team of sophomores. This is a team of young blood that is eager to make their mark on the collegiate world. And, well, they've already done so, entering a league that, well, some said they had no business being in, and that they have just taken down one by one by one. Finally, with Kettering, a team that came in as the favorites with 2.5 years of experience under their belts, and they could not come out on top. It really was an impressive bank finale to close it, and JMU and Kettering, they both said they came prepared for this map. It looks like JMU were just a little bit more ready.
And we are starting at that bottom point. As a brand new team, the only place you can go from there is up. And not only did they go up, they skyrocketed to the top here for the NACE Starleague. Their first ever playoff game, their first ever match win in the grand finals. And honestly, Jonah, despite them being at the top, I think they can break through that sky barrier as well. They're probably looking to maybe just continue that lineage and, like I said, just create a dynasty here in the collegiate scene.
Well, we saw it here on Bank round after round. We talked about the adaptability of JMU from the get-go. We said it existed on Cafe, although to little success. We saw how it gave them the win on Oregon. And then through and through, we saw how they were able to change up their strategy on Bank to get themselves over the top. Kettering, they did the same thing. I mean, they went blow for blow with JMU, but finally, when they swapped sides, when it was Kettering's turn to attack, that is where things slipped away. It was JMU and their presence on defense, their ability to play aggressively, but then restrain themselves in the end. It was that discipline, that focus that got them the win here today. So incredible congratulations to JMU, and you've got to give it up still to their opponents of Kettering, the Bulldogs from Kettering University, who came all the way from Flint, Michigan for this event. They have put up an impressive performance all season long, and, you know, with all the experience they have under their belt, I'm confident it's not over for them yet either. But it is JMU to take it. They're walking out of here with the trophy. They're walking out of here with that $2,500 prize. It really is a day for them.
And for Kettering as well, it's the fact that there's still so much time left for them. Sure, they've gotten to be a bit of an older collegiate team at this point, but there's the spring semester to look forward to. There's still plenty of options out there in the collegiate scene. It really is only a matter of time before they can finally stop being that 4th to 2nd place team and finally get that 1st place trophy.
Well, we're going to send it back down to Los to close out this Rainbow Six Grand Final to actually hear from our champions. Los, we'll pass it to you.
And here it is. James Madison University have done it. They ran the gambit and came out as NACE Starleague Grand Champions. Now, Jarvis, what does it mean to find this victory in front of your family in the crowd right now?
It's insane. I never imagined that I'd play on a stage like playing games. It's opened up so many opportunities now that like I never would have experienced if I didn't come to JMU and do Siege and do with all these boys that helped me get here and win this. They're awesome.
It's an amazing thing to see your brothers in the server, your parents in the crowd. Now, this team, Kettering, a squad that defeated you in the regular season, you came back to run against Butler as well, who defeated you previously. How confident were you coming into the finals that you would get that revenge?
It was just our revenge tour. We had to get it. There's no way, like, making a stage, being on stage, that's awesome, but no way you can be on stage and lose, you know?
Well, I
had to come up here and win.
Someone's got to lose on stage. Well, I guess it's good that it wasn't you, at least for all the fans in the crowd. So how exactly did you prepare to try and beat these previous victors?
We mainly worked on ourselves. I know Butler, we did a lot more counter-stratting and like watching their VODs, but for Kettering, we knew that we could just, if we play our own game and we just play better than we did the last time, then we got it. And that's what we did. We played amazing on Oregon and we played amazing on Bank, and it won, even though we did not have a hot first map.
Well, I mean, playing amazing on Oregon, you almost went into an overtime situation. Talk to me about how Kettering almost stole that from you.
Yeah, we were up 5-1, and then we switched the sides, and Oregon's definitely a defender-sided map, and Kettering's a really good defensive team. So there was a bunch of opportunities that we lost. Like there was one 5v2 on Dining where I don't know how we lost that round, but Bucka and whoever else was alive made a really good play to clutch it up for them. And we were just losing rounds that we should have won, and then in the end we were able to close it out in the not the final 2, but 2 of the final 3.
What do you feel was the switch that you flipped on the final map of Bank?
On Bank, I mean, just the flip of the sides. We flipped sides. I think we even lose in a defense round? We might have lost 1 at most, but flipping sides changes everything. It changes the momentum. It changes how you play. And we played a lot more passive because Kettering they were very, very slow in their attacks. So it helped when we were just sitting back and making them whittle down their clock till we were ready to win that.
Well, you certainly looked ready to win it, but I think now you're ready to take home the trophy. I think we got to get the whole JMU squad out here.
Get up here.
It's time to see what you've earned all season long. You've been fighting for this one moment. James Madison University, enjoy the NACE Starleague Grand Finals trophy.
Let's go, baby! Number 1.
Come on, baby!
ECAC is next.
What a victory for that squad. And they'll be able to take that trophy home. But for now, Rainbow Six comes to a close. We're going to head to our last final of the day, of the weekend. It's Counter-Strike after this break.
Bob.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the NACE Starleague Grand Finals hosted by Villanova University. This is the last match of the event, the final series of this season. The semester is coming to a conclusion of epic proportions. It's Counter-Strike, it's Davenport University, and Northwood University coming head-to-head. Will Northwood be able to take away this last chip for the season, or will Davenport strike them down and take it for themselves? Well, let's find out. First, we have to meet our competitors as they're coming on out. First, from Davenport University, we have such great talent. We've got Pug, Kojimo, Korn, also known as the Vision or Octopus, Spec, the Boulder, and Switcher. Look at the mullet on that man, Korn. That is absolutely crazy. You could also see Coach Coy rocking the classic hat. That's how you know he's here to play. He's here to game, and Davenport is not here to lose. But their opponents, Northwood University, they have been a relatively new squad when it comes to at least the collegiate scene. It's Soul Goat, Escape, Ellis, also known as Tony, Tix, but sometimes they call him TICX, and Mello coming in the conga line. Now it's time to see if their skills are in line, if they're in cohesion, just like that conga line. Boy, I can't wait to get things started. And now, joining me on the desk is actually Vincent. And Vincent, you're looking cool as a cucumber right now.
Afternoon, and we head into the evening. I've had to use these just to stay cool, my friend. It's been fun.
You're looking fly right now. You're looking very, very sick.
Well, thank you very much. We'll put them away for now. We'll chill.
When we get some flash spam, you know, that's when you'll have to swap it back up.
I can lend them to you whenever you need as well.
Okay, yeah. I need to protect my eyes because that's the only thing that helps me. I can't really think. You're the brain of the operations right now.
I try to be, but we'll see. This is going to be a fantastic matchup. I'm so excited to get this one started. I would argue the two best teams made it to the final. It's exactly what you want to see. And can Northwood make it another? They've been winning all weekend, but can they do for the fourth time?
Yeah, and this will be a brand new NACE Starleague Grand Champion for Counter-Strike because the last two were Drexel University no longer, so a new squad is going to be crowned. And this matchup has actually occurred twice throughout the regular season, and Davenport, they were really taking some rounds away. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, I mean, Davenport twice, like you said, 2 best of 3s, and these two teams, when they met, not a single map in the favor of Northwood. With that being said, though, at least one of those maps was in overtime, and it's been a hot minute. It's been a couple of weeks since those occurrences happened. So for that reason, I think this could be a little bit different. You see the records. I mean, 7-1, 8-0, pretty much the same.
Pretty much the same, yeah. Only a 1-game differential, but even so, this is just a fantastic group of talent when it comes to Counter-Strike because they are not limited to the collegiate scene. Both of these squads have been moving in ESEA, some advanced experience, some ECL experience. Specifically, we're talking Davenport because they compete outside of the collegiate league in ESEA as a singular unit. But Northwood, you know, they're individuals. They all play on their own squads, their own terms.
Well, but it's not just Davenport. I mean, there is ECL experience even in that Northwood roster. I mean, we were talking earlier today, like, you know, Solgo is currently leading an ECL team, and, well, he's joined as well by Tix, who's just joined that roster as well. So it's not just Davenport that have that experience level. It's definitely some of these Northwood players as well, and I think that's what's so exciting to see the up-and-comers, I would say, of Northwood, particularly because this is the first semester Northwood have been playing together as a squad, whereas Davenport, they've had over a year at this point, I think, to bed in and show what they have, not only here at NACE, but on the world stage.
I know, and what's crazy is that this is the one event, this is the one title where we're looking at Northwood as the underdog. That has not been said for the entirety of this weekend. They have always been the favorite. They have always been a dominant force, usually hitting a complete sweep. This first time with Call of Duty earlier today, that's the only moment that a Davenport or a Northwood team didn't actually get that 5-0, that sweep. So they're having some difficulties today from the Northwood camp.
Yeah, and I mean, on the Davenport side of things too, there's a really cool story as well, and that's because they got upset big time. You mentioned Drexel, 2-time winners last year. Well, that was the team, that Drexel team upset Davenport in a huge way, and despite Davenport being the favorites going in by a large margin. And so the potential for that to be the case here once again is really interesting. Northwood sort of playing that underdog. It's happened before. Can it happen again?
It's very well possible, and I think, you know, I'm excited to see what maps we're going to be able to check out when we get into this. It's a best of 3. I think it's going to go the distance. I truly believe that. But, you know, there is the one caveat that Northwood, they aren't exactly scrimming together throughout the entirety of this semester. So we have that concrete, that solid Davenport University experience. They're always playing as a team. In Advanced, in ECL, this is the roster that has been through it all thick and thin. They are working together. They've got that knowledge of each other, but you can't exactly say the same for Northwood.
Yeah, I think that's the key differential to take away is this Davenport roster. They have been doing things differently than anybody else really in the collegiate space within Counter-Strike, or I mean even overall. I'd say they have been absolutely phenomenal in the way that they put things together. And like you said, they've been playing in everything as a team, always as the 5 and consistently improving, making as a 5 the first collegiate team ever to make it into ECL, which is really impressive to say the least. But the other side of that is all of this Northwood roster, they're individually very skilled, but like you mentioned, they haven't had all the time because of their commitments elsewhere to actually commit to practicing as a full team. And so I wonder if that is going to have an impact. I tend to say yes, but we'll see.
I think, you know, it has to have an impact. It certainly does. But at the same time, Solgoat, that IGL, he's got that ECL experience. He's currently in there, currently playing with the top of that ESEA ranking. So he has the knowledge to bring in and impart on the rest of the team. So I believe that though their team placements, it may be scattered, this might be the glue. Solgoat might be the man to bring Northwood and the Timberwolves and lead that wolf pack.
It would have to be Solgoat. He is the in-game leader of this team. He is both the in-game leader, but also the emotional leader potentially of this squad as one with all of that experience. And as mentioned, there's a couple other players with very experienced, that are very experienced themselves, but not quite to that same degree, and not right this second either. That's the other thing, right? Being currently competing in that highest level in the North American region is super impressive, and I think that does put a little bit of pressure on somebody like a Solgoat. So I think that's going to be interesting to see, and especially the comparison against the opposing in-game leader, which is Pug. He's been very impressive, has done a great job of taking this Davenport team, really molding them and improving each of the individual pieces on that team to where, honestly, Davenport don't even need to have like crazy star performances, though they can, in order to win. It's a team effort.
So who do you think is the biggest threat when it comes to Davenport if we're not talking about Pug being that IGL? I know that Korn can be a real threat, can be someone who holds down sites, who doesn't give up positions, who will be that last stand individual.
Yeah, I'd say Korn is sort of the glue guy, right? I mean, he keeps things together. As you mentioned, oftentimes is stuck in a site alone, is there to make a retake happen. But I think you have to talk about two specific pieces of this puzzle, and that is Spec as the star rifler of this team. And then the second piece is Kujomo on the AWP. Sometimes if he's going off, that's when this team just dominates.
May be the case. You know, I'm looking for that op duel with Mello as well as Kujomo, see who could come out on top of that. I'm always a big fan of the op duels. I can never really do it myself, but when you see someone be able to pull off the flicks, the amazing clips, a little shotgun op action as well,
oh yeah,
that's the stuff of dreams. That's the stuff of dreams.
So much fun. You can never, ever get enough of that stuff, man. It is going to be fun. And I think that duo that you mentioned, right, Mello, the AWP for Northwood, going up against Davenport and Kujomo, I do think that will probably make a difference. Though, to what extent, I think it will depend on how many ops actually get taken out. You know, if things are rolling in one direction or the other, that's where things can get scary. You don't have the money for the AWP, and so therefore you're not going to be able to take it out.
Maybe the case, but I want to look forward, and we know the maps. The first thing that we were wondering is Anubis going to be brought to the table, because this is the newest map, replaced Dust 2. Not many people, not many teams are going to have experience on that. In fact, Who in their right mind would try and run that in a competition, no less a grand finals on land?
Well, I mean, I think you and I both know the answer is these two teams. They're willing to do that. I mean, getting to talk to both of them, it sounded like both of them were okay with that possibility. They were feeling like maybe looking good, and I think part of that mindset is that Northwood are coming in with a little bit less practice, brand new map, very little time to take a lot of practice on it. You could argue it hasn't been figured out yet. And so what better place to take a risk than a brand new map? Then it becomes more about the Angels, and I think the Northwood are going to feel that they have a bit of an advantage there.
Yeah, it's going to come down to a shootout, whoever's got that aim battle. However, at the same point, getting to speak a little bit to the players from Davenport, they have practiced this. They have ran this, the unthinkable map. They are prepared.
Yeah. Well, why don't we just take a look at everything whilst we're at it? Because you're right. They are prepared. They know exactly what's going down. And, well, here is what's going down. Because, well, Vertigo, best map in the pool for Davenport, banned out by Northwood. That makes sense. And Mirage is the perma-ban of Davenport, so they've got rid of that. And Anubis is going to be our first map, and Northwood pick it out for those exact reasons you were just talking about. It's about trying to take a risk. Hopefully it pays off. But as you mentioned, Davenport, they seemed like they were prepared. They seemed very confident about the outcome of these picked bans. Nuke being our second map makes sense. This is a map that is incredibly hard to play if you're not prepared for it. And if in a more puggy style, like Northwood are probably going to be playing, it can tend to be tough. And I think that's what Davenport are looking to do. Not only that, but they have a good nuke.
I mean, looking at this map pool, Anubis has to be, it's a must-win for Northwood if they want any chance of making it to Overpass, because as we spoke, it's going to be a very team-oriented nuke, as well as Overpass. So if that isn't the case, this is where you'll need SoulGoat to really step up and bring in that information, bring in those tactics to try and make those mid-round calls and somehow subvert any Davenport plays.
Yeah, I mean, 150%, that's definitely what you want to be doing. But with that being said, are you going to be you're going to show the people? This is what you could be having. One of our partners over at Mavix, if you want a chair upgrade, these are pretty awesome. I mean, we've been sitting around in them, and I'll say they've been pretty comfortable. They have your back, and well, if you want to watch this stream, count how many times a Mavix chair appears during this time slot, during Counter-Strike, then you can go and respond with the right number or the closest to it on Twitter, and you will get an M5 chair courtesy of Mavix, the official gaming chair of the NACE Starleague. Definitely check it out. I'm not going to tell you where, no hints on where those will be hidden, so definitely keep your eyes peeled.
Here's a hint. It's every chair inside of this venue, so that's gonna be a tough one. Take a guess. Why not? Have a little bit of fun.
Yeah, definitely give it a go, and definitely check that out. They are very comfortable. I can attest. So,
well, I think in the spirit of taking a guess, do you want to take a guess, take a prediction on how the series will go? I'll go first, so you have some time to think. I believe it will be a Northwood victory in the first map. And then we're going to have to bring it all the way to Overpass, and Davenport will be the ones who walk out 2-1.
I think that if Northwood are going to have a victory, they will need a victory on the first map. But I think that Davenport are just a little bit too prepared. I think that this team has been building to this moment, and this is where they are looking to hoist this trophy. I think Davenport have it, and I think it's probably in 2.
I mean, that's not a crazy prediction either, considering that they're prepared for Anubis. And I mean, we're about to find out if that's going to be the case. It's just going to be a little bit of a shootout as they head on to B site with Pog taking 3.
Huge investments there. 1v1. Switcher ticks on the A site. And that's massive from Switcher. Going to connect the shot, and that is exactly what we want to see from the Estonian, stepping up for the team, and Davenport taking the first round.
Not a bad one. I mean, honestly, this is, as it was said, it's a shootout. Everybody rushed through connector, trying to get to B site, and made it a pretty easy lane as they're all coming out in that same doorway to cut them down.
Yeah, it is one of those things where, honestly, as somebody who's only seen a little bit of Anubis, I don't even know what the standing meta is on it. So I think this will be a bit of a learning opportunity. But what I think we learned there is you don't take the 1v1 versus Swisher.
No. Well, I mean, it's not like you have a choice on that one.
Fair enough. It's a force buy. Both teams investing at plant, allowing Northwood plenty of economy to reinvest here. And so a very scary round for Davenport. Don't want to lose that advantage you just grabbed, especially on the CT side.
A little bit of damage onto Solgood already. They even want to take a chance, most likely get some information off their body. Just a deagle in hand, so they should be the first one to take this fight. Maybe Tix will play off of it, forcing Spec back. Tix wants to take that fight, and they'll find victory.
Yeah, no support for Spec there. That's the tough thing. Now, Molotov, well-timed to deny what would have been a little bit of an A split coming through. And so Northwood going to have to rethink things. Pugs, this re-aggression, it's fantastic, but he needs to get this kill quick. But he doesn't get it. It's just a ding close.
Corn there, though, to clean things up, and there was no support for Tix until we have Ellis coming from Ruins on the cross angle. And this is more and more damage being done. Just Switcher alone. We don't like him in the 1v1, but I think you could take him in the 1v3.
Yeah, particularly with this HP, 12 to be precise. Every kill here is nice, though. A little bit of damage being done, and there's no bomb planted either. So there's not actually a timeline on this retake. That also does mean that Switcher has to ask so many questions. Now he's heard the bomb being planted. He knows. He's aware.
Easy. Oh, no. Whoa. This is dangerous. We've got Swisher in the 1v1. Mello couldn't possibly let that one go away. Slipped through their fingers after having such an advantage going into that post plant. But now it's 1-1. But a lot of the money that was invested in that second round is all gone.
Yeah, and this was probably the critical moment, right? Pug needs to get this refrag, late as it is. Unfortunately, can't find it. Korn has to bail him out, and that's what allows entry for Northwood. With that being said, like you said, 1-1, and it looks like things are not going to be given up so easily if you're Davenport. Back to the pistols, but Davenport, a team very good with pistols.
Wouldn't count them out in the slightest. 5-7s, almost across the board, as well as Switcher with the deagle. And this is I wouldn't say a hesitant round, but a cautious one for Northwood.
Yeah, they don't know what the level of investment looks like. It'd be pretty standard to force play here, but I think just like us, probably not too sure on the Anubis side of things, what the strategies are going to be looking like. Spotted out, I think he spotted 2 over there towards A, so.
Kojo hanging on right around the corner, but now that you've got this little bit of a pinch, Korn is able to at least take 1 down. But there's no recovery of a rifle. It's just certainly a massacre here.
This should be Northwood really solidifying their position. Should not be a problem whatsoever. And, you know, Los, I think the conversation point for Northwood here is that they have something to prove. We talked about the 4 different maps that they lost on over the course of the 2 series that they played. And only one of those was particularly close. And I think that it's got to be in the back of their minds right now, thinking about how much that mattered to them and what they can do against this Davenport team this time out.
And they're off to not quite a bad start. They're already putting Davenport into a bad economic situation. They'll have to wait this one out. And, you know, you might have Pug get a little cheeky with that investment in a Zeus, but this should be looking like another Northwood victory. But it might be an issue with this smoke inside a connector.
Oh, look at that little bit of a boost. Trying to get cheeky with it, but I really don't think it would have mattered all that much. The Zeus attempt not quite working out so well, but
honorable. Oh, okay, Spec at least able to take 1 down with him. And I think a little bit of a consolation prize. They haven't been hit with a flawless round yet, so they could be happy with that at the very least.
Yeah, at the very least. Small victories, but Anubis definitely is the chance for Northwood, I think, to take a map. And if they're going to win this game, this is where they have to start. And they've done well at that. But this is just the opening gambit, so to speak. Now we get into the mid round where guns can be a little bit more impactful and where I think Davenport are at their best. We'll be seeing an investment here or at least should be soon.
I think perhaps looking at a bit of a tech pause here.
Looks like it. With that being said, though, let's talk about some more of the individuals from Davenport for a moment, because we talked about Pug, you know, in-game leader. We talked about Spec, and he's a guy that I want to talk a little bit more about. He has really blossomed into this star rifle player. Out from just a few seasons back, not having the greatest of impact, really struggling in some big moments, to now being the guy who delivers in the big moments. And that's been so impressive to me. I've loved watching this guy just get better and better over the course of time. It's been very impressive. And I think that should not be something that's underrated about this Davenport team. They do a great job of moving their talent from good to great.
I think that's all respect to the program. You can even talk Coy, the coach, being able to mold the players into the best versions of themselves. But now they're going to try to mold themselves into a victory. And we'll see how that happens. It's Switcher, the lone defender on A site.
Ooh.
Now, no defender on A site.
Yeah, 2 players quickly going down there. Just dry swinging out was Northwood. And considering their pressure towards both mid and towards B the last couple of rounds, this makes a lot of sense. Not wanting to give any sort of information over, just takes those dry swings and wins both duels. So impressive. And that's where Northwood are dangerous, right? They're individually very good, and they can win these aim duels. And if you let them take those to a certain extent, you start to get into a little bit dicey territory.
Now it's a hunt. It's been Davenport who conceded this round, and they want to hold off, maybe find some exit frags, and they'll do a good job at that. However, no chance for the retake. But if they can make it as costly as possible for Northwood, that's not too bad. Back with the repeat, and it's Escape. Able to take out that one. A trophy for themselves along with the round. It's 4-1 right now for Northwood. And I'm sure they're happy about how this map is going so far.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate round, I think, there for Davenport. They invested, made everything, probably all the right decisions, just unable to win the gunfight out towards B, or out towards A, excuse me, and that's essentially the end of it. And so, no way to reinvest around this. Do you see a Max 7 actually for Pug, where he's headed with that?
Always a fan of that.
Oh, big mid push here. Playing around the double door.
You know, if you're going to bring that out, there's only one play you can do, and that's holding corners. No one's going to peek him yet. It is Mello, though, who is in that closest scenario to be the first person to take that fight.
It's very scary, but meanwhile, Spec, look how far he's pushed up. He's nearly in T-spawn, and well, Mello is going to be able to clear out the Mag 7, but Spec's positioning is fantastic. He's got so much info.
Oh, this could be an amazing flank. I'm wondering how much they're willing to explore here if they do make their way to Canal. Because as time is ticking, their position is going to have less and less impact. They need to make a move, and they finally do. And Mello and Escape fall. They want to continue through Connector. If they take this peek one more time, it's just up to Tix. Still inside. They don't know he's there, but with this double play, this could be it.
Oh my goodness, he makes it work. Spec, what a ridiculous play. He comes in from the flank, gets the double kill, and then waits the perfect timing for the third and plays the trade. That's exactly what I'm talking about with regard to the plays from Spec, and another clutch from Switcher. 2 now in the 1v1s.
Something you love to see. And, you know, I was getting a bit nervous to see if Spec was actually going to take advantage of that position, because it seemed that time was running thin, but it wasn't actually the case in the end. He came in exactly when it was needed. Of course, they would have appreciated to bring a bit more rifles into this next round, but still, open hand for Kojimo. They've got some money to use.
Yeah, that's big. You definitely want to have Kojo with this AWP. See how that can get invested early. Lots of Canal presence being taken for the time being. Northwood don't want to give this position away, and it's very imperative to take this spot if you want to head towards the B-bomb site. And Cora knows just that. That's exactly why we're seeing these frags and that engagement come through.
That's a huge victory. Now there's some double doors presence, but it is still being watched. I believe it's Pug who's ready and waiting for that angle. Oh, and a great shot from Kojo to keep this site clear. Full-on prevention. Not a chance in sight for Northwood to get into B.
Fantastic work there from Davenport. They are absolutely perfect in their positioning on that B site. And it's so hard when there's an AWP on that lane towards the entry towards B. It's difficult to overcome that area. And then there's a crossfire setup as well. Once you get into the site, there's really no winning. You just have to have the Molotovs, or you have to have the flashes, or win the gunfights. And here's where this AWP can come out. But Kojo with some crucial missed shots, not the norm.
Big overcommitment to that one, exposing themselves with a wide swing. And that's a recovered op. You don't want Tix to have that. That can be cycled around, as you can see, past to Mello instantaneously. A good pick toward B. Now they'll make their way over to A side. Switcher, again, he's that first line of defense. There will be time, since he's so far played up. He will be able to get some information, call for a rotation, but they'll take down 2 before they fall.
That's big from Switcher. Critical for him to fall things back. A little bit of a rough spray from Pug, but he does his job. He gets the 1-for-1, sets up a good situation, but Ellis has made that situation much worse. The ultra-aggressive swing to deny the re-entry, and Spec asked to clutch this time, needs 2.
It's an unexpected angle. If they walk through that smoke, Ellis is toast. And it is the case. Mello waiting with the op, but their aim is true. And Northwood is going to steal the round right back.
Nice work from Mello. How many times have we seen a 1v1 now? That's the 3rd time in just 7 rounds. This is how close this series can be. Back and forth. And that little aggressive maneuver we saw from Ellis, that is such a smart play, just making sure to ensure that Davenport can't get into post plants, can't get into these situations where they can retake from. Instead, they have to fight early, and Northwood catch them off.
Now, a little bit of a default. You can see this is quite a spread, Northwood, at this time. Taking their opportunities, any angles to see if they can find a pick and maneuver off it. But at the same time, they always want to keep their options open, just in case they want to have a little bit more maneuverability. First want to take a fight, they'll rip the head off Spec. But they aren't going to walk out of that one with a freebie. It's one to Bella.
Set up though. Nobody able to gain entry off the back of that, and feels like a bit of a stalemate. Lots of utility going both ways, and with that Pug, not only able to find something, but he's found an additional frag. So that's giving the man advantage over to Davenport for the time being, and that's exactly what I mean. Only for a moment, with Escape poking his head out at the perfect moment.
But at this point, it just feels they don't know what they need to do. It's going to be a B hit, but are they aware that Pug is going to be right beyond this pillar? An angle, completely unexpected. They see the bomb. They know this is the hit, but they'll go back to their hiding spots, remove themselves from these fightable angles, and it's just a back and forth. It's a trading of positions as Switcher takes down Escape. However, Tix, with a long rotation in the back line, is spotted and is unable to get a singular frag.
This has been perfect, back and forth, exactly what we were looking for, and this is the Northwood that I was hoping would show up, because if Northwood are playing well, this is what they can do. They can disrupt the opportunities for Davenport. They can disrupt exactly the plan that Davenport are looking to put forward, and that's where things get scary for Davenport. If their plan is not working, they definitely tend to struggle a little bit more. Now, granted, they can use those timeouts. That's where, Koi gets involved, but you definitely like to see a little bit more of this from Northwood. Of course, that's going to be a bit more difficult whenever you don't have rifles.
Running into that pistol round. However, we've seen a pistol round turn into a big win for them previously, especially when it came down to Kojo losing that position of the op. Handing it over to Mello. If you have the big green in Mello's hands, you are going to have a big issue. However, they learned their lesson. Davenport not looking to hand a freebie over. Okay, well that seems like a freebie for Solgo. What is going on here? They're running into B site. Good for one. However, Spec is putting things into reality now as they'll clean it up quickly.
I'll be honest, Spec just bailed them out of that situation huge. I mean, that could have been the round. If Kojo dies there, gives the up over to Northwood, they have a post plant with 2 guns. I don't know. I think they win that most of the time. This opening duel, what the hell was that?
That was absolutely mad. Spec, though, keeps things reasonable. That was almost another lost eco round for Davenport. They won't let that happen again, and they've equalized the round, but it's rifle time for NU.
I mean, and think about this, right? Spec confirms that only 1 player goes down. What a huge win for the Davenport economy. But this one, just as important, particularly for Northwood. They've been winless here for a couple of rounds. They definitely want to be changing that up, and they've changed up their strategy just a bit. We saw the fast plays in the pistol last round. The attempt to get on towards the A site before that.
This is such a critical place. Connector is always going to be a strong hit. Mello providing presence from Ruins, and now you've got real pressure. Now Northwood have taken B with swift execution.
Yeah, Korn not able to find anything at all on that site. Definitely a problem. With that being said, Pug walking back in is now a 3-on-4. And while the money isn't great for Davenport, at least it looks like they want to go for this. They're interested, at the very least, in Kojo's AWP. It's a significant investment to do so.
The second that Pug needs that smudge is going to be an issue. Switcher only good for 1. And Soul Goat cleans up the final 2. As you said, a big investment, and it was invested poorly.
Right, and I mean, probably part of the reasoning there, Davenport, their money's strong enough where they still have a rebuy, they're doing okay, but it's dangerous. And that's why we tend to see so many saves, but clearly Davenport not interested in that. As we head towards another round, another big gun round with now Mello picking up the AWP. A duel we've yet to see is that Kojo, Mello,
I think an important position to be held is certainly Connector. Korn is at the vanguard. They're looking to deny any spot. If this position, if Connector is under the control of Northwood, that essentially creates the perfect crossfire for them to take B site, as no one is properly guarding Ruins. No one is looking at B main, and that's going to be a major issue. But with the double stack of Connector, now things are more likely to go in favor of Davenport. It starts with Solgo. Molly inside. Flashes well, but a spray through the smoke crushes any hopes of this entry.
Oh man, that nade as well. Just such a great follow-up, and Kojo has been great in this position, and we talked about that duel, right? Mello, it's great to get that frag, but it only matters if they can convert, and it looks like that's going to be hard. 1-on-3 for Mello, and simply not to be. Kojo picking up 2 before Mello can even re-peek and get into that angle is so critical. And that AWP battle, at least working in Kojo's favor. We haven't seen the full head-to-head, at least not in a fair engagement.
And now a little bit tight for Northwood. After a few opportunities for them to really take the offensive and dwindle the economy of Davenport, they're on their skins as well. However, that doesn't mean they're down and out.
No, not by a long shot. This has been incredibly close, and one thing that we haven't seen is a whole lot of work towards this A side, not with the pistols, that's for sure. 2 rifles to go with those, in fairness.
Here comes Switcher, blinded though, double blinded. We need your shades, Vincent. Switcher behind that little pillar. Good for 1 fight, and continuing to bob and weave back and forth. They will take it down. Ellis removes 1. However, they still got an army to deal with.
Great work from Switcher. Basically perfect in that engagement. Would have loved to get a 4th there, but hey, sometimes you can't win them all. And that's Davenport retaking the lead as well. Oh my goodness. The back and forth nature of this game has definitely kept us on our toes, but the reality is Davenport now, I feel like they've solidified themselves as doing just a little bit better overall in this half. Those last couple of gun rounds have been the ticket.
and a bit more presence up mid. However, the question is, what do they do now? They have this moment to fight Switcher, and it's a huge victory. Nobody else is inside A. This is their site, and another rifle acquired. They've turned this into such a winnable moment. Spec is the first one to make this engagement. Removing Ellis is all they can do.
Still 2 remain, though. Solgo, critical that he picks up that rifle, but now they know. They're so aware. Korn connecting that first frag, and he's got them both. Absolutely fantastic. And Davenport letting them know with that one.
Northwood with a great idea to try and push that offensive, maybe get into CT, catch out the rotation. It was a gamble, and it didn't pay off. It was a good idea, but it just wasn't the right timing.
It worked before. Remember, Ellis made that same, I mean, not quite the same, but very similar play on the gun round, and it was perfect. That first gun round of the half, they won off the back of that. It didn't work the second time, though. They were prepared.
And that just shows how high level this learning, this understanding comes down to with Davenport. They can't be tricked twice. They are always evolving, as any top esports team, especially in the should be able to do. Escape. Big kill onto Spec through that smoke, or at least just above it. And they're parsing some information outside of B, whether or not they actually want to hit this.
It's hard to tell, right? The difficulty, if you're trying to hit this B site, there's really only one way. You can't go in just with that one barrier of entry where the smoke is located. You have to come through connector too, or at least apply some pressure. You need to convince the opposition that you're there, even if you're not. And right now, there's being some convincing done, but it's more convincing that this is actually going to be a B hit, when in reality, A seems to be the area of attack. But with Korn finding Soulcoat, they found all the information they need. They can start rotating over to A, but it's not going to be swift enough. Nobody will be home.
Ellis has to go big here. He's able to find a single kill. That'll stop the rotation, or at least slow it down and force some resources back to him, but that loss is critical for their attack. As well, you've got Switcher, normally that A defender. They're going to clean things up. Just up to Mello. With too many numbers against him, there's no chance of him walking out with a victory.
A 9-6 half here for Davenport. Couldn't tell you if that is good or bad, to be honest, but it certainly is a lead, and a couple of rounds lead in a grand final. First map where there's some unknowns with the map of Anubis. I think if you're Davenport, you got to be feeling good, no matter what.
To be able to take this lead, I mean, it's always necessary. You want to keep that big gap away from yourself as well as Northwood.
Yep.
And I'm wondering now, with, not to say a scattered squad, but a pug team, I'll say it straight up with Northwood, will they be able to hold these angles on the CT side better? I feel that's a little bit easier than going on the T side, trying to make hits, trying to have executes. If everyone is just doing their job, holding their angles, and able to make some rotations, I think this may be a much easier half for Northwood.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's kind of hard, though. It really does depend, and on a map that you don't know rotations on yet, and you don't really know timings, that might be difficult, period. And so, well, I guess we'll just have to see. I think that Anubis being new creates so many question marks for me with regard to both how Northwood are going to be playing and then what is best, what is the right thing. It's all being figured out right now. I mean, basically live in the server. We're figuring it out with everybody. So we'll see. Maybe Northwood can turn that around. It's definitely, I mean, you take all the rest of the maps, generally pretty CT-sided overall. So you could make a good case.
When you're dealing with business here in Anubis, it really is a new biz. So you gotta take some risks, some understanding. It's a good start for Switcher. A little bit of damage onto Pug, but it's a fight in the ruins.
Yeah, this is.
However, it's an A hit though.
Yeah, I like that ultra aggressive maneuver though. Really stamp your ticket, take space. And I think that's really, really good on this map. Potentially could be a play we see more and more often, but it doesn't work out this time. As mentioned, it's an A hit. The single player who was committed there down instantly. Not a single player falling for Davenport on that entry to A.
Oh, Soul Goat. They're about to fall in a trap that they actually have felt before. Switcher and Spec in that post plant. Looking solid, and Ellis down by that little pillar. Whittles it down to a 1v1. It's up to Korn in an unknown location. I mean, you have to make a move, especially with the defuse kit in hand. It could have been an opportunity for them to win, but Corn keeps it locked solid.
Absolutely does, and 10 rounds, double digits, picking up that pistol gives a huge boon to Davenport. And, well, I wonder if Northwood are going to go for the force buy. The reason I ask that is, well, I feel like that's the standard, but you don't have a lot of rounds to work with, and for that reason, yeah, Northwood go for the save. They aren't interested, and this should be an easier round for Davenport. But to be honest with you, easy rounds really haven't been a thing in this game, despite the scoreline.
I mean, it's back and forth. It's tooth and nail, and I like this boost from Soul Goat. Is that unassisted, or do they have to have somebody under their head? Regardless, B would be a tough option, a tough sell here for Davenport. But it doesn't seem that that's what they want, because literally nobody is on A site.
Yeah, not a single player invested in that area. But in fairness, this will be a fast rotation for the CTs if they want to, as soon as they find the knowledge that this will be the A side hit. Oh, there's a nice opener. But Los, I think this kind of goes to something that we might continue to see, is that once ahead, Davenport, they don't take their foot off the gas. They're a team that shows no mercy.
I love this long-range fight Gojo's taking, knowing that they're going to go through connector, most likely stacking it, especially because it is an eco round for them. They wouldn't even dare take in those long-range engagements, hoping for it. Gojo's ready. He's like, give it to me. I want to pad those stats.
I know exactly what you mean. Everybody likes a couple eco frags, including myself every once in a while. 11-6. A massive round for Northwood. This is getting to the point where they need to win some rounds here.
Oh, what such aggression from Mello. Oh my god, the fact that he's able to get one, and Soul Goat is following it up on the bridge. Getting away with murder, robbery, and everything in between. Northwood coming in like a jump scare. Davenport had no idea.
I mean, I had no idea that you could get away with that. Watch that initial shot. It's dropping down. Hits the shot mid-air, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was Mello who hit that. And then the follow-up from Soul Goat is simply brilliant, by the way. Picks up everything necessary. And I said it was an important round. It absolutely was. It gives Northwood new life. They're able to recover in the economy sphere. They need a little bit more. Davenport not broke yet. Not out of this by any means. A little boost. Ah, I like it.
I guess it works out perfectly. Spec picking up the first one, but a lot of damage onto Switcher. However, that's of no concern as long as they keep that extra rifle in hand. Corn, though, at the front line with just a Tech 9. This could be a big win if Tiggs makes that overcommitment. No, a lot of damage. And the follow-up as well to make sure nobody on the Davenport side walks away happy.
Nice double swing there, too. Northwood pretty much play that to perfection. With the 3-on-3, we're only 45 seconds into this round. I mean, we just passed the 1 minute mark. But Northwood have such a big advantage now.
Tiggs in that corner, completely unknown. But it's a flash, or maybe it's a smoke that they'll just glide on by. They didn't even have that quick reaction to check for Tiggs.
It's hard to know. And then, yeah, Tiggs, so good this round. Look at this. He just does it all himself. Takes them all prepared. Some dejection on the faces of Davenport after that one. 2 rounds lost in a row. 2 gun rounds go back to Northwood. And suddenly things are looking up. Northwood were in a bit of a rough spot at the beginning of this half. No longer.
Big flash onto Ellis. They were the first line of defense, but you've got Tiggs as well. They've been a hero before, but it won't occur this time. Rifles in hands of Pug and Switcher. Second that they move away from the Brick's position and expose themselves, it's actually too late. In the middle of sending out all that utility, they're caught out. It's just up to Escape with an MP9 and a real hope, but it starts off with Pug.
One Spec has 1 HP as well. Switcher low, but Switcher with a fantastic shot once again. This guy is absolutely stalwart. A 3K from Switcher. And that first shot, once Switcher recovered the rifle, that first shot was a blinder. I cannot believe he won that. Northwood, just when they think they have some space to breathe, it's then that Davenport strike.
I mean, let's take a look at Switcher and 20 and 11. And Pug also putting in some numbers with 17, but also someone who's been able to hold down B's site with efficiency. It's Tix. But if they lose that site, if they're taken out on that initial gunfight, that's going to be a big issue for Northwood because he's been such a heavy hitter for this squad.
Yeah, big fan of what Tix has been doing, but the other side of that too is you look at an in-game leader like Pug. One of the things that sets him above the rest in that in-game leading position is his ability to continue to frag better than other in-game leaders. And in this game, he's playing like Star.
Now, that's usually a big ask when you have an IGL. You want them to be able to step up for that position, and certainly he's the man to do it. However, will it be enough? University hope to come back to this one, but also when it comes to Pug, is it even necessary?
Well, and that's just it. Typically, no, not so much, but sure is nice when it happens, hey? Particularly in a grand finals. NACE Starleague could not be a better time.
Got some more pistols right around the corner. Mello. They want to walk through station in his first angle. Mello is good for one. However, Switcher will not allow him to escape. Maybe we'll take the upgraded pistol just for fun.
Yeah, you know, you like to have that.
No fun to be had. Oh, that was almost a timing moment. A crazy moment to have out that smoke, and there was so much time to take down Switcher. With the pressure on him, simply couldn't commit, but let's not be too harsh. It is just pistols.
Yeah, I think one of the things that are to note here for Northwood is that they have been dangerous in a lot of these pistol rounds, but it's been Davenport that's been able to actually convert them into round wins. That's twice now that Davenport have won on an eco. I don't think Northwood have won any eco rounds at all. They've definitely come close. In fact, we saw a 1v1 off the back of it, but no wins. And the reason that's so impactful is that it really is brutal to the CT economy to lose out in that manner. And we've seen it with Northwood. They won 2 gun rounds in a row, lose an eco, and they're instantly back on the save.
That's one of those big difficulties that you need to maintain that momentum. You have to have that streak of victory. You're losing out on rounds that you most certainly should be winning, like a eco. That's going to be a bad time for you, and you're going to have even more difficulties here, especially when it's a grand finals moment. A lot of flashes being sent down mid, a big spam, and Mello has hoped to find victory with that op shot, but Switcher just too nasty with it on the M4.
And I think that's one of the things to be noted, right? We talked, and we were looking at, you know, who's going to know Anubis. These default bits of utility are really impressing from Davenport. They're basic, but it feels like there's a level of preparation here that I wasn't particularly expecting when I first saw Anubis.
They're basic, but they're based as well. Because Davenport, they've been running scrims on this bad boy. They have ideas and plans for Anubis. And that's simply not what I expected. I thought this was going to be a ban by one of the squads, but no. This was something that was a hope. In fact, Davenport was looking forward to an Anubis pick by Northwood.
Yeah, they fell right into the trap. The trap set here by Northwood this time. His escape has done well right around the corner of those smokes. 2v4 asked both Spec and Kojo.
Spec, he's not done yet. In the 1v2, he's unable to confirm it. And that's such a necessary win for Northwood. They needed that one bad. If you allow Davenport to continue with this success and momentum, I mean, words to hop, skipping a jump from that point.
That initial pick from Davenport is simply so good. But yeah, great work to close this round. And you're right, that was a must win. It was do or die for Northwood. But they bring it back. It's a 9th round, and it is a wave back in. But that wave, it's not perfect. There's some question marks, and that's in the form of an MP7 for SolGoat. Everybody else, though, good. Opt out for both teams as well.
Forward placement ticks. Looking for the shots by Canal. Put in a little bit of damage, but the real fight, it's up on mid. It's by the bridge. SolGoat lost their life. So lose out on one player. Don't have much in return. There's a slight posturing headed toward A.
Gojo been a bit hot and cold this game. Another missed shot, probably should have had, but still, Switcher gets the opening, and you're looking all good all the time.
No, it's Tix with 2! A huge double to follow it up. And they won't dare peek again. This will not be traded off. Well, indeed. But it's up to Spec. They made their way to A. However, without support, without a stronger presence, they'll lose their life. Kojo stepping up to the plate. We said they've been hot and cold, but this is looking very hot. A flip of the coin. Now Ellis is up for the 1v2.
Massive turnaround there from Kojo, but Ellis stepping up. Kojo, he needs to find his third, and he'll find it. Kojomo with a connection. That AWP definitely looking hot now. You're absolutely right, Los. What a killer round to come alive for Kojomo.
3 for the man with the big green. Making big impacts as well. And it feels rough because Tix set up this round for success. Northwood, oh man, look at Kojo on that one. Real celebration, but Tix set it up with a great double spray down through mid. And it all comes down to singular picks from Kojo, and he's back at it.
Ellis.
2!
What? Where did that even happen? That's over towards mid, if I'm not mistaken. I think Ellis was trying to push through that smoke, and Corn looking for it, but Ellis has fallen back. Great job being done by Davenport. They seem to have a read of everything that's coming down. And with the full investment of this round from Northwood, I'm very worried, Los.
And so is Northwood. A bit forward play inside of Connector in Canal. Tix is going to back up. That MP9, that won't do you any favors when you're looking at that long-range fight on the opposite side. However, you've got such a strong presence on
it. He's got another!
Kojo.
That's 6 frags in 2 rounds.
Simply going to do it all. I think he's just going to stick around and won't even play the site, try to catch people off on the rotation.
I want to submit a formal apology to the cult of Kojomo for my ill-begotten words earlier. All right?
Your doubt. Your doubt of the Kojo. Oh my God! Woo. 2 great 1Ds from Ellis. But what will they amount to? It's nice to have, but you still have escape in a 1v3 with an MP9, with no defuse kit. In best case scenario, pick up a rifle, bring it to map point.
Yeah, this is rough. If I'm Solgo, I'm trying to think, how am I going to rally the team here? And I don't know that I know the answer. Down 9 here, can't even get that MP9 saved away. And it's not even that, right? It's the fact that they're only on like 2-round loss bonus, 3-round loss bonus. So it's 1,900. There's just not money. No. Not a bunch.
No, that's just a year. It's a tough year. It means nothing here for Northwood. They're gonna try and bring out their best at MP9, 2 of them. A couple Deagles on the docket. But what else? Kojo's back at it again. He's a madman. He doesn't care about your feelings. Looking straight at Connector, just begging for a peek.
Oh, this could be good though. If the flash is coming, Kojo!
Oh, it's a
collateral!
And that's the signal. That's the player saying, go, go, go. Northwood are going to try their best to try and pick up anything, but they can't. They won't. A flawless finish to a great map from Davenport.
That finish from Kojomo, I don't know how the hell he does it, but every single time you think he's struggling just a little bit, just a smidge, he brings it back and absolutely dominated the server those last 5 rounds. I think he got like a 3K, like 4 out of 5 rounds, something crazy like that. And then the collapse, close it. What more can you ask from your opper?
It's the Kojomo Shomo. That's exactly
right.
what we saw. And that's tough because it was a good showing from Northwood for most of this map. As you said, the last 5 rounds, that's where Davenport really stepped up and stole the show. It was essentially over. It was a bullying beatdown, Vincent.
It was, and I mean, if you saw the body language there from the entirety of Northwood, they looked a little dejected, understandably so, and they just moved away into these moments where Kojo was just able to walk away victorious in every single gun duel that he was taking. I gotta say, impressed to say the least. And I don't think anybody really had a bad game either from Davenport. That's the other thing. Everybody was showing up, and when Pug's playing that well too, it's hard to beat Davenport.
When Pug's activated, could be an issue, but you know, one player I want to highlight over from Northwood.
Okay.
It's got to be Tix.
Absolutely.
Tix was going crazy. So much presence when it came to B. They were indomitable. It would take a team effort to try and root them out from whatever position, whether that's connector, whether it's site proper. I mean, it speaks for itself with this game plan, the ability to have that defensive presence, that posture, gunning down the majority of DU as they would run in.
Yeah, I think Escape played pretty well here too. I don't think that the gameplay was bad from Northwood. That really wasn't the problem. It did feel, though, that as time went on, as Davenport kind of got their feet underneath them in this game, they had a better understanding of the map. It felt like they were in better gunfights, and then the economy battle. I think we can't talk about this game without talking about how dominant the economy was from the T side there on Davenport. They just broke the CT economy every time there was a chance. 2-round wins, instant break. That win on the eco is a huge cut against Northwood, and then it happened multiple times where they would win a couple of rounds or win a round, and then would get instantly reset back to 0.
Yeah, it goes beyond just what you'll find in that kill feed. It's also how much money you have in the bank. But we'll see if they can bank up some wins as we head over to Nuke for our next map right after this break. So don't go anywhere. The NACE Starleague Grand Finals here for CSGO are coming back at you right after this. NACE Starleague Grand Finals are brought to you in part by Monster. Unleash the Beast. Duncan. NACE Starleague runs on Duncan. Extra Life. Play games to change kids' health and change the future. It sounded familiar, right? Maybe? I don't know. Anyways, we're back here. NACE Starleague Counter-Strike Grand Finals. We're heading into Map 2. It's Nuke Anubis. Really was something to behold. A little bit of an unknown, and I like that. I think it was good. I think it was fun just to see what are the possible executions that we could see. Vincent's got the glasses back on. He's got to say something very impressive.
Kojo, he was hot. He was going ham. I needed the glasses back. That's really all it came down to. He dominated those last couple of rounds, and I don't think Northwood had an answer. The other thing is, it's hard to have an answer for the ridiculousness that Kojo was putting on. I mentioned that he didn't have like the greatest of first halves. Popped out of nowhere, basically finished out the map.
Essentially, he finished it for Davenport. He was Davenport at that moment. And that is just so frustrating, especially in the final round. It seemed that it was essentially the end for Northwood. They had that economic hardship. They were going through the Great Depression over in Michigan. But now you have to think about what are we going to see on Nuke. A much more played map, a much more practiced map for Davenport. Is it going to be business as usual? Are we going to see them back in action, bringing the heat? Or now that there are more understandable hits that you could use with Northwood, even if they're a pug team, I'll say it again, even if they're a pug team, will they be able to have a stronger performance?
Yeah, I think that the difficulty is that we talked to this team, to this Northwood squad, and they wanted to go to some of those more puggy maps, right? Your Mirages, your Infernos, those types of maps. And unfortunately, you can't ban both Vertigo and Nuke, at least not in the first round, and so here we are in Nuke. That's how we got here, and I think this is where Davenport arguably will be at their best, but I'm ready to be proven wrong. I think Northwood are a team that they can just reset their mental and walk into this and dominate from just an aim perspective. That's how good these guys are.
Well, you know, my pickups are already toast. Anubis was supposed to be that Northwood victory, but now we've got Ellis running all the way around, going in through Squeaky. But most of his team is going to be executed. However, it's just Pug hanging out by the vents. Nothing to do unless win with the Glock. Oh, he tried so hard. He's going to land it. Oh, how do you allow that?
Pug, what was that? Absolutely ludicrous round, and he gets away with it. How many missed shots come through? That's brutal. These first two clean as you like, but oh boy, everybody's gonna want to forget that. Everybody in the server. Oh my goodness. 1v3 clutch for the missile round.
Oh my lord. Let's hope that never happens again.
I've definitely not been there.
A good opener. As Davenport, they'll have the money on hand. They'll be happy to kick things here with the T side and a great advantage.
Yeah, it's a good point you made right there. T side, get the pistol round, huge. Because you're not only in a good spot already, but if you can convert that, that's like 3 free T rounds. Those don't come for free. Like, you don't get those usually. 5 rounds on the T side of Nuke is usually pretty good, and you've got most of the way there.
RD2, feeling good. Escape. 5-7 and a Mac Tizzle on his back.
I was expecting another escape pun there, looking to escape.
Well, you know, you can't escape this fate.
It's true.
It's over. The round's done. I don't think they want to. There's no sense in going on the hunt for this. Allow him to take that MAC-10. It'll be much less firepower than bringing in a M4. It'll be a nicer fight for them to take. Still on the board here. I mean, honestly, they lost the worst weapon they had.
That's true. Though keeping that 5-7 is pretty nice. Always do like me a little bit of 5-7, but Northwood. What to do next? I think that's the conversation point right now. don't get too bent out of shape. It's just the T-pistol round. Things can turn around. I think the harder thing is to get over that whiffed 1v3 or the allowed 1v3, whatever you want to call it.
It's the mental recovery on that one.
Yeah,
that's that
hurts more.
That stings.
Yeah, it does.
And I didn't even do it.
Yeah,
I'm just thinking about it now. I'm in pain. Are we gonna oh God, they're gonna replay that.
Thank you, production. Beautiful work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Great work from Pug. I mean, those first two shots, like, I know we're memeing it up a little bit.
Man, shot a silhouette.
Yeah, those first two shots were very clean, though. I think Pug deserving a lot of credit for that. Just got a little bit away from everybody at the very
I like
end
how
there.
he celebrated the least after that.
Yeah. That's because he knows. He knows that, well, should have probably had that a little sooner, but hey, wins are wins, and Davenport looking to book their first win, national championship as well. So, mentioned this team has been in position to win before, wasn't quite able to make it happen. Big upset was that Drexel game, and now they're here, map up, ready to push it across the finish line.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that their biggest victories are outside of that collegiate space. Normally we talk about how important it is when you're having those extracurriculars, so where... Oh, okay. We'll talk about that later. Pug is just running a lap right now. And will finally stop by escape.
He did get pretty far when it comes to pushing outside, but looks like things are going to be pretty normal from here on out.
These taps from escape are crazy with that MAC-10. When he's put to rest, Switcher finally puts that shot in through the feet. And they'll continue to put down the mollies to stop the entrance from ramping. Get that planted.
I like this decision, right? These long-range angles, that's the majority of what Davenport are taking right now. Knowing the MAC-10 for all that's available for Northwood, pretty smart, making sure it's advantageous. And indeed, advantageous position turns into another round for Davenport. So
that was like the communal MAC-10 right there. How many hands did that switch?
Listen, let's just say there needed to be some hand sanitizer afterward.
Fist bumps.
They're like fifth-hand weapons, you know?
You know, that's something I usually think about when I'm going to attack a nuclear site.
Oh, how many hands your weapons have been in?
Yeah.
Well, Davenport, you're going to be worried about all 5 pairs of hands on the other side of the map here. And the most important one of those is the AWP in the hands of Mello.
Big look, actually.
That's outrageous.
A little bit of a threat. That's not going to have too much of an impact onto Gojo. I'll take 3 HP in damage. And Mello playing it cautious, and I like that. They haven't seen anything. They want to adjust angles. Maybe there could be a rotation that they'll be needed on A, or maybe they just want to have the unexpected, that off angle.
Looking to find something here, though. Mello. Ooh. Gets tagged out, but they don't know that he's here. Here's the wall of smoke, Los. This is very common. Exactly standard look from Davenport. Going to grab secret control. And very silent. No audio cues being made right now. Davenport don't want to give it away. It's going to be Tix who will be the actual one to first find.
Here they come. Tix, if anyone can do it, it'd be them. Lining up one shot. Unable to find a second, but Pug actually gets the TK.
No. Good read of the situation there from Korn. And that's a double spray down. Pug making up for his losses earlier in the round in a rotation up towards A. They are nowhere to be found, the defense of Northwood.
What a rotation. What a route. Comes down to that 2v2. Mello up in hand with the first ones around this corner. Maybe not expecting an aggressive Pug, but that's exactly what happened. Continuing through. Mello, they're the first one to fall. And now it's up to Korn to line it up again, and you know he gets it done.
It's Korn in time, baby. The double kill, the 1v2 clutch for the man himself. Absolutely fantastic. Look at this from Tix.
Such a huge opportunity to go massive. And I was Was that Kojo throwing up his hands because he got team killed?
I think so. Well, regardless, it's still a scoreless Northwood. And so Kojo feels a bit better after that. Great control. Yeah, this is pedestrian, Los.
Mellow.
We're walking across streets.
So many shots onto Spec, but simply not enough. 5-0 on the T side, and they are still feeling themselves. If Davenport take this next round, the economy is shattered all over again for Northwood.
Yeah, I mean, well, shattered. It's not good. You can't continue buying like you can on the T side. You have to go for those saves, and well, the loss bonus makes it a little bit more bearable, but not by much. Not really. At least the op is here for Mello. And I like this. This is very different than what we've seen before. Mello going for the secret engagement. Definitely catch someone off here.
The Schmallow shot is perfect. Right to the head of Pug. It'll make them think twice about their outside adventures, but also there's some presence over by ramp. And this could be a deadly interaction. Korn dissuaded Kojo, trying to make an option, but Tix are right around the corner. And it's a bait from Escape. They want them to swing because they'll fall right into the hands of Tix. And now it's a double supported position, looking right into Radio, but it doesn't even matter. They've lost that completely.
Always makes me feel like this could happen. 1v5, he's already got 2. But it will not be any further. The first round on the board for Northwood, and as mentioned, a very important round to find Mello, the opening pick. That op getting involved early. The CT side, important for them. Great start, and this bait and switch setup towards the ramp. Pretty perfect, exactly what was needed.
Even so, you can have Davenport. They'll have the money to lose maybe even 2 more rounds. I wouldn't be so bold, but they have that bank. They've got the oil money. They've got the trust funds. And they're okay. They're willing to take these risks because the get out of jail free card, it's in their favor. But Ellis, oh, he's holding them accountable from garage.
That's absolutely it. Swisher going down, definitely not a guy you want to be losing, and a little bit of gap in smoke going to confirm Mello taking another life. And the secondary moves away, but in the meantime, Spec creating a lot of question marks. But this, is that going to be continued re-aggression into Hut? I think it is. Instantly clearing the angle that Spec just pulled out from.
This is such a spread out squad right now. You will have a, well, now it's not that spread out. Once you just whittle it down to 2, both underground, both making their way to B, unless Pug is trying to do something wacky, which I wouldn't be surprised if they do. If someone jumps down that vent, that would simply be absurd. And they're holding both angles. They actually want Northwood to try and go for a retake because they're not actually planting.
Yeah, 30 seconds and Pug gonna get out of there. Flashbang, not quite going to be successful. And the smoke will at least allow a plant. Very dangerous, but ultimately, at least the plant goes down. Now Pug with a chance in the 1v2. 2 different angles.
Really good for 1 kill from that position, but he's already been spotted. It's a back and forth. However, Tix loses the fight. Pug knows exactly where Mello is. He throws over the op, goes for the pistol.
Oh!
But he ran out of ammo.
So close, no time to reload. He's pulling a simple. That's outrageous from Mello. Collects Kojo's up just for good measure. Look at this. The attempt in the 2v4 was sublime. But ultimately, Pug just not quite there.
That's what happens when, you know, you waste too many bullets killing other opponents. You end up in a situation like that. I mean,
how dare him waste those bullets?
Beautiful heads-up play. That's Cardinal Sin fits him.
Northwood lucky to get away with that, though. A very close round. And what that means is the economy is on a knife's edge right now for Northwood. They've got very little extra.
Oh, rough flash on their exit. And not top of a hut, but it doesn't matter. Finally, that fire burns down Solgo, and it's an even 2-on-2 until we have that pressure from heaven. Kojo last in the hut. The last to die, as Northwood will take a third here, and they're feeling themselves a little bit now, getting a little bit more chatty.
Yeah, I heard some yelling of Kojo. I think they're feeling the pressure that Kojo was putting on at the end of last map and giving it back a little bit. Northwood, money, I mean, I'll be honest, still not great, but they've got enough to buy, and because they've kept winning, Davenport, after 3 rounds, are finally in a bit of a weird spot. The lack of a plant as well in that previous round really hurt their chances at picking up anything further into this one.
Now I think we may be going into a little bit of a pause here. You know, that may not be a bad thing.
Yeah, I think given some time, it's actually probably good for Davenport, if I would imagine. But regardless, gives everybody a moment to reset, now get back into it. And I said I didn't think they were going to invest. Well, they've gone for it. They actually have quite a bit of money that I did not see. So, Kojo, no head armor, but that's all good.
You don't need it. As long as level head, spec, first line of defense. But Mello is there with the off. Playing his way forward. Ellis hoping to be a hero and stop the push into secret. But it actually isn't a push into secret. They're taking their liberties around garage. Maybe a flank it to heaven. That would be quite the rotation.
Very spread thin there. Davenport, they're not committed to anything. And yeah, here comes that heaven push. Escape on the side is a bit of a rough spot. But now, knowledge will be gained about the secret aggression from the CTs. And 40 seconds remain. Davenport going to have to pull the plug on this soon.
Escape looking up toward heaven, almost in timing. But Switcher already puts in some damage onto Solgo, and the pressure mounts even further. Kojimo runs onto site, but it's left Mello all alone. A 1v2 with an op in hand. One down by the silos, one in heaven. They have to make a decision, but the question is, will they look up? Will they stay down? A big kill. Will it follow up with a second? No, it's Switcher.
Another critical clutch moment from Switcher, and hits the trade there. Impactful as ever. 6-3. And Mello, what a brilliant attempt that was. I mean, he played that as about as good as you could get, right? Goes for the no-scope. Sometimes that's going to hit. Sometimes it's not. Didn't quite make it there this time. But imagine if it did.
Yeah, I mean, still the ice to be able to go around those silos, keep it scoped, knowing where your opponents are, and just having the information and being able to make the best of it is commendable, to be sure. But now we're back onto some low money. And that was a crucial round to find victory for Northwood. Now they're just back to the P250s.
Yeah, that's the rough thing, right? Despite winning 3 rounds in a row, they won them all very closely, and so for that reason, they just don't have much of anything. And it's a bit of a farm up, 1,200 additional cash flow into Spec's bank account. Direct deposit, mind you. As he pushes forward, he's got another. He's farming. Give him some cash.
That's no net 30. That's an immediate move. Ellis hoping for something, and actually Spec will finally be put down after the massacre that he imparted onto Northwood. I mean, they do take one, but like,
I mean, you got the Mac 10. Congratulations. Like, that's exactly who you were planning to buy again if you were Spec. So 7-3. This kind of ran out early to a Davenport lead. We were feeling a lot of good things about Davenport. Northwood brought things to a few nice rounds of their own, but this one, more important than any of those so far. Need to stop the Davenport roll that has been happening the last couple of rounds.
And switching up the positioning, switching up the flow here, see what they need. Just try and play together. Wait for these rushes that we have had happen when it comes to those delayed executions by Davenport.
Yeah, this has been some very standard T side. You got those outside smokes. Pretty often whenever they've been used, they've been effective in getting Davenport towards Secret. But look, you see T's over at Secret. They're going to know this isn't legit. Maybe not. Switcher now spots another in towards Secret. Knows what's going on. But the flank, Kojo and Buck, they both pop out alongside Corn in towards Ram.
Here comes the fight, but Switcher good for a second. Oh, they thought that this was the move to force their way out of Secret, but it only led to their detriment. It only leads to everyone taking these individual fights and faltering. Now you've got Escape, the last hope with a FAMAS, and that isn't much hope at all. 1v4, I mean, a lot of damage that we see on Davenport, but that's a sound cue. Switcher heard something. I don't think they'll go on hunting.
Yeah, I think he heard everything. This is more, I like it. But if I'm Davenport, I'm all good to let Escape walk away with this gun. Speaking of which, poor Escape, how many times has he been in this situation? He'll save, man. Ooh, nice read.
Good one to take away. Escape more like a save. That one's a rough one.
Yeah, a little bit. We enter game time there for a moment, as Northwood will be denied once again. Here we are into 12th round, and the T side has 8. Davenport, this is dominant, but it's even more so because it's the T side of Nuke. You don't see this every day.
Maybe that is the case if you're following Davenport. Might be business as usual, as this team certainly a force to be reckoned with in the collegiate scene. They're on their way, potentially, to take their first national championship. And aggressive ticks with a B250 might spot something favorable. Spec, sound cues all around them. But Mello putting in pressure from Squeaky actually finds the first kill. A rifle recovered for Northwood.
There's those very late smokes. Not sure that they were really necessary, considering how deep Davenport were already in. But
crossfire is good. Ellis putting on the pressure from Decon. And Tix as well, evening the odds, and now they have the man advantage. Northwood forces Davenport away from Secret. They're heading over to A site, and they have to play it in a unfavorable post plan.
Corny Kojo. Nice additional volley just to buy some time for the post plants to be set up. Both players playing together. Make their way through hut. They're trying to clear angles, trying to clear information. Don't want to allow themselves to get flanked, and every angle they clear is just confirmation further the position of these CTs.
That's a tough smoke, because now you have to fight from hut. I mean, they've got the information, you're here. But Kojo, they're able to take down 2. A bit of a presence from Cord, but they're lost immediately. Kojo has to do it with a 3rd, and of course they're going to.
Was there ever any doubt? Kojo absolutely dominated the end of the last map, and he's got another highlight reel moment here. Knows that he can't get too deep, can't swing too wide, waits for the audio cue to have the last player drop down straight into their crosshairs, and there ain't no missed shot. He is absolutely fantastic. The op has been his instrument tonight.
An instrument of pain, fear, and destruction, all on the Kojimo method. That's exactly what he wants his opponents to feel. Well, we've got some money back for Northwood, an op in Mello's hands. So this outside play, this Schmallow play, might be a bit risky.
Feels like, though, that Davenport, they've been in so many good spots. I don't know where that dink came from, but I guess it doesn't matter. Mello swings out a little bit wide, and Kojo finds his head, so that op duel working in the favor of Kojo. We move into a 5-on-4.
Oh, Ellis might get routed. No, he reads into it, and it's good for 2! That's crazy. That is so influential to this round. All of their aggression outside has been wasted in a single second.
With that being said, there's maybe a bit of a timing here being caught. No, never mind. Swings at the right moment at a 2-on-3. Low HP is still there, but Corny Kojo once again 2v4.
Oh my
now
God.
2v2. We've seen it before. Can we see it again?
Made their way to B site, right outside double doors. Second they make that Q. Oh no, it's going up to Troll, perhaps. A lot of options being played. Kojo close by the double doors. Maybe
Oh,
they'll
he's gonna
jump onto
escape.
the rafters.
Oh, that's massive for him to get towards rafters. This is Crossfire now set up, but they know at least where one of these players is.
A missed shot. That's the sound cue information. There's nothing they can do about it. Escape with the
No
first
more
one.
bullets. The 5-bullet op. It came to the worst moment for Kojo to be out of bullets. The most recent patch having an impact here. It's only fitting as we saw Anubis as our first map. 9-4 though, still very good for Davenport. Look at that double kill.
That is 2 rounds that have been lost by Davenport due to running out of ammo.
That's true, yeah. Oh man, so close. And if you have the bullets, you almost feel like that was possible, right? That's the scary part.
It's the moment, because I believe Escape didn't know where Kojo was. They were looking around in the wrong direction when it came to rafters. If that was converted into a frag and it turns into the 1v1, you still didn't have that final player make their way through double doors.
That's right. Would have been close nonetheless, but bit of a moment to take a time out here and, well, I don't know, maybe it looks like some mouse issues, potentially. Some very excited play.
Might be the case. Second to last round here in the first half. Davenport hope to get double digits and maybe a little bit further.
I like this from Mello. I like that Mello's getting aggressive here. This is one of those situations, right, where we haven't seen him play aggressive too much.
Oh, completely unexpected position by Escape. And Pug gunned down with efficiency. However, in all this moment, Tix had no opportunity to guard ramp, and this is where the final 4 members of Davenport will run it down. Blocked off by a smoke. They don't have a chance to look at ramp from the B-side side. However, Ellis in control. They'll be able to take things down.
Oh, Kojo.
Kojo, yeah, they can't really do too much when you've got Kojo on the op. They're back again. The smoke is still about to dissipate, but the second it does, Spec puts in some damage. Kojo back with the op, waiting for Mello to make a move. Puts his smoke to block the vision. And this is just a pincer maneuver from either of the doors, but it's a lineup from Swisher and a final shot from Kojimo.
What is that? Another massive clutch moment from the Davenport side. And it's Switcher this time, showing us that he's still living, still doing a great job. That spray down right here. Wow. So unfortunate if you're Northwood and you got a feel for them. They just lined up at the wrong time, trying to play the trade, and it does not work.
They blind onto Switcher, and they're unable to continue through. Mello with an advanced play and a forward maneuver.
He was in this position last time. They didn't see it, and so he's come back for more. Again, great positioning, trying to catch Davenport off guard, but they've been down before. They try it again here. 5-on-4 favoring Northwood.
They want to stem the bleeding as much as possible, cap this first half off with 5.
Northwood have no idea where Davenport is here. They're so spread out, and that pick on towards B, it's just so brutal.
Where does that leave Northwood? There's this Escape, making a maneuver through ramp, hoping to stop anyone from walking onto B, but nobody's actually made it onto B yet. They're waiting. They want to see the presence from Northwood on ramp. They're waiting for this moment to gun them down before they even have the execute in play. Finally, it does come to fruition, but not after Escape puts in some major damage on the 2v2. Now it falls apart even more. Kojimo in the 1v2, an op in hand, a pistol, realizes that this is a lot of damage onto Ellis.
1v1. Oh! So close, a brilliant shot from Tix. He had just a sliver of HP remaining, 5 to be precise, but it's only 5 rounds on the CT side here for Northwood. They need more, but they have not.
It's a rough road ahead for Northwood University. They have put in a decent amount of work. They have made all the rounds close. But when you're not getting that plant bonus, when you're not getting the cheaper weapons to purchase, you have to buy those defuse kits. The economic damage is going to show, and it certainly has throughout the entirety of this first half.
Close on the CT side is a losing CT side oftentimes. Particularly when you're not, I mean, even when you're winning some of the 1v1s, we saw it just three rounds in a row in very close scenarios, and Northwood still could not buy after that. That's the way it goes down. Classic CT economy, sure, but that's the way it goes. They have to head over onto the T side. Less than favorable, but a team of this caliber, they can make the comeback. I do believe that Los can, though, and will are two very different things.
I think a big tone setter is going to be this pistol round. If Northwood could find that similar success that we saw from BU in the beginning of this match and give themselves a nice little lead, this could be it. But now the rush outside of Mini, it begins, but it is not nearly as successful as we saw from Davenport.
Not by a long shot, and it's pretty much everybody getting involved. It was a team effort. Davenport clicking away. And then 11th round as well. 2 pistol rounds on Nuke are pretty brutal, to be honest. That's a lot of rounds that you get for free if you're able to convert the anti-ecos. And if Davenport do that here, which they're likely to considering the lack of investment from Northwood, they're on the cusp of victory.
Some upgraded pistols and a lot of enthusiasm, but that doesn't do you much when you've got Switcher on the other end of an M4A1S.
Did you see that tap at the end?
Everybody saw that one, Vincent. That was a rough one to watch.
It was, yeah. I mean, listen, it's eco-frag, so I try not to get too excited, but sometimes you just gotta appreciate the beauty in the server right there. 12-5. Here's the gun round. Must win for Northwood, as it feels like many of these gun rounds will be moving forward at this stage in the game.
Strong presence in lobby as well as outside too, causing a distraction. Switcher not going to have such an easy time this round, but they'll bring that presence nonetheless. Solgoat up on the marshmallow, being very cautious.
The lack of actual weaponry for Davenport does mean that they need to be a little bit more careful. See that MP5 in the hands of Pug, a bit of a favorite of his, despite the lack of its position in the meta. The MP9 for Corrin. That being said, this has ended up being a relatively standard round for the T's.
Oh, comes from a swing from Switcher, of course, and more presence from Spec inside of Secret. An unexpected position. We saw that rotation through the vent from A, and it was quite a surprise. A dirty little secret for Davenport.
Yeah, Spec really playing backup for the rest of his team. Chiming in when it's needed most, bailing Switcher out. Corrin seems to have an idea of that hut position. Maybe some audio cue being given away, but here we are. 5-on-3. Davenport in the lead, but AKs for everyone.
Oh, what a beautiful piece of conjunction teamwork. Kojo with the smoke, but actually escaped, picking up 2 major frags. They've cleared out A site, but they don't know that yet. They still have to worry about Hut. They have to worry about the aggression, the eventual pressure that will mount onto Northwood, as you had 3 players here to close in.
Can we talk about Pug winning that duel with an MP5? That was an MP5 versus an AK. That's not the way it's supposed to go. Nice work from Pug. And AK's recovered, a couple of them. Gordon and Pug gonna keep those into the next. And I said, you know, must win. Definitely was the case in that last round. Northwood feeling the pressure, and that pressure has only mounted even further since. Only pistols at hand. They do, I mean, they are saving. So at least they have that. They'll have it purchased into what will be a 15th round, essentially, for Davenport.
Switcher in the garage. It's just uncontestable. There's not much that Northwood has been able to bring to the table to combat that. And certainly not when they're only dealing with pistols. Korn laying down lead into Mini. Or into Hut, rather. And it's forced the position to head into radio. Attempt to move onto ramp. And we've got Bug here, waiting with open arms along with Gojo.
Oh, that's what we call free eco frags right there. Nice attempt from Northwood, but it's just not quite enough. And Davenport, 14. Northwood, it feels like they need something. There needs to be some sort of conversation right here, right now, on how to get this team back into it. Realistically, though, from a gameplay perspective, what can you expect? It's hard to have executes on Duke, and I think we're seeing exactly what we were expecting. A bit of defaulting, right? Northwood looking to hope to catch someone outside, in towards ramp, in towards A lobby. One of these areas.
With the peek onto Kojimo, that has been such an annoying position to try and take out. And now that Switch is no longer there, it has been a clear. But will they be able to bring that success? Move into Mini. Flash. Whoa. And while they were looking away, Mello cleaning it up. This is a huge round for Northwood, and they're pressing the offensive. It's a 4v2, and more damage being put onto Escape, but not enough to be lethal.
There ain't no way, right? Korn and Pug. No way they can bring this one back. It's 2-on-4. Which we've seen a couple of times. Escape. We're gonna put the bomb down. Not quite sure why it wasn't so effective there for a moment, but hey, got it figured out. But it does give a little bit of extra time for the positionings to get a bit better. Pug and Korn. I'm hoping they're gonna be saving. Yeah, it looks like they are. Yeah. That's going to be the right call. You want to make sure to keep these AKs up, because if you do, you can buy into the next round, another full gun round. And this is what Davenport are known for, right? They're up 14-5, and they're not going for something like this. It's that I think a lot of people really respect and like about their game.
That conviction. Realization that it doesn't matter how big the lead is, whether it's by 10 or whether it's by 2, you need to play as if every round is on the line.
You do, exactly. And every round counts, and that's the way Davenport are seeing it. The Northwood, there's nothing to be seen. It's reality that every round from here on out counts, and it counts big time. Another buy, as mentioned, Kojo with the AWP. Not so lucky if you're Mello. Plenty of utility as well if you're Davenport, and now being put to good use, holding back the initial flow of T's into those standard positions towards ramp and towards outside.
Oh, Mello taking a major damage as well. Ellis falling in a second. 2 fall for Northwood. Crippled their offensive capabilities. They're still creeping through. Attempting to make a play potentially onto A, but they don't really know what to do because you've got Switcher. What is this maneuver? No, nothing to be seen.
Brutal. 5-on-2. We've seen these before. Positions. Not so known per se though. Northwood in a good spot right now to maybe try and find something, but with 40 seconds remaining, it's just not really going to be ideal.
Oh, what a ripper of a shot from Spec.
Oh,
and Spec does it again. What not even a transfer, but just the flick.
Yeah. 15-6. Looking to put this away. Davenport on the cusp of a national championship to deny Northwood what would be their 4th this weekend. They've had some glory. That glory might end here and now if they cannot win what would be 9 rounds in a row to send this to an overtime.
Big ask, a major ask, a monumental task. It all has to start here. They cannot afford to be the first pick. Coach So, he will deliver for Davenport as per usual.
He shows up when you need him most, and there's Spec. He's done it again. He closed the last round, and he's got another opener for this. Oh, the nade. Chip damage down as well. Soul Goat lower than he would like to be on the entry door today.
Bugs waiting for the exit, and he'll find two. It's all up to Ellis, securing 1 kill. But you still have 4 more to go. Korn is waiting on the other side of that hut. Now there's also a flank you have to deal with. Everything is falling apart. It has fallen apart. Spec will be the one to finish it off. Oh, they can't possibly do it. They will do it. They finish it off with a knife. And Davenport University are your NACE Starleague Grand Champions.
Oh my goodness, they've finally done it. The illusory grand final. They struggled to make the connection before, but Davenport take it across the line in an absolutely humongous, dominant victory as well. As we headed in towards Nuke, the question was, will it be enough? The Anubis win was massive, but they make it work, and unfortunately for Northwood, they are going to be going home a little bit sad onto that one. With that being said, though, fantastic work. The squad put together by Soul Goat definitely deserves some prompts. First semester that they've been around, going up against this Davenport team that has been so dominant in the collegiate scene. It was going to be a tough task no matter who you asked, but they made it work. A brilliant showing from both of these teams in a brilliant way as well to close things out. Absolutely fantastic, and some $2,500 winnings for first place as well for Davenport. Feels good to collect that. I feel like these plays specifically, this was such a tone setter. Getting that initial round, really struggling to get back in there after all of that, but brilliant work, and Davenport, it feels well-deserved. They worked so hard for so long. And talking of individuals, right? Kojo, I mean, really dominated in some of these moments. I don't feel like anybody really played poorly on the Davenport side, but the clutch moments were almost exclusively theirs, and it was across the board. So impressive, to say the least, and absolutely love to see this. With all of that being said, this Kojo clutch, one of the highlights of the grand finals for sure. And as we head towards what I think will be a Koi on the microphone with Los here in a moment, I cannot wait to hear what he has to say, what everyone is looking for, and well, the victories that have been found. But commiserations over towards Northwood as they push forward. This the nail in the coffin with Kojo really putting on the pressure so many times with that AWP and the knife to follow it out. So much to love. A brilliant grand final, and we cap it off like that with the knife. But we got Los back on the stage. He's got an interview with the man himself. Koi, we'll send it over to you.
Davenport University have done it. They have taken the NACE Starleague Grand Finals for Counter-Strike. And joining me is Coach Koi. He's got it. He's got the hat. He's got the koi fish. He's got the championship victory. Now, you guys have had some success outside of the collegiate circuit. What does it mean to you and the whole team and the program now that you have a collegiate championship?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing is, like, we have guys that are, you know, international. We've played LANs internationally, but you know, the whole purpose of this is that we are a university and we stick to those university roots. So I think it was a really, you know, for me, I actually like came from the collegiate scene. Like I've done things outside of it now, but I knew about NACE and all those things before I even touched ESEA or anything like that. Back on my time at Western, like, you know, 4 years ago or something crazy. So it feels good to finally like come back and take a tournament. This is our first like varsity title, at least since I've been around. So we have some D2 stuff, but it's a lot. It means a lot.
I'm sure it does, and you know, you come from that university system, so you know that Northwood is a powerhouse when it comes to collegiate. What were your team's thoughts, and what were your expectations coming into the final, going up against Northwood?
So we've played them a lot in our group and in our conference championship as well, so we kind of knew what we were getting into, but I mean, we went into it like we would any game, right? Whether it's a crazy ECL team or another college match. We put in the work outside of the server. You know, we made the heat maps. We went through the strategy. We talked about what we wanted to do. We expected the Anubis pick before it even came in. And so I think that preparation and the fact that, you know, we're not crazy celebrating or anything because we're here to play, we're here to win, we're here to be very serious and take it seriously. And that's something I want a lot of other universities to start doing as well.
And, you know, it is important to take things seriously. Look at the heat maps. I'm sure there's going to be some VOD review after this. What do you think of your team's performance today? You came with a victory, but what do you feel as a coach perspective?
I think we played really well. Obviously, the small touch-ups that we can always make, but the one thing I asked for is consistency. And everyone, you know, was firing on all cylinders in the server. That was our first official ever on Anubis, so it felt good to make sure that we got that rep in, you know, break the ice a little bit before next season of ESEA. And overall, I mean, the guys, they woke up 9 a.m. on the dot, ready to go, ate breakfast, did some exercise, and got here. And that's all I can ask for is for them to keep doing their job so that I can keep doing mine.
Another day in the office for Davenport, but now this is a new one. Now you'll be able to add a brand new addition to the trophy case, or maybe expand it all just for Counter-Strike. It's my pleasure to allow you to enjoy the grand victory, the grand championships for CSGO for the NACE Starleague. Here's your trophy, boys. Enjoy it. Congratulations.
Let's go. Let's go. Damn. You lift it, Spencer.
Everybody lift it. Not enough people getting loud. Let me say this one more time. Your fall 2022 NACE Starleague Grand Champions. Well done indeed, Davenport University. Now we want to thank everybody who came through, everybody who was involved in every single title that we offered at the NACE Starleague, but that wraps things up for the grand finals hosted by Villanova University here at the Block in Philly. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for playing with us, and we'll see you next semester. Yeah.
Take it.